It is 6 p.m. This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting for Monday, December 8th, 2025. Everyone, please stand for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will open public comment. Good evening.
Good evening, Megan Donovan, 45 Chase Road. I'm here just to talk about the library real quickly. I realized that at the presentation of the budget for the library, Paul had some comments and questions, and so I just thought I'd share some information about libraries in general and what goes into some of the things that we do. Because I am a subject matter expert in this area. So RSAs are how the library functions. So it's a statute-based organization. So RSA 202-A is the chapter on public libraries. The Declaration of Policy, the very first thing, states, mindful that, as the Constitution declares, knowledge and learning generally diffused through community are essential to the preservation of a free government. The legislation recognizes its duty to encourage the people of New Hampshire to extend their education during and beyond the years of formal education. To this end, it hereby declares that the public library is a valuable supplement to the formal education of the formal system of free public education, and as such deserves adequate financial support from the government at all levels. Further, it's under 202A:5, under status, every public library shall remain forever free to the use of every resident of the town wherein it is located. Then Leach Library specifically, the mission is Leach Library's mission is to provide materials, information, and services for community residents of all ages to meet their personal, education, and recreational needs. This mission statement has been in effect for at least the last 20 years. That's the first time I've seen it in print anywhere. So I'm not sure where it really developed, but at least the last 20 years. So that just being said, is the library is there to provide information and services to patrons of every level. I know Councilor Paul mentioned that there were some overlap between the recreation department and the senior center. I did a nice deep dive into that, and I didn't really see very many programs that did overlap, but there are a lot of collaboration between the three departments in different levels because we all serve a similar population but different. In particular programming, when professional librarians, such as myself, plan programming, it may look like a craft, a story, something fun. But what we're really doing is introducing fine motor skills, color theory, computational thinking, critical thinking, socialization, collaboration, pattern identification, spatial reasoning, gamification. We do community analysis before we even decide to do a program to see what we're looking for. These are things that we do every day. Every time we do a program, that is something that is taken into consideration. They are well thought out and they are detail oriented. And these are things we share, we communicate with departments, we communicate with other librarians. And that's just really one of the reasons why our programs are such a success at the Leach Library, because we do take those details into consideration. And just to sum that basically is the fundamental reasoning behind the library is free service for all for the public library. So it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to charge for attending a program. It's not a fee-based service like other departments may be. It is free, it's educational, recreational, but it sparks creativity, it sparks learning, sparks interest. I am the teen librarian as well as the head of circulation services, and I spark interest with teens, which is very, very difficult. Any day you walk into the library after school, you'll see different groups playing chess, reading the newspaper, playing other games like Shut the Box, which deals a lot with on-the-spot math, very quick thinking. And these are things that the teens have free access to. You have seniors reading papers next to other students doing their homework. The library is thriving as a community place, but we can only do that if it's fully funded. And I just want to share just some of those vital things that the library does offer and the reasoning behind that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, sir.
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. I have a little bit of a statement. You know, here in Londonderry, we've always been considered a leader in the state. We'd always say things like, Londonderry leads the way. In recent times, the nature of public comment has shifted noticeably. What was once a space for constructive dialogue has become an outlet for repeated grievances rather than collaborative problem solving. Public comment now appears to be a format for the same group of individuals to complain while offering no ideas or solutions. This change in atmosphere not only dampens the spirit of collaboration, but also risks alienating those who genuinely wish to contribute positively. When participation is dominated by criticism without constructive input, it becomes challenging to maintain an innovative and forward-thinking culture, which is what Londonderry is known for. The public may now discuss unverified information about local residents and citizens. Being well networked in the state, now others are questioning Londonderry's ability to continue to lead in new innovative solutions. One must ask themselves, what's changed? We have a great community. I have served for 26 years, and it has been an honor of a lifetime. In New Hampshire, we have a state motto. It's called Live Free or Die. In the United States of America, we are afforded many rights of freedom. Many served and died protecting these rights. So, from changing topics, seems that church seems to be a discussion here. It keeps coming up at different times, and it's been mentioned multiple times. As someone who attended parochial school, I must remind some of the 10 Commandments. Specifically, I'd like to focus on the 8th commandment. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. So what does that mean? When you look it up and when you see what it means is it has broader moral ideas. Not lying about others. Not spreading rumors or slander. Not twisting facts to harm someone. Being honest, fair in judgment. Do not harm others with falsehoods. Have truthfulness, justice, and trust in relationships. Chairman Dunn, I'd like to ask Councilor Bouchard a question, if you would allow me.
You can say it, but he doesn't have to respond.
Please share with me who stated that I had committed a crime and signed an illegal land use change document for Woodmont Commons. Who told you I committed a crime, Dan? You accused me of it. Answer the question. So you slandered me and defamed me in public, and you have no response and no information. You slandered me and defamed me in public, and this isn't the first time. You have nothing to say for yourself. You had plenty to say last week when I wasn't here. What do you got to say for yourself? Nothing. Maybe you should think about that when you're in church. Perhaps maybe what you need to do is really listen to the teachings of the church. Always remember, just because they're the loudest doesn't mean they're the most. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else with public comment? Good evening.
Good evening. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce my intention to run for town council in the March 2026 election. I have kept abreast of the workings and changes in Londonderry for many years. And as you know, I have attended many town council meetings, planning board meetings, school board meetings, and more. I have heard the very loud concerns of residents on multiple issues as expressed in surveys, on social media, at town council meetings, and on the ballot. I will run this campaign like others with honesty and transparency. You will always know exactly where I stand on issues and why, as I will continue to do my research. I have no personal, professional, political, or financial agenda. I only hope to gain the trust of my constituents by listening and hearing exactly what they are saying and working with them for this great town. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, sir.
Hey, Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. Two things, quick. I know there's an agenda item tonight to talk about ethics complaints. I had sent an email after the last ethics complaints against 2 councilors were read, and I basically said I thought it was very unprofessional that the subject of one complaint was read out loud in public, but the subject of the other complaint wasn't read out loud in public. And once you say something in public, you really can't take it back. I got the agenda and I read the subject of the complaint against Councilor Paul, and the anonymous complaint system that the town put in when it first came in, I thought, this is bad. This is just going to open it for all kinds of anonymous posters, which we have incessantly on social media in Londonderry, pretending to be whoever. I don't really understand why the town spent more than about a minute and a half on that complaint, which you'll find out the subject later. That should have been dismissed right away, but it was allowed to stand. The complaint against Dan is out there and said he was being investigated by, I guess, DOJ or something. But there's been complaints filed against Councilor Paul, and now everyone that's out there in anonymous land gets to say, oh, there's another complaint filed against Councilor Paul. It wasn't an ethics complaint. It was an anonymous. I think these complaints are now turning into retaliation against certain individuals who stand up, and in my opinion, are actually standing up for the voters in this town. That's the first one. Second one, planning board. You can't speak at a planning board meeting unless it's a public meeting, but certain planning board members like to say constantly that you're allowed to speak at a planning board meeting, but you really can't. I didn't go to the last planning board meeting, but apparently a lot of residents did. They were concerned about Woodmont. And bottom line on that one is I think they can build whatever they can build based on the zoning. And we hear that constantly from certain planning board members and town councilors. But what those people don't say as a follow-up is when you folks that are complaining 25 years ago moved into Londonderry and the buildable acre was 1 acre per house, you went away, you raised your kids, this and that, you didn't pay any attention to what's going on in town, you don't realize that over the past 15 or 20 years, all of those rules changed. Now you can jam 250 small houses in 64 acres, where 20 years ago you could put 64 houses. Maybe if you were lucky, assuming there was no wetlands, so you probably could only do 50. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say they can do what they have rights, which I absolutely agree they do, and they can do it. The problem is the rules changed, and some people don't want to change the rules, as was brought up with several legislative items a couple of months ago, myself being one of them. The town council had zero interest in looking on what's going on in Concord. The planning board had zero interest in looking into what was going on in Concord. Quote, we'll deal with it when it becomes law. So that's all I have to say. The rules changed and most people don't have a clue. until they get a notice from the planning board that says, hey, by the way, the rules kind of changed and we can build a super Walmart next to what you thought was conservation land. Not that that's happening, but that's when people start paying attention. When it comes into their backyard and they're like, what the heck is this? I just got a notice. Most people probably don't even know that these meetings happen on Monday night, but what happens here changes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else in public comment? Good evening. How are you tonight?
Very good, thanks. Jan McLaughlin, 38 Rainbow Drive. I've been a resident in Londonderry for a long time, back when it was over an acre for house lots. And the climate in the town has changed. When we first came, the town was excited about the one traffic light that was on 102, just by Apple Tree Mall. And that was the only traffic light that you encountered getting off the highway. And now we come off and there's 8 lanes and you have to have direction as to which lane to be in and all that other things. So things change. And I understand we have grown and things like that, and that's going to change. But what shouldn't change is how we treat each other. Back in the early days of our living in Londonderry, we went to town meeting. Of course, town meeting was not, there wasn't an SB2 option. We actually came and went to the meeting, and so it was whoever could last to the end maybe got their warrant articles through. But you came to the meetings and you talked. And we went to meetings and we talked. And we didn't always agree, but we were able to be kind to one another, to treat people with honor, to just fix on what we're talking about, not trying to make it personal or make it hurt or trying to disrupt the regular order of things. And I think that, especially in this time of the year, when many of us think of kindness, goodwill, peace toward men and women, that we should embrace that in how we treat one another. And I just look forward to that part of the Londonderry that seems to have gotten lost coming back. My son lives here, my daughter is off in Seattle and says, I'll never come back to Londonderry. She comes back to visit, but she's never going to live here. But my son lives here and my grandkids are growing up here. And I want them to grow up in a town where people respect one another. We do a big thing about bullying in the schools. Well, forget about bullying in the schools. You get out of the schools and you get bullied. So we need to change how we work with one another. Honor each other. Everybody has an opinion. That's okay. But you can still be friends even if you disagree. The purpose is to drive Londonderry forward, to be an arrow pointing forward, not to be a whole bunch of arrows running around in different directions. So please, I encourage everyone, not just the folks here at this meeting, but I encourage everyone to think about what they're saying or what they're planning on saying and say, am I really honoring the people who I'm saying this against? Am I really honoring myself and my ideas by getting down and getting the mud out? I don't think we are. So we have many houses and less green stuff, but we still have honor and we still can treat one another with that. So I hope that folks will consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Up next, we have boards and appointments and reappointments, and we have to make a correction from last meeting. At the last meeting, we overlooked assigning terms to planning board alternates, and we need to clarify who is appointed to the 1-year term and who's appointed to the 3-year term. To do that, I will accept a motion to appoint Jason Knights to the 3-year term and as alternate to the planning board, and Ryan Olet to the 1-year term, alternate on the planning board.
So moved. Second?
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Up next, we have discussion to issue an order to expendable maintenance trust fund for winter maintenance. Mr. Wally. Good evening, sir.
Evening. Okay, so first we have a request out of the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund for the first installment of $18,000. And what we do is in your packet, you should see the average usage for the previous 5 winter cycles. And so what we do is to pay the bills just a little bit more efficiently. We start off with an average of the allocation, and as the bills come in, we can pay them. Any invoices that you need or whatnot, we can always get them after the fact, but at least this way it kind of expedites the payment process and doesn't require us coming before you each time we get a bill. This is just for contracted plowing on the town facilities, that is. This has nothing to do with the street. This is general government request.
Dan has a question for you,
Sure.
sir.
Is this a seasonal contract that we have, one price for the season, or is it by the storm?
Yeah, it's for the season. It's the annual rate. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other question?
I do.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I believe this is normally a bit earlier than you're used to asking for this money, as we don't usually get snow this year early in quite a while.
Well, yeah, I
But we're
usually
done
like to
with
get this in
fast
place a
forward.
little bit sooner before snow actually flies, but nonetheless, yeah.
How did we do in this past storm this past week?
Well, we're going to get into that with the presentation on the types of operations, but this is strictly to just pay the bills.
Okay.
So,
I guess the question is, what did this past Tuesday set us back for at least for the contractual part here?
I haven't received any invoices for this storm yet,
Okay.
but for the contractors anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, I can have those calculations when we get the bills in. So this is usually, like you said, to get it in place so that when those bills come in, we can. So they'll provide us with the breakdowns of how many times they went to the sidewalks and treated the sidewalks and then plowed and treated the parking lot and so on and so forth. We actually had a black ice event on Monday of last week before we even got into the snow flying. So,
I'm just worried this could be a big winter potentially. So
well, yeah, I've been doing this 30 years, and your guess is as good as mine. When we get into the slide, we'll talk a little bit about that. And what I've always liked to try to at least do as winter kicks off is get the first storm right and the last storm right, because that's going to leave the impression of how the winter actually was, whether it was a success or not. And so far, I think we're off to a good start. We have some challenges. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes, but and then most importantly, that no one gets hurt along the way. So.
Any other questions for Dave?
So, Dave, just want to clarify. It's the one price for the season, but it's per storm, right?
Well, yeah, it's not
It's
not a
one
flat
for
rate.
the entire season. It's one price per storm, but that price is for the entire season.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
the
I thought it was.
Yeah, it's
You know,
not like
contracted
10,000
price,
whether
let's
or
say
not we have a storm
20,000.
or not.
No.
Yeah, I thought it was like 20,000 for the whole season.
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're doing it by
Yeah,
the
it's
storm.
not. It's not a
Basically by
contract.
the storm.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's by the event per
Dan,
the
if you look
piece.
back in the historicals, every year varies. So it's not a consistent price every year.
Right.
Thank you.
A motion to approve order 2025-17.
A motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Right, thank you. All right, we're going to move into this before we get into the next expendable trust, right? I have paper to hand out. So, sorry. Make the boss mad right up here. Give that to me. Oh, come on now.
Oh, don't give that. Wow.
I'll give you those. Thank you.
I will take a paper copy.
We do have a PowerPoint too. So. Thank you.
Dave, I still like paper, so I'm good.
I appreciate it.
Light reading,
Thank you.
but light, you know.
Why don't you give one to the budget
Oh,
chair?
we have the digital, thank you.
Okay.
Who's got the bit there? All right. All right. So, yep, winter's already kicked off. So we're going to get into our winter emergency operation plan for this upcoming season. Just briefly, our organizational chart, you've seen this a few times already through budget presentations and what have you, but basically the whole right side of that screen is everybody that's involved in the winter activity that we have in the winter months. This is exactly why we're out there right now, is we're trying to prevent this. Our mantra is red and blue follow yellow. I think police and fire have not finally understand that that's not, we're first and we're most important. But as you've heard them, as they sit diligently behind me with a gun on their hip, don't want to make them mad. But no, in all seriousness, this is just to remind our folks, our troops that are out there doing their job and the importance of it. We've heard a lot about police and fire and their response times and, national standards that they have and how minutes matter when they're responding to somebody having a stroke or a heart attack or whatnot, or in a serious motor vehicle accident. And it's important for us because for every inch of snow that piles up out there or ice gets in place before we get it treated, bad things can happen and their response times are impacted by that. So it's important for us to have the right amount of resources that we have and use them in the most responsible way possible to avoid situations such as the one on the screen here. And it's just a quick reminder that we are one of 2 states that are recognized as first responders, the public works employees and state workers as well. This started some time ago in 2003, and then through the years as it went on, more and more recognition of our work came about. And so therefore in 2019, I believe Governor Sununu, then 2022 rather, Governor Sununu formally recognized us as part of first responders. And so, other than stating the obvious there about public safety, but there's other advantages to that higher level of service. Obviously, the big one, schools getting off. People don't, a lot of these things that I'm just going to kind of whip through real quickly, you just don't give it much thought. But in all seriousness, if you have a good snow removal operation and run it well, there's a lot of things that if you're not doing it well, does have a huge impact on our town and the people that work here, whether it's commerce. If school doesn't get off, there's a lot of people that's a big challenge for. They got to quickly hurry up and find somebody to watch the kids or pay somebody to watch the kids, and that's an expense, right? Or it may even mean that they miss a day of work because they just don't have anybody to do that. And so that's an impact to them. Obviously, business slows down. Deliveries don't arrive on time. This is an important time of year, right? Everybody's on Amazon and ordering everything, and we want to make sure it all gets here and without incident. So, but more importantly, all the other things, the wonderful things that go on in town, like concerts on the Common, Christmas on the Common this past weekend, and gatherings. There's a lot of holiday parties. And so we want to make sure that we're doing the best job we can so that there's this least amount of impact to the town in our everyday lives. But really, like I said moments ago, it's really about public safety. That's the importance of why we're out there. We're not plowing to make sure the pizza delivery guy can get around and all those things. It's really all about public safety. And also, a lot of things like people going on wellness checks and hospice care and things of that nature. There's a lot of other types of medical things that go on in town that isn't necessarily dealt with by an ambulance. And there's the pizza guy. So, so as we get into this year, we're kind of in a tough spot. We've got some challenges. We've had some vacancies. We still currently kind of have 2. There's all the boring statistics of what we got, but ideally we'd like to get those other 2 positions. We've had some ongoing interviews that we had some last week, and we had one as recently as today. So we're doing the best we can there to get those slots filled. Ideally, I want to continue to work towards an operation that doesn't have our supervisors in the plow trucks themselves. This previous event, we had, always on the first event of the year is when your mechanical issues with your trucks are going to really be put to the test, because now they're being put under a load, under strain, as well as the employees. And so when we have those breakdowns, our chief mechanic has to come off his route and come back and work on those. So now we have 2 routes open, and then we don't even have another supervisor to maybe go and cover that route for a while. We do have a couple of backup pieces of equipment that are much smaller in nature. So if we do decide to have to go on that, then we're still playing catch up. There's really no safety net there, and that's what we're pushing forward in the years to come. But currently we do have 14 personnel in. That includes me, so really it's 13. I'm not doing a whole lot out there other than just trying to fill those plugs where I can and holes and gaps in the operation. And then our 4 contracted personnel, and we do have 1 temporary truck driver that comes in as well. So here's our bore sheet, if you will, each event that we print out. It's got who's, in what routes. And so the two routes there that are in yellow, Route 2 and Route 3, those are our chief mechanic and one of our other foremen that are, as I was just discussing, is in a large piece of equipment. We have that vacancy down on Route 10, I believe it is. And the real area, the criticality area, is that chief mechanic. We're really, hopefully, if we can get some people employed, and it takes a while to get these people on board, even taking time with doing the interviews and whatnot, and we got to make a decision. We got to make an offer. We got to see if the offer holds. And then we even had, successfully, we had a candidate accept, came to work, sent him out on his route to check it out, learn it for 2 days, and he quit. He came to us from another department, and I said, are you sure you want to do that? Like, what's making you, go back to where you were? And he said, that route's a bear. That's that Route 10. He said it's just it's too much. If you look it up in the books that I just gave out, you'll see how many cul-de-sacs there are, and the mileage. And he just thought it was just too much, and he was a little bit too scared to take on this level of responsibility. And this was a guy that had 3 years experience from another DPW. It is what it is. We'll keep interviewing until we can find some replacements and hopefully provide some ease. And there's other things. I think I'll get to it a little bit later on. There's those numbers again, the amount of cul-de-sacs we have in town, the amount of dead ends. Those are all very time consuming. But in this first one right here, so right now one of our employees had to fly down to Florida early this morning. His elder father, has some medical issues. He had to go down there. He's going to be down there for a couple of days. We have some snow moving in Wednesday. He's likely not going to be here. It doesn't look to be a very large event, but nonetheless, it's a route that we got to get covered. Saturday, sadly, one of our new employees, his mother passed away. And he was new and he was scared, so he still came in to do the salting operation that we had on Saturday morning. A true testament to the fact that we looks like, we got a good one. But nonetheless, he was off today planning services, and he'll be out Thursday and Friday attending the funeral services and whatnot coming up. But if we have a storm, that's another route that's got to be covered. It's kind of hard to ask somebody to come in and deal with the stressfulness of a storm when you're also grieving your mom, the loss of your mother. And we have one gentleman that is deployed out on military leave, so as well. So that's another challenge. So there's the vacancies that I talked about, and we can have people announce a retirement anytime they want or quit after 2 days. That was unfortunate. Some good news. We received 2 large trucks that we had bid out a couple Marches ago, and the other one just came in. And the one that we bid out in October, we're actually, this is something that Justin and I have been keeping an eye on, and COVID really impacted, but the lead time on these trucks and whatnot, it's been as much as 2 years in some accounts. And you heard that with the fire department too, on their ladders and engines that they order. But we had a bid in late May, and we may be getting it in early as February. So we're gaining ground in that. They're building the trucks a little bit faster now. So I'm not quite sure if that's industry-wide, but at least from our particular vendor that truck came from, it's coming in quicker. So we may even get the other one by February. So that's good news. And why is that good news? Because it's less breakdowns, and then it less complicates but even one truck that went down that we lost in this last event was only 2 years old. 3 years old. And it just had a particular clamp in a part of the truck that it just rotted off down in the engine, and it put the truck down. So ended up damaging another part, but we've got it back up as of now, as of this evening. So that's good news.
Dave, if that truck was being parked inside all the time, would that have happened?
Well, if we had been washing our fleet more frequently and had a wash bay and whatnot, and then storing it inside, definitively those things. I mean, the truck's 3 years old and the clamps already rotted and popped off the truck, and then caused other mechanical issues with that truck and puts it down. So that's a great question and a great point. And we're working with the DPW working group right now, and that's a big part of that is that how we take care of this equipment. It's just so costly. We're going to go through on an average 20 plus events, 37 to 40 times of salt applications and plowing throughout the subdivisions and main roads and whatnot, and maybe wash it once. I'm pretty sure that every person in this room is going to wash their personal vehicle more than once this winter to get the salt off of it. So it's just, I don't want to get too far off track from tonight's operation, but thank you. Other things that are time consuming, well, we had 4 rookies. We're down to 2. We're trying to get 2 more out there. But they've got to learn their routes, and so they obviously go slower, a little bit more time consuming. This event, we did have a few concerns that people didn't like the way the cul-de-sacs were left and what have you. Just for the viewing public, if you're watching too, we do always go back and revisit our routes later on, and it may not be perfect, at the end of an event. When a guy's been at it for 36 hours or whatnot, we'll return on the next normal work day and make it look all real pretty and perfect. We get it, but that doesn't mean that I'm not asking you to call us in and let us know and make us aware, because the only way these guys are going to really learn it is to hear those things and go ahead and remedy them later on. So we encourage people to let us know if we're not getting it just quite right on some things. So we have to be mindful of our staff. If you follow us on our Facebook page, you'll see when I'm saying, okay, we went out, we did our initial application of salt. We're going to let it build up a little bit, let that brine, develop out on the roads to prevent, snowpack and ice pack on the roads. And we've got to kind of take our time and give the guys some downtime, let them get something to eat, and get out from behind the wheel for a little bit. We don't have any mutual aid. That's fairly obvious. When it's snowing here, it's pretty much snowing everywhere around us, so there's no one else to call. And then there's always the unpredictable things, the breakdowns, accidents. Last year, unfortunately, right out the gate, first 2 seasons of the year, we had accidents. Took 2 of our trucks out for the entire season. Not our fault. One person blew a red light. Another person was an Amazon delivery truck going down the road and took our trucks out for the entire season. Gratefully, those were the smaller trucks. Well, actually, one was a contractor's truck, unfortunately, and the other one was ours. So we just asked people to slow down. As we get into different storms, we can have wires down, trees blowing down, and the such. So those are things that slow us up as well. What I really wanted to point out here is just that we are, the town winter parking ban is in effect from November 1st to April 1st. So please don't park on the streets after midnight, regardless of whether there's snow or not in the forecast. The police department has a lot better things that they should be doing than going out there and rapping on your door at 2 a.m. and asking you to move your car off the street. We just had our own operations meeting today, is a department-wide meeting to review these books and go over some things that happened on that on our first event, kickoff event. And we try and give people breaks when we know the holidays are here and people are having parties and they're out in the street. If you've got something like that, just have everybody on one side of the road so at least we can get by. Or more importantly, if there's an ambulance call up the street and they show up and there's cars on both sides of the street, they're not going to get through, or a fire engine's not going to get through. So at least be mindful of that, and then we pay you back with that mindfulness. But once we get past midnight, time to end the party, and or you'll be dealing with the cops in a different way. But in everything else that you have out there, I'm still seeing those portable basketball hoops. Those are the worst than the ones that are permanently installed, because then they slide and they roll and they may hit the truck and break a window and whatnot, and you have things go bump in the night. So make sure everything that you have out there, campers, boat trailers, and whatnot, please put them on your property and remove them from the shoulder. So in tune with everything that we're in right now with budget season, we have over $3 million in just the 21 pieces of snow fighting equipment invested here. On average, we use about 3,400 tons of sand. We still have some room to work on in the budget for that, but we're in good shape with the sand. We brought in quite a bit last year at the end of the season. The problem with the sand is it's not stored in a shed, and so as you can imagine, that sand is very, very heavy with snow and ice and rain that gets in it all season long. We're trying to mix it on the fly, and then we put it on the trucks, and that was some of the problem we had with this first storm, because like I said earlier, you now put all that heavy material in the truck and you're putting it under load. And so a couple of the augers, if you will, broke. And it didn't take it out of commission, at least on one truck. It didn't take it out of commission for the plowing aspect, but we couldn't do any treatment with it. So, salt. So we were doing very well with salt. As you all know, hopefully that over the last several years, we've kind of moved that budget number up to where that meets our needs for what we use on average. This year we saw an increase of almost $4 a ton in salt, which is very odd. The last several years it's been pretty flat. Never goes down, but sometimes it's flat or just goes up nominally. But this year it took a big jump. And that's hard for us to adjust to because we get those numbers from the state bid. They come in usually in late July, August, and as you know, this budget's already set long before then. So, but we're still within a margin there that we should be okay. And just a round of salt just for the material alone is over $9,000. So, sometimes we hear the battle cry, people want us to salt more and get out more and do more and whatnot. And it can be harmful to the environment. It's harmful to your vehicles, our trucks, and then also it puts a great strain on the budget if you're not responsible about it. And then other things, the obvious fuel, plowing, cutting edges, parts and things of that nature are all on the rise. But I will say that our operations are not based on money. They're based on, best management practices, and public safety is top of mind always with what we're doing it. A lot of people ask me all the time when storms are coming in, oh, so Dave, what do you think we're going to get? We're getting 6 inches, 10 inches. The arguments start. You see everybody on Facebook, oh, Channel 7 doesn't know, and this channel knows better, and everybody has their favorite forecaster. My favorite forecaster is the guy or girl that can tell me the time it's going to start. That is what we need to know. We need to know what time is it going to start, and more importantly, what time is it going to end. Because if you get those wrong, then you either over-prepare and now your staff is in earlier than you really want them to, and you'd rather them be resting and getting as much rest in as possible. Or on the other end, you're thinking, like this particular one was, if you recall, if you watch this one closely enough, they were really saying that snow was going to end around 10 or 11 o'clock at night. And as then, it got longer and longer, and then they were saying 11 o'clock midnight. And then it moved to 2 a.m. Well, guess when it stopped snowing? 4 a.m. Okay? But we were determined to get school in. For my friend Katie Sullivan, she loves to make sure that there's no snow days. But at any rate, but in all seriousness, the timing of storms and the duration of storms is really what we're interested in because of when it hits. So we want to time, our salting applications and our plowing operations just right, and understand how long it takes to do either of those operations. And here's where we stand. So compared to other communities and whatnot, and you can see that when I say, it takes us about 4 to 5 hours to get around the beat once, we hear people saying on Facebook, you said you started out there plowing and I haven't seen a truck in hours, and then sure enough, a couple hours later, it comes by, and it's because it takes just that long to get all the way through the route. We have over 20 miles until we can improve that number a little bit better, but we're last in where we're at with the size of our routes. And perhaps, the gentleman that quit, maybe he's right. I don't know. He was just worried about the amount of miles that it was and the length it was going to take, and his comfortableness in it. And so what you can also see, just looking at some of the annual averages over the years, winters have changed. And when people say, oh, I remember when I was a kid, I used to walk up to school, up the hill both ways, and it was really, really deep. And if you look at some of those averages, you can definitely see a downward trend. My concern is if we start getting back into those 30-year trends where we really do typically get 65 to 80 inches of snow, or dare I say over 100 inches of snow. It wasn't that long ago. The winter of 14-15 was 120 inches of snow. And we had over 57, 58 inches of snow just in the month of February. That was a brutal winter. I wasn't here, but I'm sure that was a serious problem for a staff of this size, and the ability to move it, and then have to go back and push back and high wing. And we haven't had to. We have people on our staff right now been with us 5, 6, 7 years, and I said the term high wing, and they looked at me like, what? They don't even know what it is. We haven't had snowbanks that high yet, where you go out and you just use the wing to push the top part of the snowbank back, and only to have to come back through again and then try and move it over. And a lot of things get damaged then, fences and other things that are left out there that we're not aware of. It's not intentional. It's just we didn't know it was there. It was buried in the snow. But last year, we only had 43 inches of snow. In our last plowing event was February 16th. So you might think, oh, last winter, was it good? Was it not? It was only a 2-inch event. It wasn't all that bad of a season last year. But we still had an event that snuck up on us on April 12th, and it was a salting event. But nonetheless, we had to, that's that tough time of year where we're trying to go between plowing and getting ready for construction and things of that nature. And everybody wants their lawns repaired, and then we go and fix them, and then that comes up, and we hope we don't have to go out and do any more. But if we start getting back into a more traditional type style winter, that's of concern. So basically that's how we run our show from that point on the left to what we're trying to get to there on the right. And if there's any questions about the operation,
Of course, Dan.
feel free.
Dan has a question for you. What is
Get out of here, man. Come on.
Dave, I know this is kind of a tough year because you have employees down. Have we looked at increasing maybe out subcontractors, trying to get more of them lined up in case we need them?
That's a great question. I come from a community where we had over 50% of our plowing fleet was contracted. Here, we're about 95%. We only have 4 contracted pieces of equipment. Our rates, I'm grateful for those 4 that we have. Our rates are extraordinarily low. They're not anywhere near close to. So I did, within the last couple of years, kind of reach out, and I kind of got laughed at about our rates. And to increase those rates, then we're going to have to look at increasing our amount of money that we have for contractors. In fact, later on in the evening, we're going to be talking about that very thing. This year we went up $5 an hour for the equipment that we're contracted, and we're still missing the mark by about $25 to $30 an hour for what we have. So we can. The other component to that I don't like is that in any town will tell you this. You just don't end up getting the type of specified plow equipment like we have. So you end up with inferior equipment, paying much higher rates of pay for it, and the level of service, you end up undoubtedly going back every single event, having to redo their route, push it back. The truck wasn't big enough. The corners didn't get wrapped because they don't have wings. So your level of service is less, and then people are like, I'm paying for this. And then the employees get aggravated because it's like, well, my route's good, and I got to go plow the contractor's route because, So it is a road we can explore and go down, but there's a cost to it. And in my professional opinion, the level of service is much less.
My other point was, have we looked at retirees, whether they're from LFD, because they might have the license to be able to operate that equipment? I know we had one at one time, and he's left, Gene.
So
maybe even DPW guys.
I'm happy to report that Gino came in for this storm. He called me and said, hey, I changed my mind. I'd like to make this event. Great. We need you. Come on down. That really was a load off my chest when I got that call. So he came in, and after it was over, he talked to his boss and said things have changed a little bit there too, so he'd like to be considered the frontline guy again. But it did, I've had this little worry in the back of my head about having temporary drivers as the frontline personnel, because they can, quit in a minute. And I'm not comfortable with finding people like that just, hey, here's the keys to a $250,000 truck and good luck. So it has to be a very specific person, one that's trusted, well vetted, and whatnot. We don't really advertise for it. We do kind of float it out there a little bit, but that's really word of mouth. I did reach out to a former employee of ours. He worked with me in both Salem and Londonderry, and he had considered it, but he's kind of doing private driveways right now, and so it'd be a tough time of year for him to just all of a sudden pack it in on his accounts. But it is something he's considering maybe in the future too.
I'm not sure if I heard right, but I think Chairman Dunn said he'd be available if you need him. He loves to plow.
The town manager's been chomping at the bit over here to get in too. It may come to it.
I heard that Dan wanted to help too. We could both help take a route. You got a question, Dave? Go
I
ahead.
do have a question.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of 55 pluses that HOA. Now that has to take off some of the roads, right? Like you don't plow
No.
like Woodmont
No.
or Technology Hill or
No.
what is that farm? You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking?
Lawson Farm. Yeah.
Yeah, like we're not paving that. How much road do you know off the top of your head? I'm sure you probably don't, but you might. I mean, so we say we got 20 acres, right? But we pull all those parcels out. How much is left? Or is that the 20?
Or well,
You know what I'm trying to
yeah,
say? I'm trying
this
to
book
understand that.
this book that I just handed you doesn't really handle any of that because we don't. It's private. It's no different than parking lots and whatnot. We don't deal with it. My greater concern on those particular things, and gratefully Londonderry and is a testament to the engineering department. They make sure that those roads are built to the town standards anyway. There's going to come a time in the future, and a lot of us in this industry are talking about it,
Yep.
where,
They're going to become.
they're going to run out of 55 plus people, right? Or they're just going to go bankrupt or whatever, and then who's going to have to plow it? You're going to have public safety matters that got to be dealt with, right?
Right.
And that's going to be a problem. I'll be long retired at that point, hopefully.
Stole my thunder.
But
okay?
it is going to be it is a concern.
It is a concern. So that's why I want to know if that 20 miles is including those roads or
No,
not.
it's not.
including those
So the stats that I rolled up there for you, that does not include any of those
Okay,
lane miles.
So it would be good, though, I think, to help people a little bit.
Yeah,
To show both.
Yeah.
To say they're there and they could be added on
yeah.
at some
Yeah,
point in time.
there's a lot. I get you. It's an important number to know. What is an exposure to us in the
Yeah.
future,
The
if
plan.
they did go under or whatever, and what have you.
Yeah, it's a plan. I mean, it's important.
It's probably potentially one tragedy away of, the contractor that plows those areas didn't do a good enough job, and then fire department or medics had a problem getting in to fight those structures, or they couldn't get close enough to them, or access and whatnot. And, we're one tragedy away where somebody says, you had an unreliable contractor that didn't provide the level of service necessary for the response for police and fire. You're not taking it as serious as the Public Works Department does. And then, it literally becomes you're plowing those roads. Where I came from, same thing. We just had this conversation. We don't plow the unaccepted roads here in town, whether if they're going to become public roads or not, whether if they're under construction. While they're under construction, they are the responsibility of the contractor. And if they don't do it, and there's a death up there, this literally happened where I came from. And so that town, the town I came from, they decided start plowing all the roads regardless.
So you just made mentions of sizes, but most of those developments are like 4 feet smaller. Like
some.
our standard, I believe, and I could be wrong, I'm sure somebody will correct me, I thought were 28 feet, and these guys are looking for 24 feet, which is
Well,
smaller.
yeah, the class 6 stuff and whatever.
No, just the
but
regular
yeah,
for
but
the
like
developments.
Woodmont and things like that, there are width. So, but it's
I'm
a
just-
future problem that is a future concern. I get it.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is, and it should go to planning board
Yeah.
to talk about that in the
Yeah.
future.
Thank you.
At least certainly the benefit of the 55 plus neighborhoods, we don't have buses, and we don't have children there, and those developments are providing quite a bit in taxable revenue. So we're not having the burden of maintaining for the buses and children at that time in those developments.
Yeah, I mean it's it's a much larger discussion and considerations, but we take care of what we got, and we got plenty of it. So
Any other questions for Dave?
I'm finding it interesting that the 10-year average is only 54.9 inches, where we had the huge event in 2014, 2015.
yeah,
So the other years just really bring it farther down.
brought them down. Yeah, there was some years before and after that were only. In fact, one of those years in that average, I think, was 28 inches.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that really knocks the numbers down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah,
other
and,
questions?
and then this, if, you know, for the viewing public too, this is all on our website. I believe Donna put it on there today. So anybody that wants to look up and know their route and, you know, or their driver, and you know, in closing on this subject, unless we have more questions, I'd just like to thank our staff. They do work hard. They're humans. If I didn't do anything tonight, I want to illustrate, hopefully I illustrated that, how hard they work. They are people. They have pain and suffering just like anybody else. So, you know, give them a break, give them a wave. We had a lot of nice, really, really nice pictures that were sent my way during this event of kids out there waving at the trucks, and it really was a nice, serene moment for Londonderry. And I think gets back to maybe one of the people that spoke earlier about just treating each other with a little bit of kindness and understanding a little bit about what everybody's going through right now. It's a tough time of year. It's a joyous time of year, but it can also be very, very tough for people too.
I also want to add in, everyone, please be safe on the roads. The snow squalls Saturday morning were very dangerous. There were 4 to 5 cars off the road on 93 at
Yep.
exit 5 with that minimum amount of snow squalling.
Yep.
So please, everyone, stay safe and drive a bit slower.
Any other questions for Dave? He's staying with us, so don't worry.
I'll go to
Up next, we have a discussion from the expenditure of the Maintenance Trust Fund for a replacement motor for the rooftop unit at Leach Library. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, Leach Library has you can see it from the fire department side, a real large rooftop unit that is essentially the air handler for about 3/4 of that building, is all forced hot air and cooling. There is some baseboard heating and whatnot in the building, but during the preventative maintenance, and this is really to the point of the preventative maintenance contracts that we've stood up over the last several years, that whole rooftop unit was replaced. I believe I have it in my narrative, 2012 for a little over $32,000. So there's no need to replace the whole unit, but the motor in it, when they were doing some of their preventative maintenance assessment on it, was cause for to replace it, because if it had just gone down, that particular part, that motor, is on a rather large lead time. So we had some discussion about that, whether if we should do it or not. The decision was to obviously replace it. So it was ordered, and we scheduled it in the fall, when we didn't have a problem with just taking it offline for a day or two, because, you know, we don't have to worry about too much about heat or too much about the cold quite yet. And so we scheduled that to have that done. So there was a crane that had to be brought in. It's a very heavy motor to get to that roof. The way that we accessed the roof, that wasn't possible. So they brought the crane in to bring it up there and take the old one down and replace it. But we didn't replace the entire unit itself. I mean, it's the size of a bus, that unit. So it's just the motor itself.
Any questions for Dave? Dan, of course.
Dave, do you take that old motor and maybe have it repurposed? Like
Yeah.
From Fay Electric, you know, in Manchester. They do rewind motors and all that.
We could. It wasn't something that we really discussed doing. It was pretty much at its end of life. And so, I mean, other than taking it all apart and everything like that, you know, the new motor's under warranty for a minimum of a year anyway. The labor and whatnot. The motor itself has a much longer warranty as well. But no, the rebuilding of that particular motor, no, we didn't.
Maybe just look at that in the future.
We
you
can.
know, If
We
we
can think
think we're
about it.
gonna have a motor like that go,
Yeah.
contact, you know, a company like Fay Electric and say,
Yeah.
hey, you know,
Yeah.
what would the cost be to rebuild this motor?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you said they're hard to get, you know.
Yeah,
the lead time.
exactly. I mean, this was, you know, you can't take it offline, go rebuild it, come bring it back.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, maybe now that it's out, rebuild it and what have you. But
Yeah,
good
in my
suggestion.
experience of property management, a 13-year-old
Yeah.
motor,
Yeah,
you're not going to be
there's
able
not
to
much left.
repurpose that and reuse it.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Any other questions?
So someone had asked this question, and I think I know the answer to it, but I'm going to ask it just for the public's sake. That's why couldn't fire have helped with the putting the?
Well, I don't. For the acting fire chief, is he in the room? Yeah, I don't quite think he wants to use his aerial ladder
Equipment,
to lift something that heavy.
Yep.
And plus, you know, again, thinking of employee safety and not getting hurt and muscling a motor like that.
There's a liability issue. too.
It probably not a good idea.
That's a sufficient enough answer. I just want to ask it because someone had asked me, and I figured I'd pass that.
I appreciate
I don't want to be the one calling Primex. Letting them know that's why the ladder truck broke.
Yeah. I mean, the ladder truck is best served for, bringing Santa around town, but I don't know about lifting a motor, but anyway.
Any other questions?
Procedurally, so is this is already done?
Yes.
So don't we usually approve this stuff before it happens? I'm just wondering, like, procedurally.
Yeah, I get it. I usually, come before you after the fact, like if it's an emergency and things of that nature. When they threw this at me, I said, let's have a discussion about this and let's talk about, ordering of the equipment and what have you. And because of the lead time, I kind of made that call and didn't come before you guys because I just wanted to get the ball rolling. And then once that's rolling, it's kind of hard to come before you after the fact. So, but I thought in late August when it was hot and humid out that it was worth to get it going. So
Kind of think about the lead time on our fire equipment.
Yeah.
It takes a long time.
yeah, so
Any other questions?
Motion to approve order 2025-18.
Second?
I have a motion from Ted, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
okay, thank you for your time.
Don't go too far, sir.
No.
All right. Up next, we have discuss and authorize the sale of a tax deeded property, 22 Gary Lane.
So, as you can see, the town previously had deeded 22 Gary Lane for lack of payment on property taxes. We reviewed the options of this property with our public safety to see if there would be any benefit, and it was determined that based on the location as well as where it is topographically, that it wouldn't be. The initial owners have reached out requesting to repurchase the land. Historically, after 3 years, the first right of refusal goes away. However, back in, I think, 2020, maybe 2021, there was a court settlement that essentially everything above the back taxes now goes back to the owner, which used to only be the case in the first 3 years. So where the owner is now looking to repurchase it, it makes sense to sell it back to them since any proceeds that would go over would go back to them anyways. And if they want the property, they can just make a very high bid knowing that they're going to be the ones to get the proceeds anyways. So this is just requesting authorization for Sean to enter into the agreement to resell the property back to them.
Do we know, Justin, what that number's gonna be? Any idea, roughly?
It'll be the back taxes, the interest, and any legal fees that we've incurred.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
is this referring to Vine Street Rentals LLC? They were the prior owners.
Correct.
They had only owned it for about 4 years? Maybe 5?
I believe so. I believe they sold it between, I think, Vine Street LLC, and I don't want to.
There was 4 NH Homes LLC
I
before
think there was a name change. I know he was talking about potentially coming. So he's here if you have questions regarding that, but I believe it was just a name change
Gotcha.
between his operation, but I don't want to speak on that behalf.
Gotcha.
But I've informed him that we would have to sell it back to Vine Street, otherwise it has to go through auction since it's no longer the original owner.
Any other questions for Justin?
All right, I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the town manager to take all steps necessary as justice may require for the sale of the tax deeded property at 22 Gary Lane back to its original owner, Vine Street Rental LLC, in Londonderry, New Hampshire, and to execute all documents required in furtherance of the sale of the property.
I have a motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Up next, we have budget workshop. You want to start us off, sir? Or, okay,
Yes,
and then I'll go
we're gonna pull
department by
up
department.
actually gonna pull up the updated budget
right,
presentation.
perfect.
Review, so the changes were made to that now that we have a tax rate. So we're just gonna actually scroll down to the slides. If you look at the slides with the dollar bill on it there, you'll see that those numbers have changed slightly. So that percentage is different from the previous presentation that was made. Be helpful if I bring the mic over here so folks can hear me. All right. And then the tax rate computation, I kept the 2024 table in there, and I just added the 2025 table in there. So you can see that breakdown there of where we are compared to other municipalities in terms of the municipal portion, and then the total tax rate you can see over to the far right-hand corner over there. And we're at 353. You can see the towns of Salem and Derry are up in the 5s, almost 6 in case of Salem. Wyndham and Litchfield are slightly below, well, they're below us. And then Hudson's at 557, Merrimack 438, Manchester, the two cities are much higher than that. Then moving along, I just added the 2025 on, on that one right there. I don't think this slide's particularly helpful because, as we all know, we have revaluations. It's sort of an apples to an oranges comparison. Obviously, it shows the tax rate going down, but if you own a house that is increased in value, like our sample house that we've got here, went from $634,000 to $700,000, they're paying more in property taxes. And this shows the tax rate went down, which it did. But again, individual property owners, depending upon how much their value change, are going to end up paying more. But it's a comparison slide that you normally see in other communities. Budget history, that number, the updated number in there, that's just been updated on that. Tax rate has been updated. This sheet's been updated to show that the tax rate for 2025. Previous one showed 24. Next couple of slides have not changed. And then again, that one right there shows the updated numbers for 2027. The tax rate, I haven't changed that sheet in there. Obviously, that has changed since we put that out originally, but I haven't put the updated numbers on that. And then I showed the property taxes that are owed on the house that was valued at $634,700, and with the revaluation is now valued at $770,000 for 2025, and that's probably more commensurate with more of the houses. I mean, I could show you a rate that looks at a $250,000 house or $300,000 house, but there are far fewer of those, unfortunately, due to prices. So this is more commensurate with the prices of houses in our community. And you can see the changes that have occurred. So from 24 to 25, that's a change of $328. As you can see there, before that, the change was $131. And again, that has a lot to do with the shift in value of this particular house. And then the next sheet, this is a new sheet that I put in there to try to show you those numbers. So the proposed budget as it stands right now would represent $192 more for this house, which is a 25% increase in the proposed tax rate for 2026, I should say estimated tax rate for 26. That equates to basically for every cent that the tax rate goes up, that's an additional $7.70 that would be assessed to this particular house at its value. And then with the $400,000, I just showed that number. So it would have gone from $192 more down to $146 more, or 17 cents. And the default budget's $100 more, just to kind of give you some comparison with the three that we're looking at presently.
Mr. Town Manager, I just wanted
Yes.
to catch you real quick.
Yes.
You had said before, I think you quoted yourself by accident, you said 25%, it was 25 cents.
25 cents, you're correct if I did misstated
Make
that.
sure people at home heard you right.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah.
All right. And then I just updated the next slide, which shows it's a 25 cent. Thank you for correcting that. Cost drivers basically haven't changed. You can see 94% of the cost increases represent these particular items: wage increases, benefits, retirement system payments, the solid waste contract at $432,000, and then IT and software costs. So that represents the wage drivers. That's 94% of the increase, which represents just over $3 million. And the other two slides haven't changed. So I wanted to go over that. And then next, I was asked to come up with what would $400,000 in cuts look like, and those are detailed on the next page. And I'm just going to have Justin run down through some of those and articulate those. I have department heads here that can also further explain some of those. But that's where we're at right now for the $400,000.
So, So as you guys requested, these are essentially where we would be able to cut regarding the 400,000. The town council, you're looking at around 2,500. Give me 1 second here because I'm operating off the PDF instead of my actual helpful sheet. Alrighty, after that, you have the town manager where we'd be decreasing overtime and the associated costs with it. Then you're looking at town clerk where we will decrease the funding request in office supplies. We will assume and hope that the health insurance becomes a buyout rather than the plan that's in there. Essentially what happens there is that's if it does become a two-person, the town has to find the difference somewhere else within the budget. We can't force people to say, you know, you have to take a buyout, you don't get insurance. If you have a family, we have to give you the family. We can't say, nope, you only get a single. After that, you'll see machinery and equipment. This is to reduce for the tabulators and poll pads, which are being purchased this year per the town council authorizing it. Then we had a plan to replace 50 voting booths per year. This will reduce it to 25 per year. Within finance, we'll be decreasing banking services further. For assessing, because the revaluation won't occur until 28, we'll decrease that by 250. The general government, we took a rough 3-year average for heat, oil, and gasoline and decreased it by roughly those with hopes that those prices won't increase and we have to make that money up elsewhere. Decrease furniture by 1,000, so we'll handle that. Remove the firework 25,000 and hope that we receive sponsorships. Drop one of the open positions coverage for health and dental insurance. Right now, we have a $1,000 insurance deductible that gets charged to this line. We'll take that $2,000 out and charge it directly to the department. The next one is police overtime for Old Home Day. We'll reduce police and fire overtime by the Old Home Day overtime expenses. The next one is to remove the animal control or conservation part-time position. The next one is firefighting overtime, and this is to bring it to the default number of 1.3. This was after discussion with the two chiefs about whether the operating budget was sufficient or if default was sufficient. The next one is to reduce our on-call firefighter usage by 10,000. Currently, it's at 20. Then also remove Old Home Day firefighting overtime. In building, we will decrease the overtime as well. Public Works, we'd look to lower the work safety line. And as you guys are aware, that was a new line last year that we're testing out. So this will essentially, this is where we believe we'll be on track, and it gives us less leeway should there need to be more requests next fiscal year. Then with the removing of snow equipment and the engine purchase, since we will not be requesting the 2 additional DPW members or truck drivers, the snow equipment would not be necessary to purchase, so that will be removed out. We're going to decrease snow removals by 23,000. Solid waste, we're decreasing travel and mileage as well as printing and services. So essentially less for reimbursement, and we'll lower the amount of printed materials, which will make our town manager happy. The next one is cable, where we'll reduce the training, the subscription services that the cable department utilizes, as well as, since we're reducing training, we'll reduce the travel costs. We'll utilize the capital reserve fund heavier for the maintenance and repairs, as well as the machinery and equipment. Recreation, we're decreasing, and again, we'll rely heavier on the capital reserve fund. Senior Affairs will decrease the increase in funding request. Planning and Community Development, we will decrease the increase request as well as the travel reimbursement. The library gave me their breakdown. So give me 1 second. If my computer will load. The library will be reducing the regular salaries for removing the admin time by about 6,668. They're going to reduce management services by about 804,000. This will be specifically the children's programming. They will reduce dues and subs by 300 and limit the museum passes. And they will reduce books and periodicals by approximately $43,227. Not renewing various databases for a total of 51,000.
Any questions? Deb, go ahead.
I don't know how much of a pain this would be to ask for you to do, but the lines that you're taking things from, could it be possible to put next to it, like, what's in it? So in other words, just for example, furniture, which happens to be on my thing. How much is in that furniture line total? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, just compare that way? Because I'd like to see how much of it you're actually taking out. Can you do that, or is that impossible?
No, I can do it. It's just if you were to go to the page for.
Well, I'm just, instead of going back and forth, to be able to see it right there, I mean, I think it would help a lot, you know, to be able to see right there
Okay.
how much of a percentage is coming out of each one, if
Okay.
you wouldn't mind. I'm sorry.
Nope. We can do that.
It's just easier
Yep.
to see it all in one spot. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Go-
so
and then
I believe we had asked for this exercise to be done without cutting and reducing down services to the town.
You didn't.
And I'm seeing this as drastically really affecting services being provided to the town. From police, fire, protection at Old Home Day, services that protect the town during snow events. These are a lot of items that are really affecting our services that affect the people on a daily basis. I don't think that this was really done in earnest to find the areas that could have been saved. And if these are really the, maybe some areas that could be saved, then really we're not hitting that 400,000 that we had asked for. And if that's the case, that might be okay. But if we're going to be really affecting our services throughout town, I cannot get behind many of these items.
So I just want to be clear, because I don't remember you saying you wanted me to make cuts that didn't affect services. And
He did say that.
you wanted to make cuts that didn't affect services. Is that on the video? Because I didn't hear it.
I don't remember
I thought you
saying
had
that
said
from
you
that.
had requested items that would not affect
I just
services
wanted
in town.
I just wanted to see what it looked, because we provide services, period.
Right.
Police,
Everything we
fire,
do.
DPW, we weren't
Yep.
going to reduce the services being provided. That was the
I
goal.
think, I'd have to go back and look at the video. I don't
Yes,
remember
please
saying
do.
that exact phrasing of it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
just
listened to it
asked
carefully.
The town manager to recommend what he'd recommend for 400,000 in cuts.
Okay.
So when I looked at this, I tried to minimize the impact on services. But as Vice Chair,
That's probably the way I worded it, actually, when you said it that way. I think I said minimize impact. I didn't say no, because I didn't
Okay.
think there's no possibility to ever cut $1 out of the budget without you'd impact the service $1.
so that's exactly what I did. I tried to minimize the impact short and long term when I did that. Anytime you're making budget cuts, you're going to be impacting something. If we weren't, then it shouldn't have been the budget in the first place. So an example of that is the tabulators for $7,200. That's not a real cut because we're purchasing those this year. So that was removed, and we already talked about that during the budget process. So when you cut a budget, I proposed a budget to provide the services. All of the things that you saw in that budget presentation that I had, all of these things that are in here are part of that. So when you're going to make budget cuts, you're going to have impact on services. And the idea is, how do you minimize that impact on services to the people who live here, short and long term?
So I think there is ways to do it without affecting current services, and that's affecting new spending. So if we looked into what was new spending, I think that would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ted, I think that's more in line with what you're thinking?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine cutting our snow removal services. I mean, cutting the whole $25,000 that we've been putting forth for years towards the fireworks for Old Home Day, I think is completely unnecessary. That's one of our biggest items in town that people look forward to every single year. Reducing the amount of money for the police animal control, and I believe they also help with traffic control as well. And then also for overtime for Old Home Day for police and fire, where really, we have anywhere between 3,000 to 10,000 people that show up for Old Home Day. You need those people to be able to be feeling safe and secure, and have our men and women to be on the streets protecting them at that time. A lot of these items, I don't think we should be cutting back out.
Which is why I proposed the budget with those things in there, so we could provide those level of services that are necessary to do that. But at some point, when you want to make cuts, they have to come someplace. And where do you make those cuts? I made a judgment call as to what those are, and that's an event we have one time a year. And other communities have done this. The community I was in, they cut that money out of there, and then sponsors came up with that money. Volunteers and businesses put that up because they valued that service in the community. So we just have to make a decision what we want to do at the end of the day. So that's why I proposed that, because I don't want to cut plowing any more than we've already cut it, because we are in here, plowing services. I don't want to cut police protection and fire protection to the extent that I absolutely have to. But when you're talking about an event that costs about $100,000 a year to run, that's what it costs. And is that more important than having an ambulance arrive at somebody's house, or a patrol car when someone's in domestic assault? Is that more important? And plowing these roads so the first responders can get out there and people can drive safely down the roadway. So that's why I try to prioritize those based on what I have. At the end of the day, no matter what cuts I make, whatever cuts you make, no one's going to be happy with that. That's the fundamental issue with budget cuts. No one's happy. Because right now, people are going to get less and they're going to pay more. That's the scenario that you're in, no matter what you do. Unless you make some really dramatic cuts, they're going to pay more next year and they're going to get less services. That's just the fundamental part of this. Every community that's going through this, Merrimack, Hooksett, they have default budgets right now. They're all seeing the same exact thing, unfortunately. That's the scenario you're in.
Would you be able to explain to the public what could happen if the default budget passes?
It would be $906,000 in budget cuts would have to occur.
Right. So I guess the attempt of this exercise was to try to make some cuts so that the public would get behind the budget and not vote for the default. Because if they vote for the default budget, we've got a lot of issues.
That's double this.
Yeah, so
this number,
it's double this.
This
So
number didn't come out of thin air. This number came
That-
where it was about halfway in
That was-
between where we are.
that was,
This-
yeah.
That'll be the people's choice, and then if they choose that, we'll have twice this.
So right now, we're looking at about 400,000 in cuts, which are hard and they're severe. But if the voters vote for the default budget, we're looking at about $900,000 in cuts. So,
Sorry, and just a
Yeah, please,
point of-
yeah.
Yeah, if I could just ask a
Yeah, please.
question. Just a point of clarity, though. We were saying, I think I saw on a previous slide, I just want to make sure I'm getting it and that the people at home get it. The difference in that example with the house and the $770,000 house or
We'll bring it
whatever,
up.
in taking these cuts or not was like, wasn't it like $50 in there, or it was not hot, it was not a ton of money, right? The
Right, it goes
difference.
from 192 to 146 for the $400,000 cut, and then you got a $92 reduction if you go to the default budget.
Right, so I'm just pointing out that that amount of money is not really significant, to make all, for, is it worth all the cuts? So that's just something to think about, I guess. And do you mind if I ask one other
no,
question?
good.
real quick?
That's what we're here for. No,
This is Justin, you might be the person to answer this, but it was about the library items. Can you tell me, and
and sorry, I just was listening as you were rattling it off, but the children's, there was something about the children's program or something. Is there an impact to a position in there? I just wanted to understand if.
We should probably have the library answer
using
that
someone.
question. We have a lot of library folks here that can
Yeah.
answer
Oh,
that.
yeah, if someone from the library wants to.
Aaron, do you want to come up and thank you?
I don't know if any of my trustees want to come up too, but, so,
Hold on.
sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll try that. I'll put it in the middle. So we, at our last, not the last board meeting, the meeting before that, it was the last board meeting. We did have a conversation on where those cuts would come from. We were tasked with the $51,000. I brought forth my thoughts and ideas. Jan had brought forth her thoughts and ideas. And the board voted where those cuts were decided to come from. Jason mentioned the salaries, the management, the dues, and the dues and subscriptions, and the books and periodicals. The plan with that is that it will impact a position. So we currently have a vacant part-time children's librarian position open.
From the warrant articles
Yes.
last year? Okay.
We have been unable to fill that position. So the plan was to, in order to keep that position in the budget, we would cut from the books and periodicals line, thus being able to overspend that line and keep that children's position in there so that hopefully we can fill that in the next fiscal year. And because we can't fill that position, that's where that children's programming is coming from. So we can't do more with less.
Yeah, right.
So that's where that's coming from.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, can I ask you one more question?
course,
Monica?
yeah.
Okay, because it was like $43,000-ish out of the books and
Yep.
periodicals and stuff. So can you help me understand, like, what's the practical impact of that? Like, in terms of the, what are people not getting?
So we will be canceling Hoopla, which is a downloadable service, which is very popular. I anticipate some upset from the public on that. We have a lot of people using that. It's a very popular service. It will also not be getting a specific database that we were hoping to get, which is called Comics Plus. It's like a graphic novel database, which would be very popular amongst teens and adults, and even children for that matter. So those are the major impacts. There could be some smaller impacts with the just the general collection, but those are the big hit ones.
Do you have any sense of how many people are using the Hoopla service through our library?
I do not right now. I can certainly get back to you with that information. Absolutely.
If it's
I can-
easy.
Yep, I can share that with the budget and the town council as well. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a list of, actually, these questions don't pertain to the library.
Okay.
So if
Okay.
anyone
That's, I
else
was about to
That's-
ask that.
anyone else has for
Don't
the
go away,
library.
I can stay up and hang out, but
Just in case somebody else
rather not.
has another question.
thank you.
Thank you.
Before we just ask questions, one thing to note is to find this 400,000 was not easy. So it took a lot of time from a lot of staff members to find it. So I don't want anything to seem like it's easy to cut. As the town manager was saying, everything affects your service in some way. So to find the 400,000 was not easy if you think about how wages are, collectively bargained, and you have to have them. You can't change them. Same with insurance plans. We can't change what we're offering our employees. So when you go to look at what you can cut, your bucket of what you can cut is not huge. So that's just one area to consider when you're looking at everything in the budget presentation.
Thank you, because I just, with some of these decisions, I just want to understand the rationale. So first, the $26,000, the health insurance benefits, the reduced buyout. Justin, you're saying that this is with the hope that employees will take the buyout versus keeping their insurance. How many employees would have to take this buyout?
This is one position.
One position would have to take the buyout.
No, this is,
Oh,
so there will be a warrant article to provide full-time benefits to the town clerk.
okay.
We initially had budgeted the position at a two-person. This is to lower the budgeted amount to a buyout instead. And as I mentioned, should we be wrong, we have to find the overage somewhere else.
Okay. All right. And then, like you said, for the electric service, heat and oil, gasoline. This again, you did your best with the math, but you said with, or I should say, did you say that this is with keeping the prices the same? And we know those prices will increase. So so tell us what happens when we hit these limits.
So that's more of an answer for me to provide that. So then we have to make other mid-course corrections, other cuts during the budget year if we do that. Because if you look at the EIA, the government website, you can see where fuel does this up and down, up and down. And that's a significant risk. It's a gamble that we're going to be able to do that. If we can't do that, I'll have to make other cuts during the year to make this happen.
So then just why was that gamble made?
Because again, I've tried to make cuts with minimizing the impact on services to folks as best I could. As you know, we're preparing a budget that has to go through a year and a half from now. And who knows what's going to happen then. So there's a lot of risk when you're doing that. And again, you appreciate that. You've been doing this a while. You understand that. So again, I did what I thought is the best I could, but some of this will have to change during the year. There's going to be other things that are going to occur that we don't know about. It's going to require shifting of money. As you know, this year you were in here to hear it. We're buying additional machines for the polling place to allow people to get through more quickly. We had an opportunity to do that, so we're doing that. That's not budgeted. That has to be taken from someplace else.
Right.
So I also, like I said, I took a look at the last 3 years to see where we've spent, and there was some leeway in that where we're not cutting to the 3-year average, we're cutting to just barely above to allow for if there is an increase, and hopefully we won't have to absorb too much above that elsewhere.
All right. Next is on to the police department. So first for the overtime for officers at Old Home Days. So, right, you take away the overtime. What does that do to the officer pool that we have available at Old Home Day?
I think that's the point. That we're cutting all the funds for Old Home Days, so there will be you're not going to be able to run that event unless you get donations, and to run that. That's what it costs to be able to do that. That's the point.
Well, I guess what would the mechanism be for? So you'd set up a mechanism for donations, and we'd be asking the residents to donate for the police officer.
Well, to the Old Home Day.
Overtimes.
To the Old Home Day.
Right. Okay, so we take out that budget.
So that's why the council created the nonprofit entity to be able to actually accept those donations to be able to do that.
All right, and then the removal of the animal control conservation part-time position. This is a position. There's a body in there right now, correct?
There is.
All right.
Let me.
But one of the things that was just said that this would be the halfway point between the proposed budget and the default budget. But at least I know in looking in the police line, these items would not have been, at least, the animal control position, it's still in there. The overtime, I believe am I correct that that's in the default?
The position of the animal control position is in default.
Right, and the overtime for Old Home Day?
The overtime budget is.
So right now, the budget you have does not reflect these cuts. We need the town council to authorize us to move forward with these cuts.
But in default.
In default, the Old Home Day overtime would remain. The part-time position, if it's being removed, would be removed from both.
So a lot of the other departments had, when they came to us, they did not say, we came in at, our only increases were contractual and our increases or federally mandated. The police department did so multiple times, came in and said, these increases that we're not asking for them, we have to do them contractually and federally mandated. Could there have been some other places to look at to cut versus cutting from a department that came in with no asks? And even within the, some of these other, let me bring it back up. I understand where you found this money, and I guess the message here is that, when some of these cuts, if we're going to make them, you're now putting the town in trouble. Some of these lines, like I said, the ones before the buyout, right, that's on a hope. The electric, heat, gas, that is, again, a hope. The within the police department, right? They didn't ask for it. There were no additional asks in the DPW, right? The safety line. We're going to see what that actually is. That those monies were put there, and I believe that was already cut during the budget season during last year's budget season. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And it was originally 100,000. We brought it down to 50. So that's already been cut. The snow removal services, that's a need. I guess, was there really nowhere else to cut in the budget? I know there are some additional positions that are being.
Do you want Dave to speak on the snow removal services?
Sure.
Thank you. Just to elaborate a little bit, in the spirit of some of the other things I talked about earlier. So that reduction right there, what you see is basically putting that line to default. That allocation there that we asked for this year was the amount of money that we went over in last year's snow removal services. That's for your contracted equipment. So it comes back full circle to what Dan was asking about, could we get more contracted equipment? Well, clearly, I'm already running over on that line, so I can't add to it. I can't recruit it because we don't pay enough to begin with. And now, with giving them an additional $5 per hour per equipment, that delta is going to grow even more. And that was on a season that we only got 43 inches of snow. The other changes we're seeing in the winter, too, is these durations are longer. People want us out there more. May not get a lot of accumulation, but we get a lot of freezing, sleet, rain, ice, and snow. So, and then when you have compounding that with we're struggling to stay at full staff or get bodies in, we end up being out there longer. We only got 18 pieces of equipment out there. So the guys are having to work longer and go cover routes that other guys are out and whatnot. So those are all those challenges. So when springtime comes, is it any wonder that we look at and say, well, salt went up $4 a ton. Who knows what it's going to go up this next July? What if it comes at us at $10 a ton going into next winter for 2027? That money's got to get made up somewhere. That likely means we're not going to pave a road somewhere. It's just not going to happen. So when we're trying to shift gears right now to where we have James Danis is here and we're starting to look at the PCI and we're trying to roll out a 5-year program, if we keep managing in this manner, then the PCI is a fruitless effort because we're not going to be able to meet the demand of what the program's telling us. Now, if we roll out a program and we say, hey, here's the roads we plan to do in the next 5 years based on that index and what we have to allocate to it, but we're always robbing from that because we didn't have the right amount of money budgeted for salt, we didn't have the right amount of money budgeted for contracted equipment, we don't have enough employees out on the street, then we have to go find that somewhere. We have to go and find somewhere. We can't tell the labor pool, well, we're not going to pay your contractually obligated rate by the CBAs. We're not going to allow you to have a family plan versus a single plan, which is what Justin was talking about. Those things, they're concrete. We can't do anything with it. So it does mean that we'll pave less or maybe not go upgrade as many street signs as we wanted to, or there are other things that we just won't be able to go and do because we have to make up for those overages that we were looking for.
I guess why weren't those things listed there then versus these? Because it sounds like if we cut these, then we'd cut that, and it seems like that's not accurate then.
Well, we could cut road work, right? We've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've made a lot of gains in areas where we're trying to push forward. It's been some time since we've gotten those markers where we want for the roads to. If we start losing our road now,
I'm not advocating for either of these. I'm just asking for accuracy's sake.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're saying if we cut those, we'd actually cut this. And so I just want to see accurately listed what would be cut.
Well, again, because snow is an unpredictable thing, right? The easy one up there is the removal of the snow equipment, right? So I came in, I made a push saying, hey, I think we should be providing, sidewalk services for snow removal efforts. This isn't the year. That's fine. I respect that decision, but that's the money that was in there to get those two pieces of equipment to put on there. So that is an easy and real cut that has been vetted out through this whole budget process. So that's an easy removal. Again, snow removal is a little bit of a gamble. We're saying that on other items up in this budget here. It's the roll of the dice on the electric and things of that nature, what the rates may or may not do, 18 months from now. So if you go and cut that money from an area of like road work, then we definitively, if we have a winter where we don't spend all the money,
we're not able to go and say, well, we're going to pave more. We wouldn't do that. But if an emergency, townwide emergency dictates that, well, then so be it.
Deb's got a question for you.
Yeah.
No, not for him.
Oh,
Just a question.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So I think Joseph was.
Sorry.
You still going, Joseph? You wanna come back to?
I'm gonna come back with an ask.
Okay,
At
all
the
right.
end of this.
Did you-
but
I just wanna make sure we
think
didn't cut you off.
just too much. But to my point, because right, the budget committee did this exercise.
Yeah.
Last budget year, where we were asked, can you come up with 4%, a 4% decrease? And I believe we didn't hit a 4% decrease without cutting staff.
Yeah.
That was the goal. I think we got 3.8%. It was
But that also included warrant articles.
that was including warrant articles.
Well, this also could have included warrant articles too. There's no direction that we couldn't have taken from that. And in all honesty, I think from that perspective, that actually takes into account future spending and doesn't affect services as much. So, I guess I expected this the full kind of same instruction since I wasn't specifically given in that manner.
All right, this is gonna sound really.
We didn't
crazy.
answer Joe's questions, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If we could just finish up on that.
Yeah.
So you asked why the cuts in the police department. If you look at the cuts in the police department, the ACO position, that's what was cut from the PD, other than the overtime, which is all directed to Old Home Day. Look down at the fire department. The police department has the largest budget in the town. Look down at the cuts in the fire department and overtime costs for them and on-call firefighters. It's a much higher number for a smaller budget. So the PD took actually less of a hit than all the other departments. And they have done a good job, as you indicated, as well. And the chief had some choices on that when we were looking at like $450,000 cuts. We were looking at cutting a full-time patrolman's position that presently is not filled. And we consistently have 2 of those empty all the time. And that's because of normal rotation. Of the number of people that you have, you're going to have positions that are filled. He filled 4 of those recently. As you know, they were in here. And so he did really well with that, which is well above the average of other communities. So when I say I'm making those cuts, we try to make the minimal impact on that. He also made, I thought, a wise choice during the year because you had 3 part-time positions. You had an ACO, you had a conservation officer, and your maintenance officer, right? Yeah. So he decided to take one of those positions and combine the ACO with a conservation officer. And because of the traffic issues in the community, he dedicated one of those part-time, that block of hours to traffic enforcement, which has worked out, I guess, very, very well in terms of enforcement out there, to reprioritize the resources he had to deal with an issue that we're all well aware of. And there wasn't additional funds that were appropriated for additional positions, but he used what he already had to do that. So I think, again, cuts are not, you don't want to do cuts unless you absolutely have to, and I've been asked to do that, and we're trying to minimize that impact on services.
You good for now?
I can-
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So this is kind of a crazy question. So I would like to know how many non-contractual, non-union, sorry, raises happened or are about to happen in the town this year, and how much is that dollar amount? Like, how much in total are people getting raises this year?
So you have that because we emailed that out.
I know. I'm asking for a total. Publicly. I'd like to know how many people, number
Well,
one,
why don't you just read off the sheet that's in front of you?
I don't know exactly where it is. Where is it?
Probably not in front of her.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. And I don't understand why somebody can't just answer that question and have it said
So you want us
publicly.
to tell them because you already
Yes.
know? Okay.
Yes.
So can you just read off the numbers for them?
I'm not sure what we're
I
looking
think you're asking for non-rep employees.
Right, the spreadsheet.
Excuse me?
You're asking for non-rep employees, people who are not part of a union.
Correct. Just people, people who, department heads who
Department heads are
got,
part of a union.
okay,
So your non-rep employees, you don't have that many.
okay,
You have 2 of us.
okay,
You have HR,
okay.
the 2 employees in HR.
Yeah, just read it off because she wants them to hear that, and I want them to hear it as well.
Yeah, are you asking?
And I'll explain each one. So go ahead and read it off.
Well,
Read off
that
the-
and
The sheet that you sent out,
others.
pull it up and
Oh.
just tell these folks.
So while Justin's getting that up, I'll just let you know how many we have. So it's me and Justin who are non-rep.
Okay,
You have Tara and Sherry, our HR department, who's non-rep. Deputy Town Manager Kelly Karen is non-rep, and Tanya, the executive assistant, non-rep. And we're non-rep because of the confidential information that we have access to. So we are not part of a bargaining agreement. We are labored, or our contract is under the non-rep contract.
So I would like to know that area, how much we spent, or we're spending, or about to spend, in raises for that small group of people.
Deb, Sarah, we also have 2 attorneys.
Oh, yes, we have 2
Mr. Bernard.
prosecutors over at the PD who are
So
part of
that's
non-rep.
how many people and how much money?
Yes, and the library is technically non-rep, but they are under their library
Well,
personnel
that's
contract.
separate. I'm not even
Okay.
counting the library because they're supposed to be a separate
Yep.
government. I'm talking about
Yep.
the town side
Yep,
of it.
he's
So
pulling, he's doing the math.
that's fine. You guys can ask other questions.
Anyone else have any other questions?
I do. So what is, Justin, you might be able to give a better answer on this. What is the majority of the 900,000 that is over default?
Those would be contracts that we've entered into, so they would be wages, so all your bargaining agreements. Those have step increases every year. In the back of the union agreements, you can see every year how they move a step, and then the wages move.
So that's
Along
not
with
part
that-
of the default?
That is part of default.
No, I'm saying beyond the default.
Oh,
The
so that would
900,000,
be-
that's beyond the
That
default.
would be, like new contracts that have been entered into.
That are? Which are those? That are
You
equating
have
to
a
the
couple
900,000?
You have a couple IT contracts. We could have to go department by department to see, but default would be anything that you have a contract for. that
Right, I know about the
already
default part. I meant about the 900,000, beyond default. What is the major drivers for that?
Yep. So a lot of it is IT. So contracts that have been entered into.
Do you have a dollar amount on that?
Yep. So I believe on one of the spreadsheets, there's a column that has your proposed over under default on your, in the budget book. So it will show you what the dollar amount for each department is over default.
Right, yep.
So you should have access to that. It should be
Right,
one of the
I guess
first-
I was hoping that there would have been a summary of our major cost drivers of beyond default. That way it would have been easier for
Yeah.
people at home,
It's
too.
ju- Yeah, no, it's just in every department spreadsheet, so we can definitely get that.
Any other questions? Dan, go ahead.
I'll wait for that answer.
Okay. When do you want to?
Oh, I can get Dave around? Dave, so?
Dave is,
Yeah.
Dave is right
Still
there.
here?
Dave, can you come up for a second? I'll start with your department. All right, so you said in removing the snow equipment, that pertains to that snow blower attachment that you were talking
Right.
about? Okay, so what's the engine purchase, for what? I guess I'm-
Engine purchase?
Yeah, it said engine purchase.
That might have been a typo on my part.
Okay, because it said remove snow equipment and engine purchase.
It was
so-
the snow blower and the.
It's the snow blower and the V plow is what that 28,900.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay, I see where it says, and yeah, that's, no, it's a V plow and a snow blower attachment.
So can you explain to me the work safety reduction of $14,000? How is that going to impact the
So,
the
all right,
safety of our
yeah.
employees?
Yeah, excellent. So that line, essentially, that line we started with last year, or just in July, is when our first experience with that line is. And this is for essentially mostly for hire and detail officers. If something large comes up where we need to set up a temporary lane closure or something to that effect, we can actually use it to rent equipment, like a temporary traffic signal if we had to, do alternating traffic or things of that nature. But essentially that line, it was derived from how many hours we do with flagging. And then to Joseph's point, we did then scale that down through the budget process last year. And I started looking at, this is a tough one, but we started looking at how much did we utilize it so far since July.
Okay.
Now, again, we had some retirees that hit and a lot of, we were down people. So we weren't doing as much work out in the roads as we perhaps would like to have. So we're not having the experience that we thought we were going to have with that line. We're just looking at it a little bit more conservatively and trying to forecast it out. So we figure we could scale that down a little bit more, and that's exactly what that $14,000 represents.
So, to still provide that service of flagging, have you looked at hiring a flagging company, contract that out? I mean, you see a lot of construction crews that do that.
Yes, we do. And they hire them out in a level that, you know, there's 3, 4, 5 times, sometimes people out there. Again, we are flaggers. In my experience and from what I notice, you know, our crews always feel safest when we have the best out there. And Londonderry PD is certainly the best. They provide a good level of service, and they're available to us. And so that's what we would prefer, to make sure that our work zone is the absolute safest possible as we could. Could we get, you know, some flaggers as well and a flagging service? Maybe on some things we could certainly explore that. But again, this line is something new to our department, and we're kind of working through it and seeing what, and that's why I felt comfortable with, you know, taking that down a little bit more. And then as we amp up, or we get more geared up with it, that, you know, we'll see where it goes. If we can get to full staff and stay full staff, and again, with some of the things that James is working on, we plan on doing a little bit more in-house projects and not using contracted services for that for construction reasons. And so we'll be out on the roads a little bit more, and that's where we use the police officer details.
That's just one line I'd like for you to look at is,
Yep.
you know, maybe look at contract services for that, what kind of a savings it would be, if you can get back to me
Yeah,
on
I get
that,
it.
that'd be great.
There's, you know, so a lot of the times you'll see the flaggers from Continental, right? Those are their people.
Yeah.
Those flaggers, excellent. They're their people. You know why they're their people? Because they had problems with contracted flagging services, and they're, you know, we don't want to replace a problem with a problem. So, but I appreciate that, and I will look into it.
And how can you decrease the snow removal? I'm having a hard time with that one.
Again, why that cut, that specific cut? Again, it was our overage on our line. So just looking at it from a default perspective, we're going to do what we need to do in order to keep the roads safe. All right. If we have a bad winter and we go over that account by that much, then we're going to look at areas of work that we're not going to do. I use the fuel illustrations, signs, paving, or whatever that we're going to have to do to make that up. If you tell me that we're, you know, go ahead and cut $200,000 out of road work, can't very well do that road work. That's a decision that's made not by a force of nature. So, in my opinion, you know, that's where you make the cut. And if we're forced into that position by what Mother Nature throws at us, even though we know we're not budgeted accurately for what our experiences are, and we're looking at our annual averages, I just looked at it from the default approach. If we're going to be at the default, I'm going to be there anyway.
And while it's a cut to that line, it is actually still an increase from last year's budgeted amount.
Right.
Not by much, but it's still an increase from the, I believe, 50,000 is what we have budgeted in there this year.
That was that arranged number was the overage of
Yep.
last year's budget.
So it's still an increase of $7,212.
Right.
Just so you know, Justin, where I'm going with this is that PD was a perfect example, all right? They were trying to play catch-up because for years, line items were underfunded, and I don't want to see us going back to that, being underfunded. I've seen it, living in this town for a long time, for over 40 years, that you have, all of a sudden, we have a bad winter, and it's like, PD, fire, pony up money, we need more salt, okay? We need more sand, and that's hard.
It is. It's difficult, and I understand the concern. And look at we over the last 4 budget cycles, we made those tough decisions to get the salt budget up to 290.
Right.
And last year, I was feeling great. I'm like, hey, look at that. You know, our average usage, we're under it. And I think even then, I could be wrong, but I don't think we quite hit the 290. I think we spent 282 or something to that effect. So that was great. This year, $4 ton increase. You know, that's a tough one to make up. And who knows where it's going to be next year. So our trend is we're falling behind again. I understand it. You know, people want their smooth roads in the summertime. They want them paved. They also want them black and smooth in the wintertime too. It's a delicate balance. So, you know, if the trend continues with the way the snow accumulation comes down, but again, like I was saying, you know, the demand to have the roads safer for longer periods of time and the longer duration of events that we're having, you know, these black ice events and squalls and things that hit like that, you know, this Saturday is a perfect example. Okay, and I had this conversation with a few friends of mine from the brothers from the Legion, American Legion. And Saturday is an absolute perfect example. It starts flurrying. We're looking at it. We're monitoring it. We're starting to hear about squalls. We know what just happened last week a little bit north of here, up in Hooksett, 73 vehicles off the road. Had to make the call. Get the equipment in, because if the snow squall hits, it's a Saturday morning. We know a lot of people out there doing their Christmas shopping. People are out looking for their Christmas trees. We had to come in, and unfortunately we had to do a round of salt. You know, so we were in 4 or 5 hours, used $10,000 worth of salt, X amount of dollars thrown at overtime, vehicles, the contracted equipment and whatnot. And by that afternoon, I'm volunteering selling Christmas trees over there for the Legion, and it's 38 degrees out, sunny and warm and beautiful, and it's just a matter of a few hours if people would just drive a little bit more cautiously and go a little bit more slower. We have all-wheel radial tires and all-wheel steering and all this stuff, and we're still trying to go faster and faster and faster and want the roads black. And you know, it seems like a waste of money, but imagine if we didn't and we had accidents everywhere, and that cost bears out on everybody that doesn't drive reasonable. So it's one of those things.
Okay.
I got all this.
Good.
Go through the other.
Yeah.
Thank
Yep,
you.
I had to get it.
Justin, I got this. So, put this over there so I can talk to you folks out there, because that's who this is directed to. So, we start at the top. The town manager went from $170,000 to $187,931. That's the change. The assistant town manager is now the deputy town manager, went from $128 to $146. The executive assistant went from $67 to $93. The human resource director went from $133 to $140. The finance director went from $143 to $162, and the controller went from $103 to $120. Those were the changes that they wanted me to tell you about, that they're aware of.
I couldn't hear you at all over here. I'm sorry.
Well, you have it though, so you know this already, so you have it.
I'm sorry?
You have this, so it's a matter of communicating to them, like you wanted me to do, which I just did.
Yep. And what was that total dollar amount? I couldn't write it down or quick enough.
So I have a total of 120 for those, and it goes to 131 if you include the other two non-rep employees with the police department.
So it was
120.
120, and that was for what, 5, 6 people?
7.
7 people.
Do you want to know why? Because that should be the next question. I know that you do.
I'm looking.
So
Oh,
when you,
sorry.
he wants to know why.
I'd like to know what the average percentage is. So what was that increase on average for everybody? Well, how much did they get? Like, was it 20%, 5%, 6%?
16.8 on average.
16.8. And then the union guys only got 3 to 8%?
No.
No?
No.
Good, you can help me with this, because I'm not math.
The now Director of Admin Services got a 25% increase. I assume that's related to the change in job title and description. The Finance Payroll Coordinator got an 8.28% increase, and the Finance Assistant got, again, a change in title, 11.6%.
So for personally, I would like to see, maybe within the next day, the job descriptions. I'd like to see the old one and the new one and what's changed and what justifies that rate, those increases at that such high amount. At this point in time, where we sit with, do we get rid of fire, police, and safety, or do we take care of these guys? Can we do it more incrementally in steps at certain amounts over the year? I mean, it seems to me that we're taking a big chunk.
Yes.
And we don't have the big chunk, really, because, and no offense, these people do a great job. They're doing a lot of stuff, and they're taking on more responsibility and should be taken care of. But it should have been happening on a more normal kind of increment year after year. not just a boom, here you go.
Which is what we're doing.
Especially when we have what we're trying to cut. It bothers me to look at, cutting fire, police, DPW, but these are emergency services needed for these people. So that's why I
Yes.
was looking there.
In order for those emergency services to work, all these support services have to be able to be there to function and be able to provide that support. HR, finance, that has to happen to make that happen. Otherwise,
I
those-
understand, we're not saying to get rid of them, I'm saying to make it a more palatable steps.
I don't think that's possible, because correct me if I'm wrong, this money's already spent.
What?
These increases have occurred, yes.
So it's already spent. It's not.
Yeah, we can't just cut that out all of a sudden.
I just don't understand why we didn't have it.
Well, you haven't asked. If you let me finish, you might get an answer to that question.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. So,
Let me finish.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So the reason why I did that is, as you know, we're undergoing a wage classification process right now, because your wages, depending upon what they are not they're not competitive. We have two things that we need to do. We need to retain the good quality people that we have, and we need to recruit new people to fill these jobs. We were forced, as we were walking into this winter, this first storm, with being down basically a third of our plow truck workforce. Something needed to be done. I took those steps, and we didn't even talk about those yet. I took those steps to increase those salaries to make sure that when we brought people in laterally, if you had 10 years of service working for another DPW department, you would start those people out as a one-year employee. You would not credit them for that service, that experience, that ability to do that. We have now done that, and we've been able to fill most of our positions, but even now, we still are short too, and we don't have a whole lot of applicants to be able to fill those, because we are not competitive in the marketplace to do that. And we want to retain the workers that we have invested time in, we have invested money in, that other people are going to take advantage of. There are communities in this state, especially when it comes to these two folks over here, where you can't find finance people. Literally, there is nobody to do their books. That is horrifying to me and should be to you as well. And your folks are way underpaid compared to what they are. When you look at what their other communities are paying these people, and we didn't talk about the DPW director too, let's not forget that one. So when we looked at what the DPW director is making here, it was $126,000 a year. We hired a deputy DPW director, that engineering position we couldn't fill for 3 years, at $125,000. So the person running the place is making $1,000 more. If I look at the DPW directors in other communities, they're all making up in the mid-150s. I increased his salary to $148, which is the top of the range we have in the contract. And if you look at his job compared to his job and what the fire chief should be, they're making 160s, but they have the same level of responsibility and duties that the other department heads have. Which is why a wage classification system is presently underway to do that. So the changes I made still are not competitive yet. Still are not doing that.
Well, I also think when you make these changes to be competitive, everything has to be considered. Like you said, time of being here. You know, we pay 100% health insurance. Did the other places pay 100% health insurance? Are they getting full dental? Are they getting what are they getting for benefits? Like DPW's, the union, the 5 hours of overtime. Those kinds of things have to be looked at when you look at the salary number to make sure that it's not just a salary number, because it's not. There's a lot that comes into play.
I would agree. And as you know, before I got here, the council made some of those changes with the unions. They went from 100% to 95%. That was the first step to do that. The other unions, and we've had this discussion as well, I'm telling you, you're looking at 5% and then 10% the year after that. You're going to have more skin in the game. We cannot continue to be able to pay these increases the way they are.
And that was my point to this whole
Exactly.
question. We can't, it's not sustainable.
Sure, I agree.
And I mean, it's not because I don't like somebody or I don't think they're doing a good job, but we as a community have to figure out how we're going to be able to afford this kind of living, cost of living for these people. And I'm not saying they shouldn't get paid a good amount. My point is, but what's a good amount? How can
Exactly.
we do that when we have people who are losing their houses or not even getting insurance because they're paying taxes? I mean, there are situations out there that are really critical, and I don't think we're looking at everything totally.
Well, I think we are, because I looked at what those other communities are paying competitively and the level of service. Dave just told you how many years of service he has. These other people, one of them has 3 years of service and he's making 155 in a neighboring community right beside us.
But
He's
is
got
he
a lot more
getting, is he
experience.
getting 100% health insurance?
I don't
At
know
that
I don't know what
155?
they
We
pay
don't
for
know.
that.
That comes at a cost.
He doesn't get 100% health insurance either.
Oh, what does he get? 90?
No, 95 now.
95. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what they're getting, whether it's 60, 70, 80, we don't know. So that's an unknown.
So when it comes to why did I do
Apples to
that?
apples,
As I
just
just told
saying.
you, I need to retain the quality people. If I lose one of these finance people, trying to make up for that, even the time it takes just to do that, we are at a significant loss. It's going to cost a lot more money at the end of the day.
I understand what you're saying.
Well,
I
if
do.
you let
But
me
how do we
finish
right
what
that
I'm saying.
ship? We're saying all of this. We have to raise all this money. How are we, as a town, and this is a question for all these councilors here and the budget committee, how are we going to be able to justify being able to do all of this, get everything we need, maintain all these buildings when we're falling behind right now? How? What are the plans to grow revenues?
So let me know when you're done so I
Taxing the
can,
heck out of people.
let me know when you're done so I can finish what I had to say.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if I
go
may?
ahead. No, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so as I indicated, we looked at each of these positions to see what other communities were paying and also what level of, how many years of service those people have. And again, the increases I made still don't put us where we need to be competitive. And if I lose one of those people, there's a significant cost in service reduction when I do that. So the incremental cost of paying them more money is a lot less than losing those people. And to your answer in terms of the long term, you may have less people doing this work. That's just the reality, and that's what other communities are facing as well. So that's, every community is dealing with this. Nobody has the ability to keep up with these insurance rates. And that's why we're making the changes we are, and I can't do it all in one day. Though, for instance, if I take a family plan and I go from 5% down to 10, that's a $4,000 additional cost for that employee. The employees in the lower range, that's more than what they're gonna get for an increase. So that's why that has to be done over a period of time. We were fortunate this year, the increases were relatively low, 3%, 2%, which almost never happens. Usually they're double digits, and you folks have seen that. Everybody else has as well. So that's what we're faced with.
And I'm glad we're having this conversation because it needs to be heard. Not just by, one counselor or two counselors or department head. It needs to be heard what the state truly is of the town and what actions we have to take. That was my point of bringing this whole thing up, was to have this brought out and put out here for everybody to hear where we stand. Sorry.
Well, one I'll say is not one or two councilors have heard this. All of us have been told about what the wages are and how hard it is to hire people and where things are going employment-wise. It's not one or two of us have heard this. So that's just a complete misnomer.
You heard the whole story he said to you just
Yeah.
now?
He has told us this.
He told you and maybe other people, but maybe not everybody.
He has told all five of us.
How do you know that, Ted? How do you know that? I'd like to know.
Well, we did actually, we had.
No, but I want to know. I mean,
Okay. Let's.
kind of weird.
Okay. Go ahead, sir, and then we'll get back on the budget.
Yeah, let's get back to the budget.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think
Go
that's
ahead.
a good point.
Okay. Sean, I cut you off. You had a question.
Yeah, a couple follow-ups on this. So when we were going through the raises, there's a town manager raise in there?
Mm-hmm.
You gave yourself a raise?
No, you did.
We did?
We had this discussion, if you remember, when I presented the budget.
No, if I did, I'm forgetting.
So it's important, and I think this is a good example because
Can I chime in real quick?
Wait, just before you do. So the council made a decision. Your previous town manager, his contract was $140,000 a year.
Okay,
Just let me
so
finish,
this is-
please. $140,000 a year. You went and advertised for a position at $180,000 a year. So, and credit to former Councilor Farrell, he negotiated that. In fact, Ted, you were with it.
Yeah, I understand where this came from. It
Right.
isn't you gave yourself a raise. This was when we hired you.
Right.
That amount goes up in the budget. So
Right.
that's why, no.
But my point is, you felt the need to do that because you had to compete in the marketplace for someone to fill this job. So
Yeah.
the council made that, so exactly what you did is the same thing that I am doing. So anyway, there's that, and then go ahead, Justin.
Okay.
I was just going to emphasize that at the time of the budget, there were several positions that show a significant increase there that weren't filled. So they came in lower, and the town manager being one, where we were able to somewhat account for it based on what it was posted at, but we still were lower than what was initially budgeted.
Yes, it's, the confusion comes in when we're listed as things that have gone up. That's not something that's happened since, the list we had was since you've been here, so that's where I was confused seeing that in there, going, oh, I understand what happened there.
I mean, it essentially is because what we had budgeted for this
Yeah.
year was the 140,
Yeah,
but yet we
fully
hired
get
him
it.
at a different rate.
I fully
And
get
the
it.
request was for the whole department.
I
So we
understand.
just gave all positions.
I get it. Second question. So the town admin, did we hire at 70 and go up to 90 since we've hired her?
Yes.
So
No, no.
She has a salary increase too during the year. Go ahead.
We hired her closer to 72, 73.
Okay.
And the 90 you have to keep in mind is
With
COLA and merit from this year and next.
Okay, so that's not an increase from the previous position. That's a, she's been in the position and got a raise since she's been in the position.
Correct.
So
So for fiscal year 26, this current budget, it was budgeted at $67,038. That is not what we hired the individual at.
okay. So if we hire someone and they take a job, I don't feel like they're, especially since it's been a couple months, they're in danger of leaving or in danger of being unhappy with the position that they just took.
You don't?
No, I
So
don't
you-
think
you-
people just start a new job and then go, you know what, I need a significant raise more to stay here. That seems strange to me.
Dave just had someone leave in 2 days.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay.
So unfortunately, and again, you folks know this, it's to find trained, qualified people is challenging. And you're going to lose them because what's going to happen is they're looking over their shoulder and someone says, I'm going to pay you a little bit more, come work for me.
Yes, that
And they
happens.
do. And then there's a significant degradation in service between the time that happens when they leave us, we try to hire somebody else, get them up to speed. And as you know, Tanya's still trying to figure out the job. She's been on the job a couple weeks more than I have, trying to figure it out. So all of that, you have to factor all that in, their ability to do that work, figure it out, make mistakes, do those sorts of things because they're new. And do we want to start that all over again? I don't.
I guess never in my 20-plus years of managing have I generally thrown a raise out months after someone started. But I'll keep going. So like with finance, and I say that because they're visible, they've worked here for years. So I mean, yes, and I think they do wonderful work, and I do think they do deserve more, but it's just, I guess part of where my angst with this comes in is 132,000, as we're talking about 400,000, that is put into the default that we have not seen. So we get to kick around old home day fireworks and things like that, but this happened to us. We didn't decide this. We didn't go over painstakingly this. We've got $50 lines we're going over, and this would be, 25% of what we're looking for, a little over. And so that it's just being in on those decisions that when we're doing this, it's like we've made half the picture and half the picture is decided for us. And so I guess that's why I don't do it often, but I'm agreeing with Deb on when she brought up this point. It doesn't sit right with me. Yes, I get there's a market and there's other communities, but yep, we're Londonderry. Londonderry leads the way. We've done things a certain way. If we just come in and go, in 3 months, I'm going to try to get everybody up to par around what I see the average, that's not a good evaluation, I feel like, of the entire situation. But, okay, that's all I've got on it. We can go on other stuff.
Good,
First of all, Justin, finance, I want to say thank you for what you guys do. I hear it from my son all the time, don't know why you do it, because you can make more in the private sector. All right? You're doing a lot of time in here. I understand what town manager's saying, I've brought this up in the past. Why are we losing people? Okay, and we lose people, and I'm looking at it differently now because I know when I was working here at 28 years, I stayed with this department. I saw a lot of people stay. This new generation, they don't do that. They look at what can we make down the road somewhere else, and they'll go somewhere other place. So I understand trying to retain people. It's a difficult situation, but it's also more expensive, I think, if we're going to lose people and we're going to start training people all over again. It's going to cost us more money. So I am one of the few up here that's saying, you know, we need to try to retain our people as much as we can. I know it's difficult. People go in and they vote these salaries in, they vote these benefits in. We've negotiated them. I mean, when I worked here, people would say to me, my pay was really not that great, Sean. And they'd say, why do you stay? I mean, do better in your business. And I said, benefits, retirement. Benefits and retirement. And I stayed because of that, you know. Unfortunately, this new generation, when I talk to people, they're like, they could care less about, you know, retirement. They're looking at tomorrow. What can we make tomorrow? I'll go to Massachusetts. We hear from the chief over there that says we lose people to Massachusetts because they can make more, you know? So that's my 2 cents on that. And I got other things we want to talk about on the budget.
I just want to
Yeah.
talk about what Dan's talking about.
Sure, yeah, good.
So, you're talking about police, which is different than the departments we're talking about that got the raises.
Yep.
These people have all been with us for a long time. I don't know if any of them were unhappy with their job. I don't know if any of them were thinking about leaving. The only two that I can see that are new is planning department head, which has been here 3 years, and Tara, who's only been here 6 months, like the manager, and the town manager. Everybody else has been here for a bit. And if they were unhappy, why weren't they bringing this forward all along, year after year, asking for small raises, asking for more benefits? Why is it that all of a sudden it's this, like, we're not talking a little jump, you're talking 16%. That's a huge jump. And that also includes, you know, the full insurance and all of that other stuff. So that's my point. It's not the police. It's not a contracted union thing. It's separate. It's a, whatever they are, I forget the name already. But I just wish that it had been happening at a more manageable rate over years. So the question falls as to, are we talking to these people as a council? Maybe we have to do it as the manager. I don't know if the old managers did this or not. I don't know if they actually sat down with HR and these guys and say, are you happy in your job? What can we do? I mean, I have no idea if any of that was being done. And if it hasn't been, then there's a problem with that department.
So I agree with Councilor Paul, this should have been done over the years, but it wasn't. That's why.
But I don't understand if it had been an emergency or not. Was it an emergency? Was Justin so unhappy that he was going to leave tomorrow, that he wouldn't be happy saying, okay, I understand the situation of the budget, and I'm not meaning to speak to you, I'm just using you as an example. Sorry, Justin. Because Justin knows how I feel about him. He does an amazing job. He's been here for a long time, and he's responsive, he's due diligent, and I'm not saying he's not deserving of it. But where'd the breakdown happen of, you know, why isn't that happen? Who dropped the ball? What department dropped the ball?
So I don't know that because I wasn't here prior to 6 months ago. So
You
you'd
know
have
what
to answer.
department runs that?
You'd have to answer that question because I wasn't here.
Yeah,
So
good job.
the other thing is, I don't wait till an emergency occurs. I deal with it before it becomes an emergency. That's what we should be doing, and that's what I've done. I've taken a proactive step to do that, and that's why I have done what I have done. And I don't have any questions about that it was the right thing to do.
I'm not saying it wasn't the right thing. I'm just wishing it was done
I agree.
in
It should have
smaller
been.
bites rather than
It should have
ramming
been.
the apple down
But it wasn't.
the throat.
But that doesn't mean, I guess, jump up and do it down. To Deb's point, like,
No, I'm not
nobody in this
saying that.
community has got a 16% raise pretty much in the last year, probably. I think people are, as we're trying to help people out and people are struggling with some things, to jump it up that much, it could have been stepped, yep, people didn't do that before, but that doesn't mean it has to all be done at once this year. 132,000 is a lot, and it's a visibility issue, frankly. Like, we're debating all these other little things, and we just get this unilateral decision.
The most important thing we have is our people. That is the most important resource that I have here to provide services to our citizens. Without that, we can't do anything. All the vehicles would sit there with no staff in them.
Yeah, they're all important. I understand
Right.
that.
So
But
I made
that
it-
doesn't mean we pay them $500,000 each. Like, there's a limit. There's a way to go about this, to do this in a manner that it spreads out the cost effectiveness for the town. We can't have everything we want in this budget. There's a lot of things we want in this budget. There's some things the firefighters want with new positions. There's a lot of other new things, and they're not all getting what they want right now. So on this, it seems like you got what you wanted right now,
Did I?
while everybody else doesn't, and that's troublesome to me.
So no one got a $500,000 raise as you just
No, I
indicated.
know. I'm even over exaggeratory to make a point, because
Well, you are exaggerating. That's the issue.
Yes, with hiring people, you know, I've had some underpaid people, I've had some overpaid people, but there are people who will chase money and they'll go to the top of the line paying job. And those are people who don't stay for the culture, they don't stay because it's a good town, and the second they're paid $10,000 more, they move to the next position, and that happens. You can't just always try to buy everybody. You got to create a good environment. You've got to have a place people want to work. And we have that in this town, which is why we retain great talent like Justin and Sarah over there, because we have a great place to work, and it's the intangibles of it. You can go chase money elsewhere and work in a less competitive environment. And I'm not even disagreeing with the raises. I'm just saying it's a big chunk at once.
Right, so I'm not trying to do it all at once. I've made changes, but this, as I told you before, it still doesn't put you in a competitive place. When we looked at the salaries of what other people in the similar positions with less years of service are making, we're still not there. So I didn't try to do it all at once.
But the best predictor of behavior is the predictor of past behavior. And last year we were doing it, and we were doing it for 16% less. Would we retain all those people? No. Would we have lost all of them? Probably not. Would we have lost 75% of them? Probably not. I don't know that this was a necessary step to retain all those people.
So Sean, can I add something to that?
Yep.
I look at the three of you were involved in hiring the town manager. And you saw what the talent was out there, what you had out there, and it went from 140 to 170, all right? Because in order to attract the best that you wanted, you had to go up on her salary. Instead of saying to him, hey, it's 140. You probably wouldn't have gotten him for 140.
Actually, no, it didn't really go about that way. When we actually saw his qualifications, that justified that to fill that position, which is a one-person position. The amount of town managers, it's a very rare position. It's a lot more rare than any other position in this town. So yes, that justified, and I'm not saying it doesn't on a case-by-case basis. I'm saying when we have this amount and it all adds together, I question that each and every one of those cases equaled that situation, because it's a lot and 16% is a lot. He wasn't already employed here. That also makes a difference, because when people are employed here, they're either generally happy or they're not speaking up, one of the two. And you can give people a 5-6% raise, which is more than other people are getting, and they're going to be happy that you value them and moving them up. I don't have to give somebody a 16% raise to let them know they're valued. If generally if an employee's making 10% more than he's making last year, they are probably really happy with that amount. I don't think they're going to go, well, you know, I could get more on the open market and you just gave me a 10% raise, I'm out. That I've not really ran into that situation before, and I've done this a long time.
The thing I have an issue with, Sean, and it's just when you talk to people in business and they'll say, I lost employee X and he was making X amount of dollars. I had to go out and hire somebody at more than what I was paying that person. I'm paying more now than what I had, and I had experience. I had, good employee. That's a concern I have. That's, you know,
Yeah, I
worry
understand
about
all that.
I worry about that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so I
And you
think about
should.
that. I think about that, so.
And you should, and that's why there needs to be a more vibrant way, a better culture for the people who work here to be able to know what the steps are and where they're going and what they're getting. And I don't know if that exists in this town. There's not, I don't believe that culture exists.
But I think there's a communication that was broken for years on this, and I think he's trying to correct it.
I understand that
so-
he's trying to correct it, and I applaud him for correcting it, but I just wish it wasn't in such a big chunk, because when I look at cutting and trying to figure things out, it's, you know, just kind of,
And it would be nice if we could step it up like we do with the rest of the budget. This seems off kilter from the rest of the budget that we're spending. It seems like a lot more of correcting versus what we're doing to help out other departments in this town.
But he was told to go find $400,000, and that's what he did. All right? He might not like the 400.
I don't like the 400.
Okay, so to me, my thought would have been to going to each counselor and saying, you want to cut 400? Bring a list and give it to him and let him think about it and see what his thoughts are on it.
So Dan, and
That's just my thought.
No, I know, and I'm kind of going by what you've said before, and I've had this feeling, and I had the feeling, and I've said it to the town manager himself. I feel like, as you said before, we've paid him a lot of money to do a job. We go through this budget season, and last year, we are like, okay, how about 10,000 off this? How about that? We have all these questions and everything else. I thought, you know what, make it more simpler? Let's take a look at it, kind of figure out where we want to be. Ask the guy in charge to go, hey, why don't you come back with us to your recommendations? We can go over them and see where it lands, and then do it that way. Instead of trying to piecemeal this, have some kind of together plan about it. So that's where this all came about, is to come back with the recommendations.
Are we gonna continue on this part?
Yeah, we'll continue. This is budget discussion.
All right.
Did you have something, Joseph? Joseph.
So my two requests.
Yeah, please.
So I have two information requests, and if this could be disseminated to the budget committee, and I guess any of the council wants them as well. So this would be a breakdown of some of the lines in the budget for FY25 actuals, FY26 budgeted, FY27 department budgeted, the FY27 town manager budget, and the FY27 default. So just throughout the entire budget, those that are listed at the account description of management services, supplies, general expenses supplies, department expense supplies, office supplies. I know this next one's going to sound weird, but that's how it's listed. Office supplies.
Those are supplies for the supplies.
Yeah. Miscellaneous, and any account description that contains miscellaneous in it. So I just want to see what those breakdowns have been over the past 3 years, because there's lots of money in those lines, and while we go department by department and we ask you, X amount is in this, I would like to see it's change. One, it's changed over time, and two, how it's allocated for this year's budget, how the town manager wants it allocated, how the department head wants it allocated, and how the default, how it's allocated in the default budget. The second ask, yes.
What department has an account line with miscellaneous in it?
Or maybe I was wrong and I had just written that as a note for myself.
Okay.
And it
Because I
looks
know we
like
have one with revenue, but
Yeah.
outside expenditures, I don't believe we do. And if so, I'd like to get rid of that
Yeah.
ASAP.
All right. And then the second one, so again, this will be for FY25 actuals. The FY26 approved budget, department FY27 budgeted, the town manager's budget for FY27, and then the default FY27 budget. This would be for every single position in town, union or not, and just their position, and I'd like to see just how those have changed over the past 3 years. And oh, I know you're taking notes too, Chief. So did you have a question?
Nope, I'm writing them down for us.
Okay, and again, I just want to see the changes, right, because we're talking about both union and non-union, but I think for our purposes, and if other people had requested that, just how those have changed over the past, well, not the past 3 years, but FY25 for FY27. So those are the, I guess if you can before the new year, so we can take a look in the beginning of January and take a look at some of these lines, and maybe there's room there within these lines, because I know when we talked about it in the past, last year, and we're going through, that's all we saw were these chunks, and we're like, okay, well, let's take some from this chunk, some from that chunk, not knowing what we were subtracting from the budget exactly. So I think especially for the budget committee's edification, for us to be able to take a look, and maybe there's something that we see. It might not be $400,000, but it might be something that we're able to pick up on and take a look at.
Dan has a lot of questions. I didn't.
Can I please go?
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
been waiting so long.
I didn't
say
see you. Just
something.
wave your hand.
No,
I
it's
didn't see
okay.
you.
It's not your fault. It's my fault. Okay, so not to go back into the negative atmosphere, but I do want to ask if there are significant increases in staffing or staff salaries. We would love to know. We didn't find this out. We had to dig for this. So that's my request for next time, because apparently we're warned now that this will happen again. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Just flag me down, or general questions? Before Dan, go ahead.
Well, Dan can go first, then
No,
no, please.
Dan has.
Go ahead. No, I'd love to hear what he has to say first.
All right. General government. I have a concern, just as he stated earlier, the reduction of heating oil services, electric services, gasoline services. These are markets that are volatile and prices go up more than down. I guess I would like to know, do we have an energy savings program in town here? Years ago, the school district initiated that, and the school district had an individual that checked to make sure our buildings were their buildings were energy efficient, and it saved a lot of money throughout the school district. Some small things like I remember being at the school, and Bob Lees was the person doing it, and he'd come out and he'd tell the teachers, you can't have those little refrigerators. They're not energy efficient. They use up a lot of electricity. Cut that out. Cut this out. Cut that out. Better lighting, LED lighting. Make sure the lights were off in buildings and stuff like that.
To answer that question, Dan, the utility committee actually had Eversource come here and do a whole evaluation, and I believe it. Have they had that proposal yet? Or I don't know if they've developed yet, but I know they did it. So,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
So they've got the information from it. They're working on developing
Yeah.
the proposal.
So-
It's kind of a longer term
Yeah,
thing.
no, it is in the process, Dan, just so you know.
So things I'm looking at,
Yeah.
for example, is like if this building's, this room's not being used. The temperature should be down at a certain degree.
It is. Not gonna shoot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We were in here working on Sunday. It was 62 degrees in here. It's a little chilly.
Things like that I'm looking at. And I think the PD does that. When we did the tour over there, they talked about making sure that, lights were off in certain rooms that were not being
Yeah.
utilized. So.
And then Dave has
has
been changing the windows out, as you know. We heard here in town also, some of them had split. They don't have the argon gas because they split, the seam was split, and he replaced a number of those. So there is a program. There's not a place where you go look at, here's the program and list it all, but there's a whole number of things that have been done in all those areas in the past here, and they continue to go on to reduce energy costs.
I know that Paul Ramsey was working on the utility committee, so when that report does come out,
I'll make sure, yeah, absolutely.
And when I was on the utility committee, Dave came up and did a great presentation on how like the schools have this system that notifies you when things aren't working properly.
Yep.
And then they can come down and fix it immediately. It was a great software or system that they wanted to put in here. It tells you, oh, these lights aren't going off. This heat, this thermostat, this air conditioner is, not cooling the way it's supposed to. And Dave, remember you did that presentation for us? It was really cool, and I don't know if that's been implemented or not.
I know
we
that
did?
last week, when we had the meeting, Patrick brought up the fact about PD saving X amount of dollars on
they did
lighting.
it. You did it.
So, you add all those numbers together, and,
Yeah.
all right, my next one is.
So
fire-
there's one that needs to be done. For instance, today, I was looking out my window and there's water dripping down outside, right? But it was 21 degrees outside. So we should not be melting snow on the roof. That heat should be staying in here. So that's one of those things that's gonna have to be looked at. I don't know what the age of this building is. Well, it's on the plaque out there, but it's been a while, and the energy standards have changed. So that's something we need to take a look at, because we're obviously losing heat out of the roof because it's melting the snow.
I think Dave has it already.
Do you want Phil to go?
I do.
Get 'em up here.
Phil, do you mind coming up? Please, sir.
It's fire department time.
Dan has. No. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
So Phil, in your overtime salaries, you have two lines. One is
Yes.
32,672, the other one is 9,030.
Yes.
What is the difference between these two?
Those are two different. One is an administrative line, and one is the firefighting line. And so again, last year we talked ad nauseum about overtime and how much it was, and so we're doing well right now, but I need 2 years worth of data to be able to tell you where it falls out with a full roster, right? So projecting based off of this and coming in at the default number, we think we'll be all right, but I don't have that. I don't have 2 years. I don't have 2 cycles worth of a full roster to tell you exactly. So
when talking with Phil and Fred, the concern we had was if that number ends up being significantly under, and the data shows that it's under because of XYZ, but then next year we realize we need it. It's not fair to the taxpayers to be under this year, asking for more next year, and then ask for more again the year after that. We want to get a general consensus because of that big increase from last year, because of everything that occurred throughout the year, to make the determination of whether or not going forward it needs to be increased, or if that is a sustainable number, to make sure that we stay at their staffing level that they request.
and we've been fully staffed, with the exception of the fire chief's position, which is a different line, but at the firefighting line for 4 out of the, I would say, 6 months of this fiscal year, right? But we've had injuries, we've had childbirth, things like that. So it is covering those things like we thought it would. But again, we increased this last year, and I've only got 6 months worth of data to show that.
I don't know if it's Justin's answer or your question.
Well, if it's not me, I'll defer to Justin.
If we're looking at a $32,672 reduction in overtime, how is that going to impact this community? My concern about that is, I recall when you guys were short on overtime and other departments have to.
Trust me, I remember.
Huh?
Trust me, I remember.
Well,
it was just last year.
It works out in 2 different ways, Dan, right? One, it's Kim, can you please give us money for overtime, right? That's one way that's happened in the past.
Right.
The other way is that we have to drop our staffing from 13 to 12, right? Which is a reduction in our staffing, but there's no other way around that, right? I can sideline fire trucks and not pay for the repairs on those, but that amount of money is so minimal in those dollars and cents, it'll make up some of that, but now we're down fire apparatus or ambulances, right? So we have to pick and choose. But if we don't have overtime dollars to fill positions, and we don't have other budgets to take it from, then we're gonna have to lower our staffing, right?
And I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, this decision wasn't made just willy-nilly.
Oh, I know.
I spoke with Fred and Phil regarding this, and right now, we are at 33% of the budget when we're, 5 out of the 12 months through. So they're trending in the right way. Granted, anything can happen at any point with them, and all of a sudden you're dealing with it more. But currently they're under budget in terms of their overtime for this line item.
But we have two members that are going to Nashua, right? For pay reasons, but that's here nor there. They're going in, so that's going to be two positions that we're going to have to fill, right? So we're going to be down two positions. And those are the ones that we're predicting. I can't predict beyond that.
One thing I want to thank you for it, because I've been hearing that there's been some better management of it too. I think it's not just like circumstances. I think you guys have been doing a better job at managing how this goes throughout the year too. So I just wanted to compliment you on that.
Thank you. And again, we work with Ryan, and last year we had a difference of agreements on dollars and cents, but at the end of the day, we don't have the data to know that yet. And I work off of data, so.
Could have sworn we were going to revisit it.
Well, let's Ryan know.
Which is why we're dropping it to default.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it?
Just,
No,
I think
that's
I,
good.
between my two proposed cuts last year, between fire and police overtime, I think was about $450,000.
That sounds about right.
Just saying. And we're trending 25% under budget.
We're trending very well under budget because this also doesn't take into the fact that we have their contractually mandated overtime line that I have a pay code that I need to make sure does what it's supposed to. Otherwise, it makes life miserable for.
And that's where the default
everyone.
comes in on service contracts and things of those nature that we've already signed into, that we need to maintain some of these things. I mean, we looked at what I call what we operate on a day-to-day from, and if when we built our budget, we increased some lines by small increments, and we lessened some lines that we didn't use as much by small increments, because again, my approach is that if I stay stagnant and I don't increase, then we play catch up. So if I increase by small amounts, like for instance EMS supplies, if we increase that based on the cost of inflation, so it's about $1,500 or $1,000 a year, I'm not playing catch up next year when it's $2,000 or $2,500, and they're things we need, right? They're supplies that we use. If I don't increase fleet maintenance on an aging fleet with fire trucks that aren't coming in for 3 to 5 years, which it's already not funded enough, but we're making it work. We're now downing apparatus, right? And that just leads. It's a cascading effect. If we don't have trucks for people to get in, even if we have the people, they can't get there, right? And so it's part and parcel. But that's how we built our budget, is that we looked at the lines that weren't getting spent and we lessened those, and then we made small incremental changes to the ones that were over budget to try to increase them to account for that.
So in this budget, Phil, does that address the maintenance issues at these fire stations that we have to address?
Not totally, because those maintenance issues are much larger than my budget can withstand, right? Roofs and siding and fascia board on a station is far more than my facilities budget can withstand. Our facilities budget does a great job of maintaining the day-to-day and fixing smaller issues and preventing issues from growing, but the ones that have grown are larger than our operating budget is. Or any departments. I mean, it would be the same as the PD or DPW can.
So, Mr. Town Manager, how would we address these issues at these fire stations? Out of what budget line, or?
So again,
Looking at that, or are we?
we're looking at it, but we're not funding it. There's no money in the budget to deal with those issues. If you look at Station 2, the paint is peeling off, you got wood that is rotting, and you got issues with the roof. So I have no money in the proposed FY27 budget to deal with that. What we did do at the end of the year when I got here in June is they did fix the station alerting system, and there was also a garage door at station number 2 that I believe has been fixed by now. I don't know if it.
The station, the door at Central that is
Different
a
one.
button topic with everyone. It is supposedly being delivered at some point this month and will get installed.
But the one at Station 2, though, I believe was corrected, right?
Yes.
So I used money that was left over at the end of the year, and I did take it from him and to do that so that could get done. But it didn't address the fascia board, it didn't address the roof, and there's no money planned for that. It's important that the next CIP deals with that, but if I have any funds, I'll deal with maybe one of those. If I have funds at the end of the year to deal with the peeling paint, so the wood doesn't completely rot, that which is not already rotted, to try to make up for that. But I can't fix all of this backlog of maintenance, and I haven't budgeted for it this year.
Deb has a quick question.
Well,
there.
on what you were saying,
Yeah.
Dan, so we made mention of, when we're building the school over here, that we would look at the library roof, our roof, this roof. Is there, I don't know, could we gather, like, some of the bigger things that can be coupled, like the siding? Because you might get a better price by saying to somebody, look, I got 5 roofs, they're this big of a job, this is the, what can you do me on a deal? You're gonna get the shingling stuff or if we're looking at metal roofing, you're gonna get it at a lesser rate because you're buying such bulk. Is that something like we could look at, like kind of put that all together? Like Kim would say, this is what needs to be done at the police station that's really big, and this, you'd look at,
Sure.
what needs to be done, and the library looks at what they need, and we look at the town and say, okay, well, we're gonna be building this building. We're going to have windows, siding, roofing, I don't know, the major big thingies. I'm not talking the painting stuff, but whatever. But, I mean, is that something to think about and to look at? I mean, to be able to buy in that big, I mean, what contract, that fills them for a year. That's like,
So we would go to bid when we have actual money to be able to spend on those types of things.
right.
So we would do that. But with whatever money I have to be able to get that done.
No, I'm just saying, would be good, though, if we could see if we can get a better price.
Sure,
because-
right. Obviously, if you have a bigger project, a lot of times you can get a better, more effective
Yeah,
price
yeah,
in doing
yeah.
that. But again, I have to have the money that's there to
I
be able to
I
spend it.
understand the money part, but, I mean, it does help to know this, and even if you say to the builder, we're gonna be building it in phases, this one, this one, this one, to be more cost-effective.
Yeah.
In the first year, we're doing this and this, and the second year, we're doing this and this.
The problem with that is they don't know what the prices of materials going to be or their prices for labor. It's kind of hard because it's the construction market, and you got Bob Slater here who's in that business, can certainly tell you about how, the
No, I get
challenges.
it, but I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think of a way to be more cost-effective.
No, I certainly don't
And
disagree with
More
you.
efficient, more effective, that's all.
I'm done. I'm done with
Oh,
you.
you're done with, that's not nice.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Phil.
Don't be rude, no. Who's next?
Building department. Who wants to tackle that one? Don't all jump up. at
So what about it?
once. So can you tell me where we have to pay overtime in this department? Is it,
Yeah.
is it for meetings, like ZBA, or?
It's mostly admin meetings, and when I say admin, the 2 admin staff that are working there, that's part of the overtime that they would get or not.
Okay. Also, if we have to hire help on the outside to help with inspections or other things because we're down to staff, where does that money come from? So, God forbid one of our inspectors goes out, and we've got a lot going on, and we have to hire somebody from out of town or an agency or whatever to help with the workload. Where does that money come from?
Well, it would come from, you would have to, obviously, whatever, you're gonna, so if a person's not filling the job, you're not gonna be paying that salary, right? You're not gonna be paying those benefits. So that line's gonna run under, and management services, outside contracts is gonna go up, and it'll probably go over that line. So one will go under, one goes over. That's how we would have to do that.
Thank you. Police is next.
Oh. Chief, you want to step up? Good evening, sir.
Very good evening to you folks. How are we doing today?
Good.
Outstanding.
Can you explain how does a $25,445 reduction in overtime going to impact the services to this community?
So I believe the $25,000 overtime line we're referring to there, as the town manager mentioned earlier, that would be coming from the Old Home Day patrol overtime. As you folks know, Old Home Day is a week-long celebration in this community. That time frame, that dollar amount starts a week before that for the police department, sometimes 2 weeks before. As you guys know, you've heard us talk about this many times at town council meetings leading up to Old Home Day. We do security measures well in advance. We meet with the town, we do the planning ops. We have personnel out there doing sweeps of the parade route. We staff it with the appropriate. Some people may think that there's not enough. Some people may think that there's too many. But we base that on what is going on in society. We do that based on what we feel the trend or the need is for our community at that time frame. So that $25,000 amount is roughly what we've been spending the last couple years on Old Home Day. So obviously, to answer your question, Mr. Bouchard, what that would mean is that we would just have the minimum staffing that day or hire a couple extra. We would cut back $25,000 worth.
So it's coming all out of Old Home Day.
That comes,
Basically.
well, that is $25,000 that we pay every year towards the Old Home Day overtime cost.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about the Old Home Day while we're on the subject? So I think you had said before we had established more or less the new form of Old Home Day because we were going to, like when you said the fireworks, we were looking for donations. Is that the plan, to solicit donations to make up for some of this? Or I guess what is the plan with that structure? Now that I'm seeing the budget, I just want to put all the pieces together for myself and for the people out there.
So we'll go right back to the beginning. My proposal was to fund Old Home Day, like it is. That's my budget that I proposed. You asked me to come up with $400,000 in cuts. This is one of the cuts that I proposed. So in order to do that, other communities have made up for that, where they've made similar cuts, that they do fundraising, and you have a 501c3 now that can accept that, and people can get a tax deduction for doing that. So it allows businesses to get something back if they donate that money. So that's why that's part of that mechanism, to do that. Which is what we should do anyway, even if we weren't going to make the budget cuts. To the extent that we can get donations and volunteers to cover some of that cost, instead of it all being on the backs of the taxpayer, we should try to do that. And the council has created that mechanism to allow that to actually occur now.
Okay, so I guess where I'm confused is then why is this in the budget if we're going to pay for it that way?
Why is it in the budget? Because, well, you just created the 501c3, right?
Okay, because it hasn't taken anything in yet.
Right. And you just created, well, you're still short a couple of people to even be on that.
Yeah.
We're already well into the year.
Okay, thanks.
And even either way, you still have to show the expenditure, right? It's just a matter of where's the money coming from to pay for it, taxpayers or donations and those sorts of things.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
So, what is the cost for a uniform and equipment for one officer to
Do I know?
put them all together?
Of course I do.
You know I was going to ask it, so.
I know everything you're going to ask me. So right now, a duty uniform for one officer is $4,372. A Class A uniform is $1,012, and then all the other equipment is roughly $8,125. I think that's about right.
So roughly $13,000 is what you're talking, right?
Give or take.
So this gets back to my original thing about the airport. And I know you stated that you were not going to ask them to pay $600 for a gun. But it's a contract, and it's no different than a contract that I looked at today for, a gentleman told me, he says, I'll do the work, time, and materials. I said to him, I says, well, I'll pay you for the time, but I don't want to pay for the materials.
Okay.
He said, no, I can't do that. So I'm just bringing that out because I think
Sure.
that's similar, and that's a place that $13,000 per officer, if you're looking at money that we're looking to cut and
Yep,
stuff,
hear ya.
that we're losing quite a bit there.
Sure.
And I know we get an administrative fee.
Sure.
We've always had an administrative fee, and we've collected for that. So I think that's something that maybe you need to look at a little closer.
Can I answer that question?
Absolutely.
So this was brought up 2 meetings ago.
Yep.
Where it was said that somewhere along the line, somebody dropped the ball on this. Nobody's dropped the ball. So since 2008, I'm sure no one up here can tell me how much admin fee the town has received by the police department's work at the airport. I'm going to tell you, 1.8 million. In the airport contract, if we look at that, it talks about the negotiations and who facilitates these things. It's the town manager, it's the director of the airport, and the police chief. When I look at these things, I said last time, I'm gonna ask them for that when they pay us this. I think the town, with almost $1.8 million, has received the perk for a long time. It was mentioned by this side of the room at one of the last meetings, I forget who asked it, about equipment and things of that nature. We don't want to get into that. They paid for this piece. That can't be utilized townside. These decisions are made by me as the police chief in the best interest of the community, the taxpayer, and the police department. And 1.755863 is how much we received so far.
So we have what, 15 officers up there, roughly?
Well, it depends during the time of the need for their contract.
By the
So-
contract, it's roughly 15.
So we have 1 captain, 4.5 sergeants, and 9 patrol officers right now.
Okay, so if I go by my 15 at 13,000, that's $195,000. Great, you know, I mean, I can look at 195,000 since 2008. That apparently hasn't been collected, and that's a big hunk of change as well.
So I don't know if that's completely accurate, because we're not hiring 13 cops a year and filling all that equipment.
Okay. Animal control slash conservation.
Yes.
I was in a meeting recently and somebody said that they would like to have a conservation officer, ranger officer.
Yep.
And I'm like, we have a ranger officer, and they said, no, we don't. Now I see it's combined. So, in 2019, there was a warrant article. I don't know if you want me to read the warrant article, I can.
It's fine.
Okay, Article 19 was a conservation land steward ranger's position to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $75,000 for the purpose of adding a part-time conservation land ranger steward to the police department staff. Funding for that position will be supported 100% by the Conservation Fund in FY 2020 and 50% in 2021. The general fund will support the position 50% in 2021 and 100% in FY '22 and succeeding years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise the amount, whatever it was. And people voted that in, okay? And there was overwhelming how people wanted that position. It seems like that position is not being utilized.
That's not accurate.
Well, let me finish, okay? Because you're saying it's being utilized? So you've got a conservation officer who's putting in the 25 hours a week?
24.
24 hours?
So,
So,
can I answer the first question?
yeah, go ahead.
So you asked me if it's being utilized, and I'm going to revert to what I said earlier. I make the best decisions for the police department with the financial benefit, the safety of the community, and the resources that are given to me. That position there that we're talking about, Dan, was full-time, part-time by Glenn April. Glenn took a job here in the town hall. Backstory and history, that's a covenant position, as you can imagine. It's a nice job. I have to balance the needs of the agency on a budgetary amount and the needs of the community on a daily occurrence. When this comes up and we have to make cuts as being proposed to you folks tonight, I have to find what's in the best interest to create or have the least amount of cause to the citizens of this community. So, to your point, it's budgeted, correct. So what I did was I had 3 part-time employees. I have a fleet maintenance guy. He maintains all 20-something vehicles. I have a part-time animal control officer. It's been that way for about 12 years. It should be full-time, but we don't go to the taxpayers asking for that because we're managing on a part-time level. The conservation ranger, again, as you alluded, that was voted on. So when I had to shift when Glenn retired from that, what am I going to do with that position? What am I going to do ACO? And then I have my fleet guy. So what I did is I merged, because I can and I should be creative, I merged the animal control in with the ACO, splitting the duties. Because there are some parts of the year where the conservation job is not as busy as other parts of the year. I then took the vacancy from that position. We saved on health care, and that's not in there, but we saved on the health care benefit of a family plan. Obviously, that's not mentioned. What I did was I took the vacancy from that part-time opening by merging and being creative and smart, merging those two positions. I created the traffic part-time guy because to me, that was more important. That's the priority of the community. That's the things that I hear from counselors, traffic safety, citizens alike. That is the driving force of the complaints, is these concerns. I address that by having a part-time guy do 24 hours a week of traffic. So when I'm asked, where can I find 70, my portion is 18.97% of that money. 75,863 is what's coming from us. I have to weigh that out. Am I going to have a animal control guy part-time in the ACO, or am I cutting a full-time person? Going back onto what's been said before, there's no shock that the community is growing. When you first started your career in 1980s, the population was like 14,000 people. Now we're closer to 27, 28,000. So I believe that I am being financially responsible. I am meeting the needs of the community. It's just like the airport thing. I make the best decision for the organization at that present fiscal year. And I think I've done that. I would ask that when the budget cuts are asked of us and we come up here with recommendations, you hear the concern. You hear the concerns that we are faced with. Deb had mentioned it earlier. What are we going to do about this? What is the problem? How is it happening like this? This isn't anything new, and it shouldn't be a shock to budget committee, to council members, or the community. We were in default for almost 13 years. We had no choice but to do some of these things, and here we are again. And if I'm forced to go ahead and do this, those are the cuts I'm going to make. To come back to you folks later for more full-time cops, it's too much of a risk for me to lose that. I have them on the books. I need to fill them.
So, I'm going to continue here. 2019, February 19th deliberative session, Town Manager Smith stated that, and I took this especially right out of the book, that this article appropriates funds for the addition of a part-time conservation land range steward for the police department. Duties and responsibilities for the position has been coordinated with the police department and conservation. Funding for the position is supported 100% by the Conservation Commission and 50% each by the town in FY21 and 100% by the town in fiscal year 21 and beyond. So I bring this up because when you say that you merge the positions, I look at it and go, all right, and I know you, and I think it's great what Randy's doing.
Yep.
I just have a hard time when we have a warrant article that comes in and people vote for it. 1,615 people voted for this. They wanted this. It was, we needed it. Also, this was not your doing, but when this was proposed, there was no benefits. And it was made clear at hearings, all right? I questioned it, and I said, are there going to be medical benefits? No, there will not be any medical benefits, okay? Well, lo and behold, somebody decided to put medical benefits in there because they said it was hard to get somebody to do it. The New Hampshire retirement limits a part-time employee to work 1,300 hours in a calendar year. So even if you merge the ACO, animal control, and the conservation, can't work more than 1,300 hours.
That is correct, 1,352.
Yep, okay. So when I looked at the town report, I went to 2021. Dave Carver, which is the ACO, made $41,772. Glenn April made $41,779. 2022, $39,480 for Carver, $39,486 for April. 2023, $37,148 for Carver, April, $40,493. 2024, $41,703, April, $41,052. So if each position was paying roughly $41,000 in wages, if you're proposing to reduce that, the reduction should be $82,755 because you're eliminating conservation and ACO. FICA should be $4,886, Medicare $1,144. Include in that, and I haven't seen it, any numbers in your reduction for uniforms and training. So if voters voted in a warrant article to fund this, you made the decision to not do it. So what is being done with the equipment that the Conservation Commission paid for? They paid for a lot of equipment when they went into this partnership. That's what I'm trying to get at also. They went into this partnership, there was a pickup truck, a trailer, all this equipment. And I asked for a breakdown a while back about all the vehicles that you have on the police department. That's one of them that's listed. So I guess my concern is where did all this stuff go? I appreciate, Dyer doing the traffic. That's a great idea. I feel the money should have come from your open positions, not eliminating a Conservation Commission position. You state right now you have 2 open positions, correct?
I didn't state how many positions I have open, but I think I have
thought I heard
4,
that.
maybe something like that.
I thought
5.
I thought I heard 2, Kim, because you.
I said on average, you have 2 positions that are open
Okay.
from any
Yeah,
given
'cause
time.
you just filled in 4. So to continue, we had a gentleman come in here, address the council. He was concerned that he saw officers working at Hampton, and there was a police cruiser from Londonderry in Hampton. I can tell you, when I worked there, the chiefs were asked, can you send somebody up to Bike Week up in Laconia? Absolutely not. We're not going to send anybody up there. And the reasoning back then, and I don't think it's changed, but if an officer was hurt, they go out on workman's comp. Well, if that person is hurt out on workman's comp, the town is now paying the overtime to fill that person's shift. So they said no. And to have a vehicle out there, you're exposing a vehicle and.
Can I ask a quick question
Yeah.
before we get beyond it?
Yeah.
So with this position that was funded by the Conservation Commission, it's not still funded by the Conservation
So
Commission?
I was going to get back to all these things that I'm trying
Okay.
to circle back when I'm
Okay,
allowed.
it's-
I'll
then we
address
can-
them.
I'll-
No.
Sweet, thanks.
It was back in 21, the town picked it up 100%.
Okay.
And it was going to continue beyond that.
Yeah, gotcha.
That was the agreement.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah.
clear that. Okay, you can keep going. I just want to get past that.
No, so that's another concern I have, is that we're not and I understand mutual aid, okay? I just know that we never did mutual aid up to Laconia and Hampton Beach because of those reasons. I'm looking out for the taxpayer of Londonderry saying, yeah, we can send somebody over there and we can make a few bucks, all right? But is it really worth it? Because if Officer X gets hurt, and now he's not being able to fill his shift, all right? And now we have to fill that shift with overtime. It's actually costing the taxpayers more money so that's where I'm at right now. So go ahead.
All right, I'll start all over. So to answer the first part, yes, that wasn't a warrant article, and it was proposed by members of the Conservation Commission due to the amount of issues that they were seeing on the town's land.
Yep.
Creative idea. It made sense at the time. It sure did. The part about the $82,000, that's not accurate. So we still have 3 part-time positions. Dave Carver, who manages animal control and conservation, because we have a need, and he filled both. When Glenn left, the $40-something thousand family plan or whatever it was for Glenn went away. I don't know what was done or what was said that you're referring to. I wasn't a part of those negotiations about benefits for a part-time. I have no idea. It's been that way since I've known it, and that is it.
Well, just so you know, Kim, the council didn't even know about it. I brought it up to them. So.
Okay. So, in reference to that, so it's not 82,000. So what I did was I still have 3 part-time guys. I just have one person doing the job of 2 part-timers. So I merged that. So when you ask me that, it's not 82, because what I would end up doing is telling Dave, we're in a $400,000 crisis here with the budget committee, the council's request. We're going to be looking to make some adjustments here. At the end of the day, I'll always do the right thing. Whatever is asked of me, I'm going to do it. The part about the vehicles, conservation paid for a truck. The PD paid for maybe a trailer or a four-wheeler, equipment, and a portion of that salary moving forward. That is true. I don't know what it was, who paid what. It was almost 9 years ago, whatever it was, 8 years ago. But what I can tell you, when I'm faced with these decisions here, do I take a part-time position, and I already saved on benefits, because they didn't hire another cop and paid him benefits, because there's a clause in there, and I'll share it for edification purposes. The only way that position gets filled and an employee gets the health care, it's quite simple. You have to work 20 years in Londonderry, here at the PD, 20 years. And we get to pick who that person gets to stay or who doesn't get the job. At that time, we had people leaving, retiring after 24 plus years. Some people didn't want to do it because some people don't want to work out in the woods on the conservation trails when it's 10 degrees outside. Some people don't want to work as a part-time animal control officer for, as you were pointing out, 41, 39, 37, and so on, $1,000 a year. Some people who retire, that doesn't mean anything to them. The part-time benefits meant something to them. That was an attractant. We heard the town manager speak on these same things moments ago, hours ago, that these are some of the things that we have to do to retain people. The equipment, the trucks out back, Dave still uses that. We, PD budget, we maintain it. We pay for all the services for that thing, all of it. The trailer, we maintain that. The four-wheeler, we maintain that. We still go out there and provide that service. These are the things that we talk about. These are the hard cuts that we have to look at. We know what the concerns are from the police department. We've talked about them. We know it's traffic. The greatest complaint we have is traffic. You had mentioned to me one of the first town council meetings that you were sitting up here, how am I going to address these things? What am I going to do about it? Why aren't I filling them? And we've said this so many times up here. We were in default for 12 years. The best analogy I can give you is this. I can't respond to the prior chiefs. I can tell you what it feels like for me. Handcuff me from the front, put the handcuff key in my back pocket, and tell me to get it. That's hard. It's like when we were kids and we had Silly Putty. You all remember Silly Putty, right? You would take that thing, you'd put on the cartoons or whatnot, and you would see what you get for an image on the back of that. It was fun. Though we also tried to roll that out. How many times you try to roll that out to see how long you can get it? Tried to jump rope it and the thing would break because you can only stretch it so far before it falls apart. That's what we've been dealt with. And when we continuously ask to get cuts, we have to sometimes cut where it hurts. It's not fun. Not one of you folks up here would have to tell the animal control ACO guy, go home and let your wife know she needs to find insurance because you're out of a job. I have to do that. And it's not fun. You guys don't have to do that part. We have to find the $400,000. That's the best way I can give it to you. It's the best way I can give it to you. We'll respond to dog bites. Sorry to Marge. I like Marge. You're a sweet lady. I like conservation. I like woods just like everybody else. If I have to prioritize where I'm putting my people, it's not there. It's not.
When he gets to, I have a couple of questions. Are you done yet?
I can come back.
Okay. Good.
Mine are really kind of easy peasy. Not as technical.
Okay.
So, as we all know, the inspection sticker things have
Yeah.
gone. Justin, how many vehicles do we have in the town that we used to pay, I don't know how much for inspection stickers, is gonna give us a few extra dollars.
So are you saying like how many town vehicles do we own?
Yes,
Right.
and not just police, I
Okay.
mean, everything has to get inspected, correct? Or it used to have to get
So
inspected.
that
and
law
we
is
had to pay for
changing,
that.
correct. So that law is changing. We still pay for inspections, and we're still going to follow the inspection for us, for the town. We think
Okay.
it's important and prudent and reasonable.
Well, I needed to ask. I
Correct.
don't
And
know what
it's a
you
great
guys are
question.
doing.
Those are about 55, I think about $55.
Well,
Just,
55 times 64 cars or whatever.
well, for the PD, we have, I think it's 27 vehicles total.
But I meant everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I was just a
So
thought while you were
it's
talking.
my understanding commercial vehicles that does not apply to.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Commercial vehicles that does not apply to.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta have commercial vehicles inspected.
okay. Well, I'm a
Yeah,
dummy. What can I
It's
tell
okay.
you?
So we're still gonna do that. So there's really no cost savings there.
Okay, well, I was just
Nope.
trying
You said they were easy. That's easy.
to. So the other thing was, Dan, you said trailer and something else. What was the other thing? A trailer?
Dan mentioned a trailer, a four-wheeler, and a pickup truck that was purchased either by the
Okay.
town or the Conservation
Okay.
Commission
How much
8-9
are
years
those
ago.
things used? Those three? How much are they used?
Well, a trailer is not used every day. That's, you know,
I mean, is it?
Okay, so-
is it something needed? I guess is my.
so
You know where
would-
I'm going with it.
I do. So two parts to that. One, the truck is utilized 20-something hours a week while the animal control / conservation ranger is working. In other parts of the day when it's not being used, we do utilize vehicles that are sitting here to go do other things in town that we need. Barricades, picking up ammo, doing deliveries, things of that nature. We utilize the town vehicles for those purposes.
Okay. I was just wondering if anybody else had a trailer and it might be easier to.
Yeah, well-
Sell off the one trailer and we
Right.
have one that we can all
Yep,
use.
no,
if it's
so,
not all the time.
and again, I know you've
And I
asked
know
this.
it's pennies. I
That's
know it's
okay.
pennies.
You've asked this question before in the past. You've asked, what do we do with vehicles when we go to get rid of them? Do we do auctions? Do we get rid of them? We lease our stuff, things that aren't like that trailer. It was probably $2,000 maybe back then. So it's really not worth anything to do that, but it's a good question. But we don't do that. We
I was
lease
just
them.
trying to find some pennies that
Nope.
might add up to $1. That's
Well,
all.
I'm gonna get to some of those in a little bit.
Okey-doke.
I know where you're going. And then if you have any of the easy ones, I'm happy to take them.
No, that was all my easy ones.
Okay. Now, to go back, if I can, to Councilor Bouchard's statement about when you worked at the PD and it wasn't allowed. Again, back in the 80s and early 90s, I was in school doing boy stuff. I don't know what you guys did over here back then, but what I can tell you is today's day and age, how we operate under mutual aid and also professional courtesy and responsibility, helping out Rockingham County towns. If an accident were to happen, accidents can happen here. People are gonna be injured. Doesn't matter if they're on a mutual aid call, working a detail, they're covered by the town. I mean, I don't think there's any real way to limit that risk. Now, you're gonna say, well, if you didn't have them out there, then maybe they won't be injured. Maybe they won't. Maybe they will. But I can tell you, as you said earlier, about making money for the town, like the airport admin fee, like the cruiser fee that we bill Comcast or construction companies, paving crews, when the cruiser is out there. We are so creative at generating revenue internally, cost savings annually. And I'm going to say this out here. I don't know if anybody can tell me in the last 30 years how many times the police department went over budget.
0? I'm going to say 1.
Thank you very much.
Well, you got all
Thank
these
you.
vacant positions. You should.
Well, what's that? I'm sorry.
I says you have a lot of vacant positions.
And
You shouldn't
again-
go over budget.
Correct. And I'm going to revert back to why. Because the budget lines weren't accurate for 12 years. And had we filled up and be irresponsible, fill up the positions because I have them, and then I fill up, and then my maintenance line, like I had said before, was $4,000 for 20-something cruisers, I'm over. When my overtime gets blown, I'm over. When I have 11 female officers right now. You guys never had that in your 20-something years working here. I have 11 patrol officers. They're having families. They're having babies. They're taking time away. I got a plan for that stuff. I had to buy a mama pod or something like that, a lactation pod for the PD. You know how I did that? By being smart all year long, using some surplus funds at the end of the year to provide for an unfunded mandate by the state that I had to have in my building before these women came back to work. These are things that we do. I manage the heck out of this stuff year after year. You heard the town manager say he took money from our budget to get these things accomplished. This has been going on since I was a patrolman back in 2001. I don't know what more you could ask me to try to gotcha question on me.
It's not a gotcha question, Justin. I mean, Kim.
Dan, I think that when I ask for this, it's either that or I cut full-time cops. And I can't do that. I can't do that. We know the direction that this town is going. It'd be completely irresponsible of me to sit there and say, cut 3 full-time cops in my budget. And then you're going to say, well, you haven't filled them. And I'm going to say, for the millionth time, we couldn't fill them. We couldn't. If we did, we've been over. And then the conversation would be, the police chief went over, we should fire him. Because that's the only reason why I get fired, for blowing a budget or committing a crime, and I ain't doing either.
So that was back then. And,
What was back then?
And I, discussed that with you about, it was not on you that these line items were underfunded. And we've had this discussion, Kim, all right? And you've tried to fill those positions, okay? Now these line items are not underfunded anymore. They're supposed to be properly funded, is what I've been told. So moving forward, I'm looking at these positions that are vacant, and I know it takes a while to fill them.
Yep.
All right? It's a process. You said that Dave Carver does animal control and ranger position.
Correct.
Okay? But he has a animal control van and he has a ranger truck. One person should be able to, I don't know, maybe you can look at vehicles. I'm just asking
Sure.
to look at
Sure. and I
different
have
things.
been. And I want to answer that because that's already been dealt with. So when we make statements like that, I'm just going to say this. If you have questions about that, you can just call me anytime and I'll tell you exactly what's up with these things rather than wasting everyone's time in here. But the answer to
I
that
don't think
question
we're
is...
wasting anybody's time. I think this is
The
important.
question to that
people
answer...
need to know this.
The question
All
to
right.
that answer, Dan, was we merged and we did the position, we put them in one vehicle. So that vehicle is out there. And about 4 months ago, when I did this, I had talked to incoming town manager and the finance director that I don't need this vehicle. Does the rec department need it?
Which vehicle are you talking about?
The one that you just referred to, the black one, the ACO van.
The ACO van?
So we're already ahead of that one too. Like I mean, we can do this for hours. We do this every single day next door. We find ways to come up with things like this, to vehicles, to purchasing, to contracts. We do it all the time.
But it's good that you're saying this because the public needs to hear it.
It-
and that's
yeah.
important. I mean,
Sure.
I know you wouldn't want to have 27,000 people calling you.
I get quite a bit, but
I know, but 27 is an awful lot.
that would be an awful lot. You're right.
But I'm just saying, it's good that it's getting out there and that it's being
Sure.
exercised. And we look like we're doing what we're supposed to do to the public because
As
we're
you should.
trying.
Correct. And I would say this, in the last 4 years or three, I've done the police budget for 4 years. Have you folks had any concerns with how I operate or what we turn in at the end of the year? So I think I'm doing a good job. I'll pat myself on the back. But it's not because of me. It's because of the leadership that we receive from the town manager's office, the finance director, the budget committee, council members, and the men that sit over here every single day with me, every single week over there, when members ask about overtime, as you had mentioned before. Some of those things, we're handcuffed in the front and the keys in the back. When the state makes mandated training, I got to find that money somewhere for conversation. As you said, that people need to know these things. There's so many things that we have to think about well in advance. Now that we have 11 phenomenal female officers representing LPD, we have to try to figure out, of those women who are working here, when they talk about taking leave, okay, we think of ways, okay, how can we limit, we still have to cover those shifts. Can we be creative? Can we shift people around? Light duty, workers' comp, all those things. We have command staff meetings every single week to go over these things.
I just want to see them all get moved up.
Well, listen. Hey, Deb.
No, I mean, I'd like to see
Hey,
more.
I agree,
sergeants
right? And here's
detectives, women
correct.
out
And
there.
here's where we're at with that.
That's just
They're
me.
all very young in their police careers, and we do them a disservice to forward them so quickly. But we have
I'm not
some
saying
great
quickly, I'm
up and
just
comers.
saying.
I hear you, and I agree, and we're getting there. But some of these things that we take into consideration, I had a captain retire, and I had a sergeant retire due to a medical disability. Just so you know, and we talk about these things, I have to come up with almost $60,000 out of my budget to cover for buyouts for sick and vacation. If I fill up all the way and I don't have it, again, I'm before you folks and I'm in trouble. So all these things I think about ad nauseum. I sit up at night and I think about all these things. So these are the proposed cuts. I mean, they're not fun. They're not great. And as the last part that you mentioned, Dan, yes, that budget just got fixed thanks to the budget committee, last year's work, and council support. It finally got fixed. 12 years, and it took the finance director and I, obviously Sarah too, it took us, as we said, we had a plan. We weren't going to do it all at once because we were conscientious of you folks. We knew that we had to find $500,000 or $600,000, and to do it all once is sticker shock. We broke it down. We broke it down from a 3 to a 5-year window. We got it done in 3.5. Those positions will get filled, but I'm not going to waver on standards. We talked about this before. I am not doing that either. Those create lawsuits, and then the town's line and Primex isn't big enough to cover those checks, so we're not going to do that. So we're going to get there.
So Kim, I just want to give you a little history. All right.
Love history.
Maybe
I failed it in high school, but we'll take it anyway.
history was my favorite subject. That's why I remember a lot of stuff.
All right, let's hear it.
All right. When you go to budget hearings like this,
Yeah.
all right, my biggest issue that I've had in this community is that whenever departments have been asked to cut, all right, they target things that are sensitive to the public. I'll give you an example, all right? When I worked there, the big thing was, well, if you ask us to cut, we're going to cut the school resource officer. And then it was just a tactic to get people to not cut the budget. When I retired, you were a patrolman back then.
Sure was.
I was sitting at home watching this budget process, all right? And there were two gentlemen standing where you were, and they were asked about cutting personnel and cutting their budget. And they said, the only way we can cut this budget is cut personnel. All right, so we're gonna lay off the two people that were just hired. Out, they're out. Okay? You know me, I'm not shy, so I got in my vehicle. My wife says to me, she says, "You're going down there." I said, "Yep." I came down there and I addressed the selectmen at the time, and I told them that I was retiring. Shocked, they didn't know that. And I said, you know what? Instead of filling my position, all right, save those two guys. And that's what they did, right? But people before you didn't want to do that. They wanted the extra money to have in the budget, all right? Been there, seen it,
Yep.
lived it. So when I'm asking you these questions, all right, I want the public to know, all right, where we're at with stuff, all right? That's what it is. It's not a gotcha thing like you keep saying, a gotcha one, but no, it's not. It's just I want the public to know. Are there places you can cut? I asked about the fleet. I don't know. Is there something in the fleet that you can cut to save some money rather than give up Old Home Day overtime? I don't know. That's your department. That's what I'm asking you.
Sure.
To look at.
Sure.
And it's a conversation I think that everybody needs to hear.
I think an issue when you come in with a right-sized budget
Yeah.
is, and then being asked for cuts. I've watched since you become the chief, just getting the police department to budget into somewhere that's reasonable, somewhere that meets the needs. And right, this for FY27, you'll be able to hire up 100%, all of your filled positions, fill them up, and not have to worry about your overtime line going up, or going up there and having to put off filling a position, or one of these other contracted mandated lines. You've already built it into the budget so that we can be staffed up at 100% at the police department if you'd want to. And that's something, when's the last time a chief's come in here and has been able to say that to the budget committee of the council, that all these open positions, I'll actually be able to fill them and not be forced to use it as a slush fund for either other lines in your department or for other departments.
Correct. Thanks for recognizing that. And this is one of those things, right? As Dan mentioned years ago when he worked here, there was a time when we took over the airport. And I think the max back then, we had to have a total of 78 or 80 cops. It was something like that back in 2008. What ended up happening back then, for your knowledge too, is when the airport hit a deficit, a crisis. That was around the same time in 2011 that the town first went into default. I could be wrong by a year or so, but again, as Dan said, back then I was just a young fella
Back
just
then
trying to
I
get
was
by.
at the elementary school.
Well, there you go. So back then, though, we were full staffed. Obviously, we're meeting the needs. But then it was probably FY 2013, so it was in year 2012, where the town had said, we have to cut back. And there was like a town-wide 10% reduction. So what did that mean? With the airport's loss, our loss, we had to absorb those. People, we didn't fill them through attrition. When people left, we started shrinking down. Because the moment we stop, or the moment that we get rid of people, good luck to our reputation, it's gone. No one's gonna risk coming here. And what was said earlier today by you folks about why are people leaving, it's a simple one from the police side. One, no one wants to do this job because where are we right now? Here, right? And that's several nights a week. The other part that people don't want to do is they can make a heck of a lot more money than $80,000 or $90,000 working midnights, having a job that doesn't require you to walk up a car at 2 a.m. The other part that's really the concern here is several years ago when they changed the pension system. So the best part about this job in public safety back in the day when people say, well, you get a pension, you have this. Yeah, I chose that because I wasn't smart enough to do anything else. So what I did, said, okay, I'd like to be a cop. And then that was said to you that 20 years of service, you can retire at age 45 and you collect a pension. At 19 years old, 20 years old, I didn't know what that meant. I know what it means now. The end is near. So for the younger generation, we talk about that. They have to do 25 years, age 50 or age 52, depending when they get started. The whole job is different today than it was in the 80s and 90s. It's not the same job. So these are the things that we track. These are the things that we recognize. These are the things that we forecast. And, when the next time I'm asked to come up here, I can look at other lines. And I can tell you what I told the town manager and the finance director. I can take $3,000 from here, $2,000 from there, couple of 10,000 here and there. What's that going to do when I haven't even been able to work at a full line yet for one fiscal season? What's that going to do? I can tell you what it's going to do. Wasting all of our time to come back here and then ask you guys next year to increase some lines again. I think that's wrong. I think it's irresponsible of me to do that. So.
Well, I think you have to understand also that you're the biggest budget.
We are.
So
we are the
when
biggest
we
budget,
look at
correct.
budgets, you know, we try to make sure there's, it's being spent.
We are the biggest budget, and it will probably always will be.
Yeah.
We have the largest amount of staff. Also, the greatest liability for any municipality is your police department. And that comes with training, education, and risk liability. And that's the way it is. Police departments are expensive.
That's it for now.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good.
That's probably a question for both you and Justin. I see for capital leases property, we went down by 50,000 compared to the prior budget. Curious upon why. You probably said, I don't remember why.
So thank you for bringing that up. As Councilor Bouchard mentioned that, do something with the fleet. This past rollover, Sarah and I worked closely with the police department to make sure that we were getting the best deals possible, turning in what we could, where we could, and saving money. And between that, as well as the drop in the interest rate and our current practice of grouping kind of all of our leases into one big one, we were able to decrease the request by 50,000.
Oh, so we're paying $50,000 less for all our leased vehicles. That's huge.
Correct.
Nice job.
And one of the things with that is what these lovely Ford Explorers cost now. It's $49,000 for a Ford Explorer.
Isn't that crazy?
We used to buy the Crown Vics back in the day for $20,000, $21,000. So you look at these things. What are they going to be in 10 years? It's like we have to plan for these. We talk about. You've mentioned it, strategic budgeting. We talked about the capital improvement. We talked about the strategic plan. We talked about the master plan. All these things are going to be a lot more money today if we don't start fixing them. I mean, tomorrow if we don't start fixing them today.
So Kim, what do you get out of one vehicle? How many years?
So we do a 3-year rotation. So that's a great question. We've been doing this now since I believe the late 90s, early 2000s is when the PD first started
I know
doing
you
that.
move them from patrol to.
So yeah, so
stuff
our
like that.
fleet manager, again, utilizing our staff to save the taxpayers money, what we do is they monitor the mileage per car. So as you folks know, these cars are generally run 24/7, depending on how many staffing you have on. So what we try to do is say, okay, these 5 vehicles have been the main patrol cars for the last year, and the mileage is 55,000. The fleet guy will take those 5 out, and those become detail cars where they're going to be utilized to make us more money, but obviously they're being run less by idle time, not mileage. So they do that. They do that with my cars. They do it with detective cars. We swap these things out. I mean, there's no other way to do it other than to rotate them, because if we run these things up and we're having cars with over 100,000 miles on them, we're not getting anything for a trade-in. So when we utilize the way that we operate and manage the fleet, we've been maximizing the return when we go to trade them back in for the new fleet. We're seeing some great returns that we wouldn't normally get if we didn't properly manage the fleet. That includes us detailing them, right? Paying to have that done. We make sure that they're in top shape. Tires and rotors, all those things get looked at, just like any one of you would turn in your car, a lease or to buy a new one. They go through that and they'll say, we'll give you X amount of dollars for these things. So we've taken every single step to maximize that lease turn-in too.
So roughly 3 years, you said?
That's what we do, a 3-year lease, yep. There's a couple cars that we own outright, like the SRO cars. Those are older. I think they're 18s or 19s. But again, those have lower mileage. Those weren't part of the original fleet. We had to do cuts, and I think it was in 2020, I believe we had to do cuts to the fleet line. So those cars had the lowest amount of mileage on them. So we kept them rather than turning them back in, because the cost to buy those 4 new cars was going to be astronomical and put us over that line. So we did that. Like you see the trucks out back here, like the big F-250 that's really shiny and beautiful white one, we don't own it. That's part of that NIBIN program that we get funded for. But we have a couple cars. We have a Camry. I'm not going to tell you the license plate, but we have a Camry that we use for detective things. We own that outright. We own the Cruiser, one of the Cruisers outright. That van, the little van that we're willing to give up to REC if they need it, or wherever else the finance director thinks, the town manager thinks that can go. So there's probably 6 vehicles, I think, total that we own outright.
Good. We good with Chief? All right, thank you, sir.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Dan?
Not to correct him, the Nibens van we do own, we're being reimbursed by Nibens for it.
Thank you. Later,
All
I
right.
have something.
Well,
I have a suggestion.
Okay. So,
For the council to
so what I'll do for everybody is, the ones that we had listed here today, I'll go one by one and see if anyone has any more questions. So, fire department, any more questions for fire? We're good with fire? Any questions for town clerk, tax collector?
I had one question.
Okay.
Because we were talking about reducing the voting booths.
Yep.
How many voting booths do we have total?
Sherry, do you mind coming up?
But-
Sorry. If you-
I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, Sherry, the total you have, because if we're gonna do 25 per year, if we're gonna do 25 per year, I'm just trying to see what we're looking at for time
We
frame.
have about 140, and then we have the ones that you notice on the table toppers, as we call them. So if we reduce it down to 25, the ones that are in really poor condition, that'll help. As I stated before, I'm not thrilled with any, Councillor Bouchard, that are out there for me to pick from. But out of necessity, I'm going to have to do something for safety, and we've checked with the head custodian about that too. So 25 is a really good, Justin had suggested that, and I think it's a great one, great idea.
Okay, thank you. That's the only
Anything
thing I have.
else?
Any other questions for Sherry? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for library? From anybody? No? Okay. Any questions for senior affairs?
She's raising her hand.
Oh.
Erin.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to have an answer for the.
Oh, sure, yeah, come on. Yeah, that's why, I didn't see you, so I.
No, I was kind of like, oh, wait, I can answer that question.
Yeah.
So for Hoopla subscribers, you had asked, we have about 1,830 people that subscribe to Hoopla, and that's just Londonderry patrons. That's not available to the GMilks consortium because we pay for it in-house, like we pay for it out of our budget. We have, just as far as reference, we have about 10,530 registered patrons. So about over 10,000 of our community have library cards. And with the, going back to Hoopla, with the 1,830 registered users or borrowers, there's been over 12,600 circs in the last 12 months. That's up 17.1% from the prior year. So it will be a cut in service in that case.
Yeah, it's almost 20% of
Yeah.
the subscribers. Okay.
So,
thank you.
sure, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for senior affairs? Okay. Any questions for recreation? Art's been very patiently waiting. Good? All right. Any questions for cable?
My only question on cable, Justin, on these cuts, I thought, isn't cable a self-funding from our fees?
So we receive the revenue from it, but it's not a revolving fund where it's self-funding.
Okay.
The revenue does cover the cost of it, but it's not a revolving fund in that regard.
Okay, so it can be used for other things or cut. Thank you.
Any other questions for cable? Okay. All right. So then I will just open it up to general budget issues before we wrap up the budget.
Does anyone else have any? So, Justin, how much does the IT director position cost with benefits?
We dream about these things.
Don't I always? Do you have something to do, Deborah?
I'm sorry?
You have something to add? You good?
No,
No, it was
not for budget.
just, it's okay.
You're looking at around 217,795, and that's with a two-person family plan.
So I guess we're taking a look at services here, and there's a lot of services. We've heard a lot of angst from a lot of people here on cutting stuff, and to what Ted said, I would rather cut into new spending in a new position. My suggestion to be for this is we take that position off and we come up with the rest within here, but this way we can preserve a significant amount of the services and we stop some new spending. And that spending also will go up exponential, not only this year, but next year when benefits rise and other things or raises happen. I think that's a good way to get a good chunk of this without diving into all these services, hitting Old Home Day, hitting the police who've budgeted, really quickly. And since Ted's coming in, I'll repeat that quickly for him. So the IT director position costs $217. My suggestion would be that since instead of diving into services, we dive into new spending, and this would get us a good chunk of the way there, so we don't have to look at so many other things, and we can come back and take a look at the rest. But that would be my suggestion, and that's something we should do.
Is that a warrant article, Sean?
Where is that? Is that a warrant article, or is that put into the budget?
That's in the operating budget.
Where and how? I don't see that specifically laid out.
So if you go to the IT department, you'll see that there is a regular salaries, and in default, there's 0. Because the contract is currently in the default, however, the new positions for IT are in the operating budget request. And that's for 2 positions in there.
So you're paying for 2 positions right now, 2 contracted positions.
Yeah.
And you want to go down to one. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
So,
Then
aren't
what-
we hiring a new person?
No, you're going to have the same amount of positions you had before. The difference is they're going to be employees and not contractors because you've been doing that illegally.
Is someone leaving?
No.
Be-
So right
so-
now you have 2 contractors that you pay to do that. It's illegal to do that.
I understand, you've already gone over that.
Right,
But you've been
so-
emailing us saying that we're hiring a new IT director, so is someone leaving to take this new position
No,
of
so
IT director?
Those 2 people are not employees that presently work here, right? They have to become employees. So they have to have a title. What's their position? And that person's going to be, right now you call him, his job is the IT director.
Okay.
Now it's going to be the cyber services director. Same thing. So basically what you're taking is 2 positions that were contracted, and now those 2 positions become employees. So we're not adding any positions.
Okay, that's not really how what you've been emailing had been implying. It made it sound like a new person was being hired.
A new person is being hired.
That's not, no,
Yes.
you're just twisting words.
No, I'm not.
These
We're
two-
in the hiring process right now to hire an employee. It may be one of the existing people who's under contract, or it could be somebody else. So we're doing that. We are hiring an employee. We don't have an employee right now. We have a contract, which is
Right,
illegal.
but your goal is to make these 2 people full-time employees.
To make those 2 positions that are
The 2
contracted.
positions, whoever they may
To
be.
make them full-time,
Right.
just, yeah. I'm training
Whether-
them out from contracted to employees.
Whether one of them stays or does not stay.
Right.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say, is that it's still the same 2 people, but the way that you've been implying in your weekly emails to us, it makes it seem like it's a 3rd new person. That's what it
Where did I
sounded
say
like
there's
to
a
us.
3rd new person?
It was something to the degree of well, I don't know if that gets into personnel issues, so I'll.
Well, it doesn't get, no, these are appropriate questions.
Okay.
And
Well,
certainly-
I think it said that, our applicants weren't up to snuff. And so that's where I was, I don't remember it exactly
No, the
correctly.
app-
That's where I got the impression it was a new full.
So if you remember, the PD has a full-time IT position.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have 2 contracted positions, so there's a total of 3 across the town. So the 2 that are contracted, we're going to do just like the PD did, make them employees like we should have a long time ago.
Yes, we understand
By
that
law.
part.
So you're going to have the same number of people that you had before.
Okay.
Same number of bodies are going to be in the building. There'll be no new bodies. They may be different people because we have to advertise that, and whoever we get, we get.
Okay.
It may be the same 2 people, it may be somebody else.
So certainly how, at least your weekly emails to us that you've been writing to us for updates.
Yep.
It made it imply and seem like we're adding on a new staff member that would be a new IT director. That's how that implied to at least myself and maybe to Sean as well.
That's true. I can't, how many times
Not
I gotta tell you
really,
this?
because if
That
it's the
is true.
same positions, they're just becoming internal. It's not. It's just twisting of words.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, could I ask one?
Absolutely, go
quick
ahead.
question?
Yeah.
To this point, just for my own clarification, what I see is that we're getting rid, there's a negative change on the contracted services line there of 254,678, and instead plus 267,5 without the extra for these positions. So is that trade-off?
Right.
2 contractors are becoming. Okay, so fully loaded, we're trading away 254,678 for 267,5 plus FICA, et cetera. Is that correct?
Plus, the only thing not included there would be insurance, so FICA would be included there.
Okay, so.
And this is the question that Ryan had asked, and
Yeah,
I
that's
told
what I'm
him,
saying, 267,5
public
plus
employees are more,
Yeah, they're just in different lines, but yeah,
Right.
they're there. The
But-
insurance is in a different department.
Okay, so 267.5 plus 57K, replacing 254,678. So we're actually spending more.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I just
and that's
wanted that
what,
clarified.
that's what Ryan had asked, and that's why I made that clear, that yes, public employees are more expensive than contracted, and that's why the contracting is illegal.
I was just making
Yeah,
sure
no,
I
I know.
understood the numbers correctly.
So,
Thank
so
you.
this isn't 217 for a new position, this is 217 for what this would become. It would take out some other, you'd take out the contractor line. I guess what is the total new spend for this is more what I'm looking for.
So that 217 number we gave you was just for the cyber service director,
Okay,
which is what I believe you asked, just for IT director.
yeah.
So you're asking for what the difference is?
Well, so this is where it gets confusing on if this is a new hire or isn't this a new hire. So who are we getting rid of if we hire this person?
The contractors. So we would
How
no
much are
longer
they?
pay a contract.
And how much is
That
that?
contract will be,
No,
262, 319.
Well, that was the default budget, yeah.
And that's for both of the IT people right now?
Correct, for FY '27, that's what they're,
And we'd be paying one person 217.
correct, fully loaded.
So
But
this is
then we're gonna be going down a whole person then. So we're gonna pay
No,
one
because
IT.
the contract covers both of them. So they
Budget's going
they
up
invoice us
$130,000.
monthly.
Say again?
Budget's going up $130,000. That's what we covered.
Exactly.
Right, I understand that.
The contract covers two people.
Right.
So when they invoice us, their company, the owner of that company then pays the other person. So we're only paying one contractor.
So I guess
That has two employees within the contract.
That was kind of the point I was getting at. We're paying a company.
Yes.
I'm sure that company is not Goodwill, and they're taking a piece of that, what we're paying them. Fair to say. So the two contracted employees are not getting paid the $260 some odd thousand.
They do because it's just the two of them. It's a sole proprietor operation. He has one person. So then it's not like a bigger company, more employees. It's just the two of them, and they create a company to be able to do this.
They're paying payroll taxes.
Yeah, they're paying all their own expenses and whatever they're paying for insurance, however they do that on their own.
Yeah, it still feels,
So how does the police IT guy factor into this?
He's paid as an employee.
Okay, but is there a change there in salary? Like, I'm trying to understand this whole situation.
Well, there is,
now.
and he can certainly go over that. There's in terms of the percentage increase, there's the COLA that he'll get next year and the merit he'll get next
I
year.
saw that
So
in
the
there.
police,
So if you look at the police department, they have an IT division,
Mm-hmm.
and that is where you'll find his impact.
Yeah, I did
is
see that.
part of a union.
Okay,
So he's governed by that union's merit and COLA.
so then there's not going to be a change with the personnel on that front. It's just a change in cost, but not a change in people.
Right.
Okay.
We hope there's not a change of people.
Okay. I guess still, I mean, we're looking for stuff. We're looking for stuff to not cut services. And okay, if this is illegal with these contractors, let's find a different contracting agency and hire two contractors where it is legal. And it's just, this is
And do it again?
Huh?
And do it the same thing again?
No,
See,
it's
the
not
problem-
illegal to hire contractors, period. You
Sure.
said that this was because they don't work for any other towns.
Right, but the thing is, they literally are embedded here. Their office is here. Their sole job is here. That's the problem when you do that. You can't get around the IRS, and they go after you.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
asking us to go around the IRS, nor am I asking anything
I know.
illegal, and nor am I even asking, I realize we may not be employing them. We may be employing two other contracts. What I'm saying is when I look down and I see Old Home Day and police departments and other things that have a great need, we gotta pick something. And, this is a $130,000 new cost. That's a big chunk of this. And it would help us really go back to the drawing board. And so I ask, if not this, what? And I do have a secondary idea that we could go down if we don't want to do the 130, but this seems like a good chunk. But I don't know, what are other people?
So just, if I could answer that, the reason why, it's not a new cost, it's a cost you've been avoiding because you've been doing it illegally. So this would have been what you had to pay all along. That's the point I'm trying to get
Either
to.
or, it's still new. It doesn't, maybe we should have or we didn't have, it's still it's a new spend. And it's a spend that we don't necessarily have to do. We can get around doing it another way with new contractors who are legally hired. So that's a possibility. And it would save us $130,000 rather than cutting the library and cutting some of these other places.
Joseph, you
Yeah,
got a
so
question?
real
then
quick,
Patrick?
budget fails to default passes, with how it's budgeted right now, where the monies are allocated for them to be contractors, what does the town do? Right, because you're paying them because what we're doing now is illegal.
Correct.
Those monies do not appear in the default budget.
Correct.
Default budget passes.
I'll make cuts elsewhere in the budget to be able to fund that because that's critical.
Okay.
Patrick, you had a question?
Again, this is only my own ignorance. I assume that to come up with this conclusion that I mean, I'm familiar with the IRS tests for contractor versus employee. By any chance, were there some of those tests that we failed specifically that we might be able to mitigate by having these two contractors, if they stayed contractors, go and maybe have an office elsewhere, or do other things that are non-monetary? But I mean, is there any wiggle room there?
Normally, you would hope that there would be, and we did look at that. The reality of it is, every day they're in here because someone needs this computer fixed. I only have 2 people for this whole operation, which is not enough. That's the biggest part of the problem. If we're going to meet future demands in there, I'd like to have a hybrid approach where we are bringing contractors in. And I did that where I was before. We looked at, are we going to add more people? No, because we have specific projects. We'll contract with a company to come in and do those specific projects. And that was the approach we chose, because public employees, as we indicate with Ryan, are expensive. And there are better ways to do this. So that combination of full-time employees and the hybrid piece by using contractors does make a whole lot of sense to do that, especially those one-off projects. But when you got people that are in the maintenance business every day in here, managing that server, they're embedded here. And they can't go off-site to do something else. That's the fundamental problem with that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Ron,
Yeah, quick.
Justin and Sarah, can you please clarify for me? I'm hearing, is it the salary for the IT director, is that 217, or is that all in with all the other benefits?
All in, even with health insurance.
So what is the
two-person-
salary for that position?
The salary, just the salary.
Just the salary.
Is 154, 315.
So then what's the second salary if we have two
So what, 117-ish?
113,
113.
185.
And so with benefits, those,
With are you asking for the second one or
Yeah,
combined?
second person's with benefits. Sorry, I had the first.
I believe we budgeted the second person at a,
So that would be a total of 172. The total of these two is 407.
407?
407, 631.
fully loaded.
Yeah. So, yeah, so it goes back to Ryan's, like, that this equals 130 more with the 2 of them at full-time salaries versus what we're paying them contractually.
Correct.
I do think you might be making an assumption, though, about what they would cost contracted from another company, right? That was the suggestion that you were making. It might be, I mean, I think if you're going to go down that path, it would be worth understanding, like, is that a reasonable cost, what we're paying now? If we made that sort of move, I don't know.
I do hire IT contractors, so I am familiar with that. That's in that range. I think we may not be able to get these exact ones, but I think we can get some contractors for that.
Ryan, were you all set with your questions?
I still don't feel like it's answered, but it doesn't
Well,
sound.
ask it,
So-
please, because that's what we're here for.
I've been asking it for the last 3 meetings, and these people are receiving a wage. My assumption would be that their wage is the same with comparative increase as everyone else, maybe not 16%, but 5 or 6% more than what they're currently getting. And we're paying a company who has to pay payroll taxes, who has to offer insurance, who has to have insure their business operating costs. We're paying top-line salary now for what we're paying for that service altogether before. There's a disconnect that I'm not comfortable or happy with the answer I'm getting.
I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Because,
So-
if we're paying a total of the, we're paying the, before amount of money, why is, their actual salary is basically equal to that, and then plus benefits on top of that, and all the FICA and short-term, long-term disabilities and all of that?
Could you either
Shouldn't that
of you-
already been built into their contract already?
Yeah.
Justin, could you or Tom explain Ted's question?
I can do that.
All right, please.
So if I'm going to go and I'm going to create a position, right? The way I'm going to do that is I'm going to look at what does the market pay for those types of positions, and that's exactly what we did. We looked at that range of market. This position pays between $120,000 to $150,000 a year, the cyber services director. We also looked at the same thing for the systems administrator. That's what we looked at. What a comparative community is paying for these same positions, because we're in that same marketplace, that competition that they're in. That's why we did what we did. That's where those numbers come out to be.
How long have we been working with these two contractors?
Tom has been here for 14 years, and Doug has been here for 5.
Yeah, so this is where it gets a little more tricky, is they worked under a previous, or Tom has worked under a previous LLC, which has since become the police department's IT person. And because he had his own LLC, we can't maintain him, so then they had to go and establish his own LLC. But those years are roughly about accurate, just between the two different LLCs.
Dave, you got a follow-up?
Yeah, so this also didn't sit well with me. So I went and I looked at the school and what they have for IT, because they've got 750 employees and they have a lot of priority information in the school that can't get out. So their security has to be somewhat high. I looked at their budget and I really strongly suggest that each one of you call Amity, email her. I did it. I looked at it. I don't have the numbers because I don't know. I just didn't bring it with me. But they have like 6, it's 6 little workers, then like same as we have, like IT and the director and the cyber security. They have 1, 2, 3, 6, so that's 7, 8. They have like 7 or 8 people in that department, and it costs the exact same as what we have.
Yeah.
So you need to look at what they're doing. And to me, as I brought up a long time ago at council meetings, to me, there is no state law that I can find that says you can't have a joint things that the town and school do together. In other words, like a company is right up here is the town of Londonderry, right? And you've got the school and the town and the library, and there's no reason that it says that certain things can be all 3 or just 2. And it seems to me that, the police is paying for IT, the library pays for IT, I don't know who else, the school's paying for IT. You have all these individuals all doing the same thing. I don't know, you're shaking your head.
The library doesn't pay for IT.
Okay, so, all right, the library doesn't pay, excuse me, I misspoke. So, but my point is, we have this same department and all over, and it would be, I don't know, advantageous for us to really look at how they're all operating and where the overlays are, and if it can have one solid director with maybe 2 other people, to be a better financial fit. But I strongly, strongly encourage you to look at what the school's doing. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of IT. I think that's like your thing, Sean, and I don't know.
No, it's a good point on the pricing of them, though, because they're employing people for, you said 6 people? For what?
Well, it's
what this
6,
would cost.
it's 6 like workers, I don't know what you call them, for like data entry and maintenance and stuff. And then they had the same 2 that we have, like right here, I forget. But whatever.
So if I remember correctly from last year, I should look at the one that we'll look at tomorrow, the IT budget anyway.
Could you speak up a little bit? I
Oh,
can't hear you.
Microphone.
Sorry, I'm trying. So the total budget last year, I think, for IT in school was like $1 million.
1.1 million.
Right.
Yeah, just
And a
under
lot of that was software. That's what I recall.
Well,
from
I'm
my
just
memory.
talking the employee part
I totally
of it.
get it, but that's including employees. So,
Yeah, and I just think we really need to look and compare.
yeah, I
Well,
agree.
I do have another question that just came up. So this has been brought up that this is illegal for over a month now. If this is illegal, why are they still employed and you're having them work illegally here?
So I can shut the town down if you'd like me to.
Well, no,
But
I'm
that's
just-
why I'm hiring people. I'm going through the hiring process to fix that very issue. I can't stop IT for the town tomorrow. I could.
No, but we could go out and hire like for me, I guess I'd go look for a contractor and try to get out of this ASAP as fast as possible. And so
So hire 2 contractors, put them in the building we have now, and do the same exact thing, which would be illegal once again.
well, no, all contractors aren't illegal. That's not.
If you take somebody and you put them in here and their sole job is to operate
Yes,
in
I
here.
understand that,
And
but
they
you
this
can-
is what that, so how are you going to do that otherwise? You're going to have 5 or 6 different people coming and going out?
There are contractors who do work for municipalities. All
Yeah.
contractors are not illegal who are working for municipalities. this situation, I understand what it is. That's why I'm saying there are other contractors who do work for municipalities legally. We can hire them. We don't need to change this budget line to do that. And if we're looking for cuts, I'd rather have a cut in this IT line than have a cut in all the things that I've seen outlined. And that's just a product of, I mean, I know you did, you worked hard at this. This were your best recommendations. I think this recommendation is better than 130 in there. And so that's why I'm proposing that to the council here.
We need to get the data, and maybe, you come back next week, or we have the actual, a list of some contractors that do it, what they cost, what they give, what they do. Maybe we look at what the school does. There's all types of things of looking at. That's all.
Okay, I'm happy with getting more information, and we can carry on this conversation about this 400,000 next time. I'm good with that.
Did it answer your question, Ryan? Do you feel you want more?
At least I have a.
I don't want you to leave here tonight. This is all
I feel
important.
better that people now understand the point I was trying to
Yeah.
make a few meetings ago, so.
Yeah.
And
Because when you pay for a contractor, you're paying for their insurance and everything else. They pay that. Yes, they pass that cost on. And so there's not anything they're not passing on, but they are taking a profit. If it is a self-proprietor thing and they are just keeping the money, then okay, there is no profit to pass on. But it shouldn't be 130 more. And that, good point.
Now, I believe our town assessor is a contract employee, and he primarily only works here. Is that correct?
Nope.
No,
No?
he works very little here.
Very little here. Okay,
Yes.
good.
So our Whitney assessors are not in here every day. The majority of the work is done by our 2 full-time assessing department members. So there's 2 people in that department full-time. Sorry, Justin can speak to it better. It's his department.
So we have 3 positions that we will be filling.
Gotcha.
However, Whitney, they are assessors for a lot of communities within the state of New Hampshire, including Derry next door.
Okay.
They have quite a few municipalities that they operate for.
Okay. Going back to what you and Sarah had said about the total combined of these 2 IT positions, you had said it was 407. But I'm doing the math here of the salaries of
You're
267,
missing
500.
insurance.
So the insurance is in a different part of it. So
So the insurance is in the insurance department. So that
so
way,
the insurance is $80,000 for the 2 employees? Because I combine these 2 with the benefits lines, comes to 324,
so we
548.
budgeted 1 at a family and 1 at a 2-person. So 48 and 36.
Wow.
So if we
Okay.
put those 2 at a family, it'd be even more, because potentially we don't know that that's going to be at a 2-person.
Correct. And the reason why it's in a different line is so we can kind of play that game of, let's hope that if, this person they both take a family, one of the other open positions doesn't.
Gotcha.
Where if it's in each department, that department now suffers. So by putting them all together, we're able to kind of, hedge that aspect and have a lower request in the operating budget for the insurance.
I will say, if we put this to the next meeting, I would ask that we'd have to at least freeze non already budgeted positions. I think this is the only one. I don't know if there's any other ones, but just because it'd be, if we make an offer to this guy next time and then we're having this discussion next time, that doesn't make any sense. So I think we have to at least pause on those things, because when we're in the budget discussions and we're trying to move numbers around, I just don't want to see a new position. The ones we already have budget for, I have no problem, but I just don't want to see a new position jump in here.
Have we given any thought to increasing the amount we pay for the buyout to try to reduce some of the town's expense on the insurance?
Yes, in terms of the contract negotiations.
Yeah.
You did some of that.
Yeah.
Some of the other contracts don't have that. They're really low.
Yeah.
But we're gonna be entering those negotiations with the police patrolman's unit as well as the fire union. Those are the 2 that are coming up
Yeah.
next.
Just wonder if that could help us reduce some of this expense that we have on the insurance.
So I guess I need some further guidance, because we're in a hiring process right now. If we're gonna stop that hiring process, then there is no end in sight of the continued illegal activity. So I got a couple of choices. I either shut down IT, or I continue with the hiring process. So I need to get some real good guidance from the council, because I'm not going to continue to perpetuate that which is illegal.
Well, then you're gonna have to elongate the hiring process a lot longer than this week, and then if that's the only thing that makes this not illegal, then you'll be just fine.
No, I'm not going to do that. What I just told you is, I have a plan to correct something that's illegal.
Then I
And
guess
I
we
have,
can
and I
take
have,
the
let me finish what I'm
$130
saying,
today.
please. I'm going to finish correcting that problem. If you want to stop that problem, then I don't have any other choice. I'm doing this as quickly as I possibly can. But I'm not going to continue to perpetuate something that violates the law, because you pay me to follow the law,
Yes.
and that's what I'm doing.
So then feel free to hire other contractors at that price that aren't these people who are legally hired. If you must do that and you will not let us have a week to even discuss this, that's what you'll have to do, unfortunately.
So that's why I've asked for the guidance as to whether or not I'm going to stop the hiring process. I've got interviews scheduled for next week. Or am I going to continue to do that?
I think, my opinion is you continue doing what you're supposed to be doing, get us the information, and we can make a decision next week.
He's not giving us the information. He's gonna hire, and it doesn't matter what we talk about next week. So there's not a.
I don't think he said he's gonna hire next week.
No. We're going to be doing
He
interviews
said
next
Then
week.
That's what all I was asking in the first place.
He didn't say he was gonna hire next week. He
Right,
wants
Right,
to
but you don't
continue the
think these
hiring
applicants
process.
are watching this right now and saying, why should I apply for a job that I'm not even going to get?
Yeah.
Because they don't know what they want to do.
So either they're guaranteed a job or they're not. So either we have a choice or we don't. So either what you're telling us is we have to make up our mind tonight. You're telling me that you can't delay this because it's illegal, but you don't necessarily have to hire it. This is ridiculous.
So I'll do what you asked me to do. I will go out and I'll put out a bid for this service. And I'll discontinue the present contractor right now, because, again, if that's what we're going to do, and I don't know how long that's going to take or what that's going to cost at the end of the day, but I can't keep doing that which is wrong.
I'm fine with you not doing that which is wrong. I'm
Okay.
saying we need time to evaluate this decision, and it can't be suddenly gun to our head. Sorry, you've got to decide this tonight. You can't wait a week. This
This is-
situation has been going on for a long time.
Exactly.
So to suddenly just go, you don't have a week to think about it, that's unacceptable.
So this is not new, because I brought this up to you long before.
You did, but
Yes.
this situation where we're talking about the budget lines, we do not have to spend this amount.
That's straight. So tell me what you want me to pay the people, and I'll make sure these applicants know this is what we're going to pay. If you don't want the job, that's fine. But then when I release the contractors, and if you can't fill the positions, then we don't provide the service.
So
That's all.
let's do this. Is it possible for us to come back as a budget committee and as a town council with a proposal in 1 week from now, which is what I think you're trying to say,
Yes.
without, and not make any hasty decisions, because it seems like when we make a hasty decision, it's not always correct. So let's have some room for discussion and just, is that what you think?
Yeah,
Since I
that's
don't just say
exactly
this
what
is-
I'm asking for. I just want time so we can actually discuss this.
And I think that's what you said, Dan. I think you guys were on the same page.
We're on the same page, but, you know, we gotta give him guidance. Does he continue the process and get rid of our IT people?
No, I think.
So, I mean, that's what he needs to know.
While you're thinking, may I give you some context on the school's budget? I'm
Please.
sorry, I was just looking up
I
their
was just
budget
looking
for the
at
next
that
fiscal
too.
year. So the information technology, no salaries, their budget, no salaries, their superintendent's proposed budget is $1,176,975, no salaries. Their proposed salary line for their 8-person department is $830,000.
That's just
So that is
salary,
that 830,000 is their proposed budget for salaries
For 8 people.
let me get back to that.
I mean, Amity, oh my God. Ms.
So I have
Small
the
sent me the
documents up
information.
right now. So I'm looking at the school documents at this moment. And let me get the exact number of people in the department that pays for.
There's also temporary staff that I see, that's 80 grand
80
as
grand
well.
for tech, and those are those contractors that we were referencing. So,
Yes.
just wanted to give you that information.
I don't want to make any decision.
You guys have access to that?
Can I just make a quick comment?
You can. This is what we're talking.
I just think we need to be really careful when it comes to the IT topic, right? Because this is how things run, like how everything runs. And so even just swapping out people would have a pretty impactful, a significant impact, I would say. I'm not saying don't swap out people, do whatever you want, right? But I don't know. I don't know if I personally don't think that IT is a great place to try to be cutting.
Is there a better one?
When we don't well, I don't think we need fireworks for Old Home Day. I think Old Home Day across the board is like, by way of example,
Just so
is
you know,
just a want, not
all
a
the
need.
fireworks were donated
But
no more than 5 years
But I'm just
ago.
saying, like, I mean, that's an example of something I've heard come up a few times. Old Home Day, and I get it. People love it, and it's great in our town, and you know, I get that. I go to Old Home Day, but is that a need? Definitely not like IT or salaries for people or fire chiefs, fire departments, or police or whatever, right? Like, so I just think you should tread carefully on the IT topic, because I know the town managers talked about wanting to soup up the software that we're using to make sure that we're more efficient, right? Like better IT should ultimately equate savings in the long run, but you have to get there. So again, I'm not saying don't look at that. I mean, of course, look at it, but I would just be careful.
So
I guess one of my problems I have is we're paying these people out for $12,000 more than what the current contract is, and an additional $34,100 in retirement money that they were probably already putting into their retirement accounts from what they were already contracted at. So why are we paying them their salaries at the contracted rate and then another $34,000 on top of that?
I think that's what Ryan was trying to get at a couple weeks ago, right, Ryan?
Yep.
Like, why are we paying them that salary and the benefits and the health care?
Right.
Once they become employees, we are obligated to pay an HRS on them. So it's the percentage that NHRS states as employers that we have to pay for that group. We have to pay. We don't have a choice on that.
Right. So then why are we putting the salary rate at the same $12,000 more than what the contracted rate was before? So couldn't we have just put the?
Because I heard you bring up the 34,000. That's not a choice for us.
No, I agree with that. So then why didn't we just reduce the salary rates by $34,000 then?
So you can make it, you tell me what you want me to pay these people, and that's what I'll advertise for. It's as simple as that. Because I really don't want to argue this, because I've told you the reason why I've done it, because I want to be competitive in the marketplace to be able to get qualified people to do the job. If you want to pay them something less, just tell me what you want to pay them, and that's what I'll advertise for. And then we'll get what we get.
Ryan, you and Sean are more experienced in this area than.
Yeah, give me a number.
Like,
Tell me what you want.
Think? Like,
In the end of the day, because where we're at, and if we don't have time to discuss it, I guess I just have to say I'd like the line to say the same. And we figured out, if we don't find people, then we'll have to up it or we'll have to do something. But that at least gives us time to discuss this as a council.
what's your opinion, Ryan? Like you were one of the first people to bring it up. That why are we paying them more in salary and benefits and
Yeah, I think you got 20% to play with,
yeah.
just
And do you guys have any thoughts?
roughly.
I'm not
Anybody?
I mean, I'm in line
not
with
an
thinking
IT
where
person.
Because
where Sean and
Yeah.
Ryan are at. I'm in line with them.
okay.
Because they are, they were getting paid that much because as contractors, because there's a lot that they had to take off on their own. And they were still here. They're still working here with us.
For 14 years.
Well, they probably have a lot of benefits also, though, from having an LLC. There are some tax benefits for them that they're probably capitalizing on that they will lose when they're not doing it.
But but does it equate to this much of an increase? And that's the essence as what you've been trying to ask, trying to get at for it's been more than 3 meetings.
Yeah.
It's been more than 3 weeks. I'm in line
Patrick,
with
you're
you.
kind of more of an expert too. Do you have any thoughts?
You kind of do it for a living, so.
Unlike Sean, I have hired many technologists in the past, but it's been a bit. So with all due respect, I would have to go myself to the market.
Yeah.
So I think somebody like Sean or Ryan are better gauges of the actual numbers.
Okay.
That said, I don't have any disagreement with everything that's been said about salaried and all the benefits on top of that versus the fully loaded contractor rate that you would usually take. I mean, the only negative I can think of to Nicole's comment is that you're paying both sides of the employment tax when you're self-employed or when you're a contractor, right? But that's another 7% or so, right? We are on the public record here, and I want to be sensitive to the fact that these folks have worked for the town for a long time and have done great work. That said, I think we can make a reasoned argument, strictly from a numbers and taxpayer perspective, that we may be able to go back and see what we can do a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe since you guys were talking about, maybe Sean, since you were mentioning keeping the line the same, I mean, maybe it's worth backing out from that number and saying, okay, if I were going to fund this and keep it the same number, what, you know, with benefits and, or whatever else needs to be added, what does that look like? Is that even feasible?
I think it's feasible, but part of me is, I mean, and where this comes from is like, we've got hard choices to make, and I agree there is some in there, and you know, you made some good points about Old Home Day and other things. I think this allows us to get there and have, you know, over a quarter of it taken out, and that makes that number a lot easier. We can go down line by line and we can reduce some stuff. I'm sure, you know, Deb and maybe Dan have some ideas on some other things that we can do that might be, you know, go towards this, and we can get to a better result. I just didn't like what I saw with the 400, and so I'm trying to come up with a way to get a good chunk out of it. And for me, this is where, yep, we might not get the exact result we want, but nobody does in any of this budget. We all have wants and needs and left wanting at the end of the day, and I guess this is an area I'd rather see us wanting than some other area, and I think we end up at least with the same dollar amount.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, please.
One more.
Yeah, please.
point. I appreciate what Councillor Paul said earlier about maybe looking for synergies that we don't have now, if they're not forbidden. Another thing, and not to come in at the last second, but you had mentioned, I think, Mr. Town Manager, that in the future, we would need more IT capability, essentially. So I wonder, back to the earlier question, what if there were a way to keep them as contractors? It just occurs to me that as there are multiple technology services companies in the state of New Hampshire that serve other municipalities and police agencies, what if we thought about a creative scenario of having these two folks, having their LLC join one of those existing ones? They bring a guaranteed line of revenue to one of those other companies, pick up a new client. You, in turn, begin using maybe 4 of their contractors, including these 2. That would be contractually stipulated. That way we all get what we want. We don't need to put this on our menu. You get more IT firepower, and these guys get to join a company where they don't just have a sole client, namely the town of Londonderry.
Yeah, so they'd have to be out of here a certain number of hours a day, working
agreed.
someplace else to be able to justify that. And that's the problem you're going to have with the level of continuity here. We're not a small town. I worked in a small town, it was all contracted out.
Yeah.
But that was a town of 5,000 people, we're a town of 27,000 people.
Sure.
It's a bit different. You need to have at least two dedicated people here. And then, like I said, contracting out for specific projects makes sense going forward. But right now, I mean, every day they're running around, you know, working on this computer upstairs or that computer, and you want some degree of continuity with that as well. That's the fundamental issue here.
Can I just say Patrick for president?
Let me throw out another option here. If I remember correctly, when you were talking about salary ranges, you brought in the IT director kind of at the top of the range, at $154,315.
That's what it's budgeted for.
Right. What if we were to bring that down to say 140? You know, take some off. You know, I don't. You guys know more than I do. What as far as what I'm saying. What if, you know, we bring it down a little bit to, you know, they're not getting a full boat, as you had said, Ryan, with it, but they're still getting a good salary.
So taking some off still leaves us with a big hole. I'm more concerned about that sheet and how to try to fill in those holes that we're going to inevitably take
But I'm
out
saying,
of it.
but like we had discussed before, if we took, I don't know,
20 grand off, and we took maybe 10 grand off the other one, that's 30 grand.
That basically makes up for the retirement money that we're giving them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get retirement benefits at my company.
Compromise here. I know what the town manager's looking for, and I know what you're looking for. Is there somewhere in the middle where we can meet and not?
So that compromises on this. I don't know that it helps us on the overall exercise, and this is why I brought it up.
If we take off, 30,000 here, and we take off the fireworks, as Deb suggested, we get someone to fund that for us. We go line by line, then we don't have to cut
I'm okay with that as
the conservation.
I'm okay with that as a compromise. Does that satisfy our legal requirement?
Yeah, I mean, as long as I can get someone at that price range, yeah. I mean, that's what I'll do. That's why I'm saying and I'll have to tell these people next week, it's ain't gonna be up to 150, we up to 140. Up to.
Yeah.
Because if I get somebody else who's lesser qualified, I'm not gonna pay them the 140, because it's 120 to 154.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if, Ryan, would that make sense to you? Because you were kind of the first one to bring up the fact that it didn't seem right.
Yep.
Would that make sense if we lowered the salary down?
Compromise. No, that's exactly what I was suggesting, is lower the salary at 130, 135 in mind, but 140 sounds good.
Would that make sense to you guys?
I'd like to hear from Patrick. What do you think at 140 for the market?
150 down to 140?
Yeah.
We all like saving money. That said, I'm sensitive to the town manager's concerns. But honestly, if we were actually sitting at a business conference table right here, what I would tell you is I would want to see this person's actual job description and resume and what are they actually doing. With all due respect, I've never spoken to this person. I don't know what they do. So to ask me, is it justified to cut it by 10,000? Let me see more details first.
Okay.
And to Patrick's point, you saying, 140 to 150, right? So you get this guy in, and you say this
Or
is
gal.
or girl, whatever, person, hopefully not a robot. We get this
Yeah.
person in. My point being is you say your first year, while we work all of this out, because who knows, we see how they perform, you say to them, this is to see how you do. And if they come up with ideas and they're great and it starts flourishing and the department's doing well, I am all for paying every dime of what somebody is worth that's doing the job. But if they're just doing the job at a ratio, like they're just adequate at it, why are we paying for somebody who's supposed to be sufficient, more than sufficient at it? You have to look at how they perform. If they perform great, then you say, okay, this is like a condition. I don't know. You have to write it into the thingy, but this is for the first year to see how you do, and the next year you could get the 150 to 160. I don't know. That's something is up to him. That's not up to me. It's not my job.
One other thing I want to say here, because when I'm asked, 150 down to 140, the thing I think about is when I heard our town manager say that this person is always off fixing this PC or that PC and so on. I mean, that's where, again, and Sean will completely get this too, that's where I start thinking, well, do we have old creaky PCs that are just very high maintenance? Is it time to look at cloud-based PCs that have controlled configurations where you just can't constantly corrupt them with viruses and whatnot? I mean, there are ways to think outside the box about this, but they're not going to happen within a week. You actually need to come up with a future technology strategy.
And to your point, we're not supporting on-prem stuff anymore like we used to in the past, which I think was a big, nice move.
But I heard our town manager say there's servers here that need
Like
maintenance.
but
We still have service here, yes.
okay. Didn't we move away like with the website and some of that other stuff? We did some
The
of the
365 is
Yeah.
a virtual platform.
Okay, so we're not fully, but we have moved some off of that.
And the idea is to try to get off that, because
Yeah.
servers are a major maintenance issue.
100%
Patch,
agree.
and patches and that sort of thing that has to be done.
Yeah, exactly. So rather than think 150 to 140 for 1 year, maybe it's time to think about what are we going to continue, to the town manager's point, doing over the next 3 years, and where are we going to wind up? Right. In fact, case in point, I just did a business review for someone where I was asked to do this, and they were being quoted very, very expensive antivirus software. And I said, why? And it turns out all they were going to do on these computers that were being quoted is exactly go on Microsoft 365 in a web browser.
Yep.
Do you really need to be spending thousands of dollars for 3 people on antivirus software per year? No. You just have to think future.
And we already have a good suite of software that we're not even using. like SharePoint. I mean, we already pay for that. You've been paying for it for years, but it's got to be built out, and that's what needs to happen.
So my thought was just to get to Ryan's point, because I think you had a very good point, that if we took some out of the salary, it could make it all palatable for everybody here.
Yeah.
And still get what the town manager's looking for.
If we've had this software for years, why hasn't this IT guy been updating it, putting it, I'm sorry, why, if we've had this software for years, I didn't realize we had it for years, why hasn't it been put on and being used? I mean, what happened?
It's not what happened, it's what didn't happen,
Yeah,
right?
well, what didn't happen,
So
you know,
you got
syntax,
two guys
whatever.
that run around managing servers and helping people set up on all these departments, not just this building. And that's all they really have time for. Trying to think ahead and be able to work through, they don't have the resources to be able to do that. So right now, we're doing the SharePoint build-out, but it's a slow process, very slow process. They've had to start and stop and start, and there's a team of people actually doing it, not just one. So the other IT person that we have and Kirsten have been helping them build that out. But that's delayed now because, again, they're dealing with other emergent issues, computers that are broken down, those sorts of things, and all kinds
How
of
old
tech.
are our computers?
What's that?
How old
It
are?
depends. Some are older than others. As you know, there's
A ballpark, like
I-
2000.
I don't
like
know.
I work off of a 2003 to a 2008 computer for my business. So I mean, are you talking like
Yeah, that's
that?
not-
Or are you talking
no.
2019?
We would not be able to function like you do.
Well, I'm a little wackadoodle. We all know that. But I'm just saying. You know, I mean, a ballpark. Is it 2019 to 2023?
Again, I don't have the breakdown of every piece of equipment because we just started building out an asset management system where we can track all of that, so we know what we own and what needs to be maintained and replaced. So that's what I'm trying to get at here.
I understand. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm just trying to ask
Oy.
can we come to a consensus here that if we have him lower the salaries a little bit, does that at least help alleviate Ryan's issue, Ted's
Yes.
issue, your issue, and Patrick's issue, and kind of get us at least a little bit of what we want, but not everything, and still have the town manager continue what he's doing?
I guess my issue is we're trying to get to a big number in there, and that would be a small percentage of that, but I guess that
Yeah,
would help.
it'd be like 30,000.
Yeah,
So,
I
but
guess that would help towards that.
what do you guys think? Deb's hide your face.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that
I mean, that's
we're
that's
looking at $30,000 reduction,
Mhm.
okay? And we're trying to get to 400.
It's somewhere, Dan.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but I'm thinking differently from you. To me, I would like to have us all come in next week and say this, and this, and then we can discuss it and see if
The point you
Where
keep
we're
missing
at.
is this is an open position out there.
Right, so
that
we
can-
need to
so
decide
we
now,
have
so
to
we
decide
can
now.
have him continue.
And I think
So I
it's
think,
a
I think,
reasonable
I think a reasonable
request.
thing tonight is to say, hey, drop the salaries down by 30,000, you continue what you're doing, so he continues the hiring process, he's doing what he needs to do, and then we can still come back
Yeah.
next Monday with cuts that we want to make, but at least he's continuing with what he wants to do.
Oh, I agree.
And I feel like at least,
Yeah.
we made some of, I felt like, Ryan did ask us many times about
Many
this,
times.
and at least we're making some progress towards what his suggestion is, and we're making some progress
Yeah.
to what you want and what Ted wants,
Yeah.
and kind of getting a compromise here.
But I would ask that if you do this, and I want to see him continue the process, but if he has an issue with trying to find a person,
Yeah, we
please,
can always
please,
revisit.
please come to us and say, hey, this number is not going to work.
Yeah.
Well, I have candidate X, and it's gone. I need to get to this point.
I mean, most
I'd like to
companies,
know
if
that.
you're a contractor and it's pretty well known you're going to be paid at a higher rate of pay if you're a contractor than when you go full time,
Yep.
it's going to go down your salary rate of pay because you're probably going to have benefits from the company
Yep.
of either a 401k match or potential bonus or something else. So for them to just have the same exact rate of pay that they're getting now and then retirement money on top, it doesn't sit well with me.
And you agree? I'm looking at Joseph. You
Oh, yeah.
agree?
Without
I
logic,
just think
yes.
I think it's a reasonable ask, and then that way everyone can continue.
Just
The only thing I want to add, Ted, is that if as a contractor, I know what it's like to, work as a contractor. And if I had a choice between being a contractor and going and work for Dave on DPW, all right, doing the same work, all right, I look at it and go, as a contractor, I got tons of things I can take advantage of tax-wise.
Not
Right.
always. It
And-
depends upon the
no,
type of
but-
work that you do.
Okay.
If it's an
But we're
office
talking
type of job,
contract.
you can't do that.
No, I wouldn't, because
Take Dave needs help too.
because working for Dave, granted, I'd have benefits like you said, all right, but I also have a lot of things I can use tax-wise to offset
Okay.
what Dave would pay me, which I wouldn't
Yes.
have with Dave.
We wouldn't have Dave,
Yeah.
All right, so, just so we can.
Sorry, Dave, I'm just.
As the consensus here of the council, we all feel, why don't we just do that, sir? Right, you
Okay.
continue what you're doing, and we'll still move on with the cuts we're doing for next week, but we don't want you to stop doing what you're doing.
Okay.
All right?
This is just a request, because we've talked about it a ton. I just want to get it in front of everybody, because people keep questioning it, and I just want to get to the bottom of it. Can we see the IRS code so we all have it, and we all can just
Yes,
go?
there's a whole memo and on that from legal counsel
Yeah,
and
that'd
all
be
that,
great.
yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Are you good?
I'm good.
Dan, you had something, and then, right? No, you all.
Oh, on the budget?
Oh, yeah, you just, yeah, because this is like miscellaneous budget stuff, and we kind of got off on a tangent, but now we're back. Any more budget issues?
Yeah, my only,
Oh, good.
Just a very quick question.
Sorry.
Only if it's appropriate. Would it be okay to share that legal memo with the budget committee also?
I think it should be a legal document. It's not to the council, it's to me. So that can be available to the general public. There's no reason not to do that.
Okay, perfect. I
So
would love to
yes,
see
your
that
answer is
legal
yes.
Advice on the IRS differences.
Right, but again, I'm not the council, right? So that's not confidential information, and I can release that, and I will release that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, anytime.
So then we'll come back to this next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You had one more thing, Dan?
the only thing I want to add is that when we're discussing the budget,
Come on here.
I'll wait till then.
okay, we're looking at the budget, and we're looking at trying to cut the budget to reduce it. The other thing that impacts us, our taxes, are all these warrant articles.
Yep.
And,
That's-
you know,
discuss it next week.
a lot of times it's like, we look at the budget and then we say, okay, these people voted in these warrant articles, and that's why the taxes go up. I'll give you a little history, is that we didn't used to put positions as warrant articles. We put positions in the budget, and people looked at it in the budget. Because I've heard through the years, when positions get voted in, the response from the elected officials are, well, people voted for it, okay? But if you start adding all this, is what I'm getting at, Sean, is we have to look at the big picture here.
Yeah, total picture.
Before we start cutting, because the other thing I want to know, and I don't know if we can get this for the next meeting, if we're looking at a $400,000 cut, right? If default passes,
370 now, but.
okay,
Yeah. So,
all right, so let's say, he came up with a 400.
Yeah.
Well, if default passes, the voters ask for more of a cut.
yeah.
Right, so now we're gonna have to come up with another 500 roughly?
506,000.
Yep.
506,000. So if we're gonna come up with another 506,000,
We-
I, as one counselor, would like to know from the town manager, if we went to default, where is this 506,000 coming from? I think as a counselor, I need to know that. I think as a voter that's going in, I need to know that as well, because it's important. If he comes back and says, these are the services that we're going to be cutting, if it goes to default, I think it makes an impact on whether people vote for the default or vote for the budget. So, I don't know how you guys feel
All of
about
the budget
trying to
work-
get,
I-
trying to
it's
get that information from him.
And all that information's in the documents that we've been given, correct? The
But it's
default
not
budget.
really, Joe. So
Oh.
that's just, so what would happen is I would have to move things around in that line. So I wouldn't actually change the line. Some would be under, some would be over, but I would move the authorization for those funds to different places.
So what I'm looking at, Joe, is if he comes back and says, okay, we're gonna have to, reduce our firefighters from 13 to 12.
Right.
That's what I
Okay.
want to know.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
So we can get that?
I don't have an objection to that. Yeah.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah.
Thank
I don't
you.
have, does anyone have an
I
objection?
just don't know if I can have it done by
Yeah.
next Monday.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. We have been working on that because we have to have a contingency anyway.
Looking forward to next year when we start this stuff early,
Early, yeah.
so we're not stuffing it down our throat like
Yep.
a turkey.
I don't care if it's not next week, but
Yeah.
I want to get that
Yeah.
to us.
Joseph,
So
you had a
we make
question?
decisions.
No, I'm good.
You
I
sure?
was just taking a look, just confirming
Okay.
the budget calendar for the rest of the month.
Then
Next week, another budget workshop.
Christmas Eve.
We don't have a lot left, so I'll just try to go through here. Approval of consent items.
So,
Oh,
can we
sorry.
dismiss the budget committee then?
Well, that's, I was just trying to get through it quick because we don't have much left, but okay, whatever you want to do is fine.
Yeah.
I just,
They've suffered long enough with this.
Before the budget committee,
hopefully it'll be 5 minutes.
be-
You guys going to a meeting?
I think Justin has some
Hey.
information to put out.
before the budget committee leaves, after talking with our bond council, we'll have to have a public hearing on January 12th as well,
Okay.
just so you guys are aware.
All right. Thank you, Justin.
I don't know why you changed.
So Justin, you're saying we're gonna need 3 meetings in January?
Yes.
Okay, that would have been good to know.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. It's terrorist over there. All done?
All good.
All right. See you next week.
5, 12, 19. All right. I'll accept the motion to accept the consent items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Any liaison reports tonight?
I got none.
Okay. Okay. Town manager report.
So there's a couple of things in here. I did place a report in there regarding the ethics complaint that was filed on November 16th of this year regarding allegations against Councilor Paul that occurred allegedly on November 10th. I placed a finding, and I've determined those to be unfounded, and it's well detailed in the document. I could certainly go into that if you'd like me to, but it's available for public review. It's part of the packet.
I'm
So
good with it.
it's-
Anyone else?
It's unfounded.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Anything else?
Well,
Oh.
so I've given you a report. You need to make that determination. I don't get to make that.
Oh,
I've filed a report with you, so that it's now you would vote to act on
Okay,
that
all right.
to make that determination. That's my recommendation.
I will
to you.
accept the motion to accept the report from the town manager on the Deb Paul ethics complaint.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Abstain.
opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Let the record show that Deb abstained.
I have a question here. I don't know if this is the appropriate place to put it. I was hoping that we could make a motion that would take that legal document that goes with the land use tax
Can we just let
and
him
make it public, because there's been so much rumor and hearsay and cuckoo-ness about it. It's public information,
We just let
really.
him
I think
finish
it
it.
is a public document already.
I just want to make sure that part, the findings of the lawyer and what the lawyer deemed it to be, should be
Just-
out in the public.
We just let him finish
Oh,
his manager's
okay,
report, that's
I'm
all.
sorry.
Yeah,
So I just have,
Done, Sean.
yeah, no.
I just have 3 other items.
Yep.
So I talked to some of you, I don't think I've talked to Ted yet, about the special assessment district. There was an issue when the statute was changed in 2015. So prior to 2015, the town council had unilateral authority to create a special assessment district. In 2015, they changed that law to allow towns that have board of selectmen be able to create special assessment districts. So when they changed that, there are 2 different types of town councils, and maybe you probably didn't know this. There's what's called a pure town council. Derry is one of those, Durham is one of those, and there's a couple of others. And then there are a hybrid town council where you have a budgetary town meeting like we have. So they did not carry over the paragraph for that section for us. The only way for us to create a special assessment district is a petition process that the property owners petition the council. So we're actually going through that process right now to be able to do that for the special assessment district. It's just going to take a little bit more time to be able to get that done.
In what situations would we need to have a special assessment district?
So like what we're going to have with the water that we talked about, the curb stop to the house,
Uh-huh.
that's one that you would do that. The other types of special assessment district you might have is, let's say you're going to create an industrial park, and you're going to put a sewer line in a road, and you're going to charge all the abutting property owners the cost of that public improvement instead of the taxpayers. That's another use.
Compared to doing a TIF.
Right, TIF's one option, this is another way in which you would do that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then, in the case where I did another one up there in Lebanon, we had a roundabout that had to be created. And it really impacted the hospital. They were creating the traffic, the college was creating the traffic, and then developments around that. So we did a special assessment to determine what the impact was on the intersection from those various usage. And 93% of that is paid for with a special assessment district, 7% is paid for by the taxpayers. That's how the numbers worked out. So that's another example about how they would work. They're not used all that often, but they are an effective tool by which you would consider doing that.
Well, and I think our system with the water makes sense.
Right, and this is a very different one because the people in that, it's voluntary whether they choose to participate or not.
Right.
If that special assessment district we created in 11, that's not voluntary. That is an additional assessment on their taxes. The hospital doesn't pay taxes, but it is required to pay a special assessment. So just an example about how that changes a little bit. I talked to Ron and I talked to Sean about this. We should consider asking the legislature to make the fix on that so we had the same power, the council has the same power that it once had before. And that's something we could ask the speaker to do, to add that into an existing bill that's already out there, because it's too late to submit bills on right now, to make that one correction over there. So,
Already working on it.
all right, so you're gonna take care of
So
it
you're
then.
working on it?
and
I'm
you-
working on it already.
You'll ask for assistance from me as you deal
Oh,
with
yeah,
some
yeah,
of
oh,
it.
yeah. We're gonna have a meeting. The speaker.
All right. I sent out, we received a concern that was submitted, and it was regards to the library. We don't need to talk about that, but it's important in there, I sent you a link in there, and it referenced the town of Seabrook case, in which the town of Seabrook had a recall provision in its charter. The court made the most recent decision on this issue was made in March of this year. It said that a recall provision is illegal in New Hampshire, and we have a very similar statute, charter provision. And the court required the town of Seabrook to take the steps to change their charter, which is kind of odd for the court to tell a legislative body, you need to go make this change. Normally, they don't do that. They would just say it's invalid, you can't use it. The court, in that case, took the extra step on that to make the town go through the process of removing that provision in there. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that, because we have the same provision here, and I don't think it's a problem for us unless somebody tries to exercise it.
And that's in the charter?
It's in our charter.
And that would require a charter change to remove.
It would, and we're kind of late for that in the season to do that now, because of the timelines on that. So we can't do it this year, but something we should think about. I knew about this for a long time, that you couldn't do that, but I was a little bit concerned when the court actually made the town go and change it, which is really kind of odd.
Sean, when is the time that we can make small changes to the charter? When does that happen?
So, you want to talk about the timeline that you put
Sure.
together for that?
So there's really strict deadlines as for where you have to get it to the state. Generally, you have to get it to the state at least 45 days before the end of your budget process for approval. So, for example, the ones that we were working on went to the state in November.
Okay.
And they're with the state right now, and we'll have them back in time for the January 5th meeting. So
Okay.
you can move them to the warrant. So we started the process of writing them last year in probably September, and that was even a little tight. So really,
June, July?
I would say probably July. As soon as the fiscal year starts, that's when you make the decision.
July.
And
Okay.
so right now, we're just waiting for the state's response on that. Again, these are
Right.
very small ones that don't change the substance, so we're not anticipating a lot.
Right.
But for something that might be a little bit more legalistic, you will get letters back and feedback back from the state from that.
So the plan was to do what I call housekeeping changes, and again, that's what we're doing this year. It doesn't change anybody's power or authority. This is a change in authority, so my plan was to avoid those and just focus on the house cleaning stuff. And doing no more than one or two of the year, because otherwise you get a ballot with a ton of stuff on there. People get confused as to what it is.
Right, right.
But
No, I understand it. It's-
now, we're gonna have to take a more proactive approach based on that decision to deal with that. All right, South Road, I sent you out an email, you probably haven't had a chance to read it yet. So, there's a water line being built along South Road. We have no part in that process. And there's a development down there that's paying for a part of that cost, and they're working directly with the state. So when they're building that water line down South Road, they're not paying for curb stops for those properties along the way. So you get that water line down there. Normally, when you put a water line, you put all the curb stops in when you build it. So they're there. Even vacant pieces of land, so when people need to tie in, it's already there, and you're not cutting into an active water line.
Yeah, that's odd. It's just odd that they're not doing it.
Well, the people in, what's the name of the development there?
So this is Old Country Village.
Old Country Village.
They applied to DES. Their homeowners association applied to DES, and so it wasn't part of the original funding package. It was just getting it from South School down to the back of the parcel.
Yeah, so they're paying what the minimum they have to pay. So the state reached out to us and said, look, this is going on. We think it may be enough in that budget to do it, but if there isn't, is that something the town's willing to pay for? I'm like, we don't have an appropriation for that. But we should be thinking about what we want to do with that, especially when it comes to the funds we have for the other part of High Range Road. And the warrant article that we are developing, do we want to allow for, do we want to ask the voters for the flexibility to be able to use that to construct those curb stops if they end up being over budget? Because now is the time to do that, because you don't want to cut into an active water line because you create contamination issues, and metal gets put in there, right, and it has to go someplace. And you got an
How
active
much
water
does
line
a
you have
curb
to shut
stop
down.
usually cost?
It depends on how far, the curb stop just goes to the corner. You have the information
So
on that?
yes, so there's about 35 residences that it'll pass by, 35 addresses on South Road.
Uh-huh.
And the estimated cost is about $300,000 for the curb stops, the services, which is the water main to the curb.
So it's about 10 grand each-ish.
Yeah, for the whole sum total, because there's also slightly, if there's additional ledge, there's the engineering to figure out where the best spot is.
Right.
So yeah, sum total for the whole thing, about $300,000. They might have enough funding.
Right.
But they can't go back and get any more funding from the
Right.
state for it. So what they have is it.
Is that something we want to add to the warrant article?
That's what I'm
Okay.
suggesting. I kind of
And
need
is
to
there-
know soon here to.
And is there a way to have DRA approve that? Because I know when we had the 2023 warrant article, it was a fight to get the wording right so we would understand it.
21 hasn't gone to DRA yet. It's
Okay.
with legal right now, and so
Okay.
it hasn't gone to DRA.
Okay.
And we were actually just talking about that one today.
Okay.
This is kind of
Yeah, please, go
related to all of this.
Yeah.
So I was on the committee, the groundwater drinking committee, when this came forward. And we presented it and talked about it, and it did get pushed through. My thing is if we, either, somebody from the council, with Mr. Mulholland maybe, or somebody from the town hall, goes to the groundwater drinking trust, it's not a huge, grant amount of money. It's a small thing that we could ask them for because it's a project they've already committed to.
So this actually came from them asking us to pay for it. It came from them.
But
They said that they do.
It's
They did go. So the state did go to them. Actually, this came from Mike Unger at the state. So they did go to them, and they said no.
I know. Can I tell you how many times they said no to that whole development getting groundwater drink? You have to keep reapplying with, information, explaining reasons, and it always does better when you have somebody from the town, representatives from the town saying, look, we're creating this fund. We got it on the warrant. It's a little too late, but we don't want to, and we're going to be working with you on many projects. And you have to kind of do a whole presentation and, and even if it's a loan, and then apply for 75% back, which you can do.
Loan forgiveness, absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm just saying,
Yeah, no.
I don't think just taking Mike's, no offense. I mean, Mike's a nice guy, but I've seen him do presentations, and I think that we could do an even better presentation. A compelling presentation because of where we are, where we sit, what's going on with Cobain and this and that. And, this is a really important thing. I don't know. I just think you should take that extra step. The worst they can say to you is no.
I think Council Paul is absolutely correct. Why there's 6 of those houses, 5 or 6 that have PFAS contamination along that stretch. Why didn't they do that in the first place? They know the level of problem we have in the town, right? So to her, I don't know why they didn't approve it, because normally you do that, right?
Right.
Why didn't they do that in the first place?
Right.
I don't know.
No.
No.
But that's why. You want to know why?
Um,
I'm telling you why. We don't have a representative
So,
anymore.
yes, if we want to construct that warrant article, please do. Make it as ambiguous as possible if
Yeah.
they'll allow us to, Justin. I don't know, I know you.
Or as clear as possible
Yeah,
to
right.
allow that.
Right,
But at
right,
the same,
right, yes.
but at the same time,
Depends on how you want to make it.
but at the same time, we're going to be in Concord next week.
Yes.
And that's one of the things we should bring up to Councilor Paul's point, because
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why they allowed that in the first place. They're gonna go by all these houses, and you know the issue that when you try to cut into a water line, it's in the ground afterwards. And then, I know we have PFAS in the area, and they've got the test results of the ones that are on their website.
I support it.
I just think
Yeah.
we should do this.
I agree with you, Deb.
I mean, obviously, we can try to fight for more money, but also getting this special assessment change
Yeah.
along with the warrant article, these citizens could then apply for the money to use to hook in, correct?
So just to be clear on the legislative change, that would not become effective in time to affect this, nor do I think we need necessarily that.
We
to do
don't,
this.
because
Yeah.
we're just gonna use the mechanism that allows that. But it's a good tool to have, and it's an easier process to do it that way.
Right.
Because you can move that around as you need to. Every time we add it in one more house, we have to go back and do the whole process all over again. It really is bureaucratic, because we want to have that flexibility. These folks say, you know what, I'm all set, I don't want to do it.
Right.
These other folks, because we already counted on so many.
Right.
Now they can't do it. You can easily do that here. You have a public hearing, and then you go and say, we're going to change the district, we're going to add these two properties over here. You can't do that now. Now you'd have to go out and repetition everybody in the property, in the special assessment district, however we define it, every
Yeah, that's
time we make a
annoying.
change.
Yeah.
Then you got to have multiple hearings, and it really is bureaucratic.
Yeah, that'd be annoying.
The other
The
thing
legislative change
is
wouldn't happen until
maybe,
June.
That's unfortunate. Well,
Yeah, it'd be like July or August before it took effect anyway. But we're going to move
our
forward.
warrant articles wouldn't go into effect until July anyways.
This is
No,
on
but
this water
this isn't
subject.
based on it, that's all.
Mr. Mulholland,
Yeah.
I don't know, I know that Londonderry should have a representation on this water board. Maybe, they don't want the council, they know they don't want me, but, maybe we could get someone from the utility. I know Ray goes to those meetings anyway, already, almost every single Tuesday, that they have them. And I know Martha used to go too, because the three of us used to carpool up there to go to those meetings once a month. And I really think we're doing we're not doing what's right for the community by not having any representation on that board, and we're allowed it. And the fact that they don't want to appoint me, which is fine, Ron asked, they didn't want to appoint Ron, but maybe the utility, two other different people, is there a way to rebroach this to kind of get somebody, some representation on this board?
So that's I believe, a governor and council appointment.
Wait,
So-
is
so
that
there's
the
the-
same water board that John's on?
No, no,
It's different. I don't know.
So there's different appointments. So some of the appointments are appointed by the governor, and some of the appointments are appointed specifically by the town, for example, or by that. So I can look into that, and I think there's only one opening right now.
But what,
yeah.
anybody, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
We need something
Yep.
there.
You and I agree. We
I know.
agree, 100%.
just-
So
I'm sorry,
I will
Dan's turn.
I will come back to you with an answer on that.
So Kirsten just looked it up, and
Yeah.
there appears to be a vacant slot for a town selectman.
Yeah, there's one opening.
Yep.
I have. My name is out there, but hasn't been acted on yet.
Busy plan.
Too busy. Go ahead, Dan.
Kirsten, that 300,000.
Yes.
Is that just putting the curb stop, or is that putting the curb stop connecting it to the house?
No, it's just the curb stop, so it's the service, so from the main to the curb stop, yes. So, and just, I wanted to clarify something, Ted, you said earlier. The special assessment is going to help from the curb stop to the house. For all the other lines we're putting in, the service, which is the water main to the curb stop, is included in it. This is the only weird one where it's not. It's just a strange one because of the timing and the way that it went through. But yes, so
Gotcha.
that's, the houses would have to go through the process to connect to the curb stop. I can talk water all night, but you don't want to be here all night. It's late already.
Those are the 4 items that I had.
Okay.
Kirsten, I'm running out of water.
Don't lie, it's vodka. Go ahead.
You had something you wanted to say real quick, or?
I said it. I talked about the legal documents.
Okay.
I think that like legal documents like that, help the residents. It should be full transparency.
Okay.
That help the residents understand why things are set up here.
Okay.
That it's not affecting anyone. It's what they said. I mean, and it really has
So
an
you're
impact
saying
on
you want to put it on a
decision.
future agenda?
I'd make a motion right now to do it.
Yeah. To allow legal.
I'll make a motion.
So wait, let's have the discussion first. I want to understand what she's asking for. So you're asking for something that wasn't on the agenda, that's not listed, so let's discuss it here. So what do you want to do?
I am saying that I've got a lot of phone calls
Yep.
and a lot of emails about the land use tax documents that
Okay.
were mentioned
Okay.
up here. Then there was a lot of rumors and hearsays and, whatever. And people said this and that. And my thing is that all of the documents should be out there publicly to be fully transparent to the people so they understand why we up here say and do the things we do. It's a disservice to them to not know why we feel or do things a certain way because they can't see that document. And there's nothing in there that hurts anybody. It doesn't, call out any names. It doesn't do anything. It just says this is what the lawyers found on this particular case.
But that's not, you cannot.
I'm sorry, Ted?
You cannot give out legal advice that is in an attorney-client privileged meeting. You cannot do that.
Well, that's why we're looking at releasing that document so that it's very clear.
Then what's the point of having an attorney-client privileged meeting?
To protect people when there's an active case, when you have names and stuff in it. This is not an active case. It's not a case at all, really, because it's past, what do you call that? When you go past the time.
Before we move forward, I'd want
Limitations.
to get
It's
advice from our
just an
attorney.
opinion.
What's that?
I'd want to have the advice from our attorney.
I mean, it's just being transparent. I mean.
So you don't
I'll be
want to
transparent if we're following the law.
public.
I mean,
I'll
That's what
be
you're saying,
transparent if
Ted.
we follow the law.
You are following the law. It can be done. And the thing is, you don't want it to be transparent. God knows for what
That's
reason. but
not why.
It is
I want to make sure
why.
we're following the law.
What I'm saying, Ted, is
isn't.
the taxpayers paid for
The lawyers.
the lawyers to look at this, to have the legal advice. So, I mean,
It's their advice.
if the people have questions about it, it's a legal document. They can look at it and they can read it. That's my only thing. Instead of everybody going out there and throwing these innuendos out there and saying, "Oh my goodness, this was not a legal, a public document," and
So what specifically, exactly, do you want released? I just want to know.
can I make-
Oh yeah, please. I just want to
Legal
know.
findings.
I want to know what.
And I'm not trying to be rude about this, but I think, you threw out the innuendos, but it's, when it comes to this, I really worry about precedent in this aspect of it because attorney-client privilege exists for a reason. We definitely do things, especially when things are dealing with other entities than just the town, which this does. Those things, they have their side too with their attorneys, so the public doesn't get the whole picture in the first place. They get whatever our attorneys said. It also gets dicey because other entities could potentially bring something, as Ted brought up, there could be some legal issues with releasing something that affects other entities. So I just don't want to get, we're not transparent because we don't release every client privileged document we have in existence. That's not true. In this particular case, as long as it's specific to what I think you're saying, I don't
It's
really
just a
have an
land use
issue
thing.
with
It's
it.
past. It can't even. There's
why I just want
Yeah, I don't.
nothing to it.
In this particular one, I don't.
So I just
really
want to
have
be
an issue with it,
clarification.
but I'm just
What do you
being
want?
No,
clear.
I
released?
understand what you're saying. If something is active,
I'll tell you
Please,
what.
no, I
and
want-
something could sue us,
Because
then that's.
All I'm
not
looking,
necessarily disagreeing with you. I just want to know what exactly you
let
want
him read
released.
the thing and then
all
maybe
I'm
you'll
looking,
understand it.
Yep.
all I'm looking is for all the legal documents that reviewed the land use change tax agreement of June 6, 2017, between the town of Londonderry and Pillsbury Realty Development. That's all I'm asking.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes.
That all legal documents that were reviewed, wait a minute,
Under attorney-client
To
privilege.
release all legal documents that reviewed the land use change tax agreement of June 6, 2017 between the town of Londonderry and Pillsbury Realty Development. Okay, that was the tax.
So I'll say two things, Dan.
Yeah.
I fully support disclosure, and I agree with you, and actually kind of lean towards what Sean's saying. I would support this. The thing I have trouble with is the message we're sending to the rest of the people is if we vote no on this, then they're gonna say out there, you know, oh, we're hiding something. We're not hiding anything. You guys know
I don't
that.
want to hide anything. I want it
But at the same
transparent.
time, the attorney-client privilege then is always going to be in question. So someone that comes to us and says, hey, you know, I want to talk to you in front of an attorney, they have to think in the back of their head, this could be
That's an
released.
active case. This is
Okay.
not an active case. The limit of statute of limitations, I just wanted to say this,
No,
has
'cause-
passed. And it's a, you know, per, what do you call it? Per individual
I know
case.
what
I'm
you're
trying to
saying.
say,
There's no statute of limitations on this because there's no crime. Also, some things do not have statutes of limitations. The other thing is, there are things that even when you close or sign a contract, you still want the negotiations of that contract for various reasons to remain attorney-client privileged. And somebody could see damages for that. Those are possibilities regardless of how old it may or may not be. These are just like all various things. This is a very tricky particular thing.
And if we're going that specific, I'm probably okay with it, but I'm
Just
worried.
going
but I'm-
specifically
I'm
to
just
that
worried.
document.
Specifically to
That's
this,
it.
not
Because-
anything
But it says
else.
all documents.
because-
That's where I'm.
Yeah.
Pertaining to this
So
one.
pertaining
still
to
all
this.
documents.
Pertaining to this, Sean.
That's
it.
still all documents.
There's
Okay.
one document.
No,
Well, if there's
no,
one document,
you're
we can make it
no,
one
you're
document.
you're saying all documents.
so it's
one at a
We
time.
cannot do that.
So hold on, yeah, one at a time. So it's one document that you guys want
It's
released?
that one, we only got one, didn't
Okay,
we?
so that's
Yeah,
what
let's-
No, I got all
No,
of them.
you're
I'm fine
saying
with that.
you're both saying down there that you want the opinions from the attorney.
Just
That's not one document.
Well, yeah, it's going to be specified to one document.
Yeah.
Well,
we can specify
wait a
the one
minute.
doc- I'm really
Wait,
fine with
wait,
that.
Did you get more? Because I only saw one document.
Yeah,
too.
that's all we got.
And that's why I want
So
to be
why is Ted saying there's
I did
more?
Are you
too, but now
asking for
he's
the
talking
form
the-
that was signed by the council?
one at a time.
That's already
Yeah.
public, Ted.
That's what I thought you were referring to. But if you're asking for the opinion from the attorney,
The
Then
opinion
that is
from
a-
the attorney.
then that is something I want a judgment from our attorney if she's willing to have us release that.
I don't think you need,
It's ours. We own it. We paid for it.
the taxpayers.
We
paid
also
for that.
pay for the attorney to protect
Okay.
us when we need to.
And it's also fine, I think, for the attorney to look at it. I don't see any problem. Like,
This is why we have an
that's-
attorney,
It's
so,
taxpayer money.
no, this is why we have an attorney to protect us so that we're not doing something wrong.
It'd be a big waste of taxpayer money if we didn't use the attorney and we
You're
got a giant
correct.
suit.
So let's just, Mr. Mulholland knows some of this legal stuff.
He's not our attorney.
I understand that, Sean. I'm just looking for some advice and some input from Mr. Mulholland. In your opinion, I know you're not an attorney, should we have the attorney look at this before we let it loose? Or, I mean, I don't know what the process is. I don't know, whatever.
That's within your discretion to do that, if you choose to do that. The attorney-client privilege is for you to waive. If you vote to release that one document, that's the confidential document, then you can do that. That's a discretionary piece on your end. So if you want to seek legal counsel and ask them what are the risks of releasing this or not, you are perfectly within your authority to do that. But ultimately, you make the decision as to whether or not it gets released or not.
I'm gonna change it from all to D.
If it's that one document, I don't think.
So,
I have a
I-
problem.
The rest of the
What I would
documents are
propose
public
is-
I don't
documents.
necessarily have a problem with
I
it.
I would
So,
propose
yeah.
that we release,
But
So,
to Ted's
I'm good
point,
with
I
it.
also
So-
don't see a problem with double checking it.
I mean, I would say that we release the legal documents that legal reviewed the land use change tax agreement of June 6, 2017 between the town of Londonderry and Pillsbury Realty Development. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for.
And it's that one document.
That's that one.
And I still maintain that I think we should have the opinion from our attorney if that is the right thing for us to do or not. We pay our attorneys to give us good advice.
Would just put this off a week.
Okay. I mean, you can invoke council privilege. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just. I'm just
I'll
saying you
invoke
can do whatever.
council
I'm just telling you
privilege
you can-
that we contact our attorneys to have them
Because I
review
don't have
this
a
item.
problem with that, but if Ted wants to, I have no.
I want
problem
to keep
with
us out of trouble. I don't want to
Okay.
cause more trouble by releasing something that would be detrimental to the town and the council.
But we don't have a choice in that.
No, so I'm just saying, so let's do that then. If you, we'll reach out to Megan, we'll get an answer from her. And then we'll bring it back. 'Cause I'm-
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
I don't got a
just
problem
wanna-
releasing it, because if we don't release it,
No, I
it's gonna
agree.
go
And
crazy.
what
So-
what I will request is how much that cost us.
Yes, I'd like to know that cost.
Okay.
To have her give that opinion
Yes.
on if we
Yes.
should do that or
Yes,
not,
Ted.
Yeah.
Yes.
to keep us out of
You can
potential
laugh
trouble.
all you want at me. It's a point. It's a principle. You find it funny. Ha, ha, ha.
I do find it funny when you're potentially going to create another legal problem for us.
Yeah.
Council privilege.
All right, just one
So
last
laughable.
statement on that, and if I can please not be talked over. Yes, that will cost money, but that's part of the process when we bring these things up. It's like when someone files an ethics complaint, that's part of the process, yep, it costs money. By requesting this, it is going to cost money. And you can argue it's not Ted that caused the request, it could be the request that caused the request. We have to do our due diligence, and legally, I don't oppose this request, but I also think it is good to be sure, because we could be millions down because we didn't spend 400, and that's a bad route to just go out, gamble with it.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because it brings up the point that Mr. Douglas made earlier with these complaints that we're allowing to be anonymous and whatever. How much are these gonna be costing the town on a regular basis for each one to have to go, because we don't see them, manager doesn't see them, they go to the lawyer,
No, they go to me, so the lawyer doesn't get those.
all of them?
The only ones that go to the lawyer are complaints against me. So the lawyer gets those and then contacts the chairman directly, so I'm not involved and I don't know anything about it.
So the complaint about Dan went to you?
Yes.
And then you took whatever actions you felt necessary?
Well, I brought it to your attention.
Okay. And then the council,
You need to tell me what to do. I don't conduct unilateral investigations of town councils.
I'm just
No,
trying to
I know, but I'm telling you, there's a process in ADM 126, it's on our website, it outlines this process, and it's very detailed for this reason. So I will not conduct unilateral investigations of.
I just feel bad
I
that we're
know.
wasting your time, the taxpayers'
Well,
money to do this stuff.
I don't know if it's a waste of time, because there needs to be an outlet when people are concerned about what their government is doing, that it be properly investigated,
understand.
which you folks have done. And you already pay me. I don't get paid overtime, so when I do that work, there's no cost on that. The only one you face a cost was if someone files a complaint about me, then you got some legal costs involved with that. We're trying to keep those down to a minimum.
I thought everything went to the lawyer.
It
So
did
my
not.
misunderstanding. I apologize, I was wrong.
No, if it's okay.
No, it's not.
So, all right, so we'll bring that back, we'll put that on the agenda, at the next meeting, all right? I will open public comment. Come on up. You waited a long meeting, so you deserve to talk.
I'm asleep. Jan McLaughlin.
Yeah.
I just want you to, as you're going forward beyond this, to make sure that the cuts that you have to make, or the decisions you have to make, are proportional. The police department has the largest part of our budget, and they were asked to cut $78,000. The library has $1.7 million out of the budget, and we were asked to cut $51,000. Now, I'm sure there were reasons for that number was the case, but proportionately, we're paying a larger amount. So just as you're going forward and adding additional cuts, please make sure that it's proportional, so that we're cutting, we're not affecting some areas more than others.
Can I
That's all.
respond to that?
No, it is.
I do appreciate the sentiment. There is like one factor to it, as Chief Bernard outlined before. The police department's always going to be the biggest. So you could go by pure mathematics and go, well, they're the biggest, they get the biggest cut. But I think that doesn't always necessarily line up, and there becomes, that's, and no offense to Art, that's more a necessary service than, like, say something like rec or something like that. So as much as it'd be nice to just go on that. I think they have different weightings to them, and that's just the nature of it, unfortunately. But thank you for that, and thank you for your statement before. I love that
Yes,
about.
so it's like we're 3% of the budget, but we're being asked to produce a lot,
Yeah.
take a bigger cut.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else with public comment? You were also very patient, so thank you.
Good evening
Yeah.
or good morning, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Beth Morocco for Westwood Drive. As somebody who's on a board with the library, who is also facing very long meetings, I personally want to just advocate as a stickler for efficiency. Please consider as if you were writing a telegram and every character cost you money. I urge you, because I do it with my own board meetings that run 5 hours long. I urge you to go home one of these nights and watch the entire proceeding. Do not read the transcripts. Sit through every hour and listen for your voice. How many characters are we paying for as a community? Are you consolidating your thoughts? Are you consolidating your line of questioning? Are you doing your homework in advance to ask about how is money spent XYZ? Because when I look around the room, I see all of these professionals who have significant jobs within our community sitting here for 5 hours. My own library director is not getting paid compensation for any time that she goes above her 40 hours. I would urge that we put her at the front of the agendas because she spent hours here tonight uncompensated. And we have our own meetings, sometimes 4 in a month, and they often go 4 and 5 hours long. So I'd really like us to consider all of the paid professionals and those who are not being compensated. And I'd like you to calculate in your head, what is the dollar value or what is the dollar that we're putting out for their participation in these meetings? They are not efficient. We can do better, and we really should. I sat here for so long and listened to this committee hem and haw over a $30,000 salary for IT. Without IT, a good IT, our community simply does not run. It is wild to me that we are prepared to disregard the need to pay a professional to do this job and to stay here. Attraction, retention. I can tell you at the library, we cannot attract people because the board has made this space not safe. When I listen to the community runners of this, of our town, and I know that they're watching and they're wondering, is this a place that I want to invest my family? Do I want my family to rely on me to be an employee here? Do I have the ability to stay? Or am I going to be badgered and nickeled and dimed? Like, you really want to think about attracting and retaining. I can tell you that our retention at the library is going to be seriously fractured. And that's a choice. Like, the board has a choice. Every week we go to a meeting, we have a choice on how to conduct ourselves. I really want to urge you to think about the time that you're using, to think about how long we talked about a $30,000 income. When you think about what that $30,000 costs 27,000 people in town, it's literally change, pocket change. So just really bottom line yourself, because we're just nickel and diming every department, but you aren't even thinking about the cost that all of this banter and this just wasted talk and these figures of speech that are just thrown around. Like, really, watch the video, listen for your voice, and check off how many times you're saying something that really could have just been cut out with an edit. So just being aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, sir.
I had a whole list of stuff, but I'm not going to mention any of it because it's way too late.
this banter and wasting time, if the public were allowed to ask questions, because I was sitting back there trying to figure out how to follow that ping pong ball, exactly what's going on, and I had a list of questions about this long. We're supposed to just cut out everything and make it really quick and just rubber stamp everything and not have the public involved? Because I heard well, I guess we need to explain it to them. The public not sitting out here, because I think I'm one of the only members of the public, they're not here because they can't get any questions answered. This is not a waste of time. I remember, I'm sure Dan remembers, sitting at council meetings till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
You need to explain to people what is going on. And this client account privilege, we are the people that pay these bills. There are all kinds of accusations being flown by rather prominent people. And I know there's a petition going around because I saw it being signed tonight, and I'm sure they're going to be back because they don't like what was being said. And honestly, I don't even know who signed the land use thing because you can't figure out any of the signatures. I actually went back to the town annual reports to compare the signatures, and they don't even compare. So hopefully going forward, we have a little thing that says signed by, so you know who signed it. And if you signed it, maybe you shouldn't even be allowed to talk about not releasing it, because 4 of you didn't sign it.
Thank you. Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Sean.
Second.
Second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes